Home for the Wedding, written by Elizabeth Cadell, narrated by Anna Guerrier. Introduction. Beautiful Stacy Marsh made a mistake. She should never have come home for her wedding. She had forsaken her hometown of Dorsham, England, long ago, because it was too quiet, not at all the kind of place for the likes of Stacy. Stacy met Juel Charbonnier in Paris, and they planned to marry. As soon as Stacy returns to Dorsham, the town was frantic with upcoming activity, and Stacy's grandfather's ghost has come back to haunt them. As for the boy next door, Nigel is simply too handsome for his own good. After Jules' grandmother arrives in Dorsham for the wedding, Stacy has begun to rethink her quick decision to marry Jules. Is it merely homesickness? Or has she changed her mind about who means the most to her? Chapter 1. After a preliminary crackle from the loudspeakers, the announcement came over, first in French and then in English. The Paris-London flight would be delayed a further 15 minutes. The sigh that arose from the waiting group of passengers was not of irritation, but of relief. Not one of them had any wish to leave before learning the outcome of the dispute. Their attention returned to the two protagonists. It could not be called a private quarrel. The young man had, at first, cast embarrassed glances round him and besought the girl to keep her voice down. But it was obvious to all that as far as she was concerned, no onlookers existed. She was in a towering temper. She had a great deal more to say, and only 15 minutes in which to say it before boarding the aircraft and leaving the young man behind. The passengers cocked their ears and edged nearer. Only one of them kept aloof, a burly, middle-aged, red-faced man, who, arriving late and somewhat breathless, took in the scene at a glance and then, moving to a seat some distance away, opened his newspaper and retreated behind it. A wide grin appeared on his lips. Stacy Marsh, by golly! Stacy Marsh, and in one of those tempers of hers that never failed to bring her grandfather to his mind. Old Frenchard, all over again she was. He gave a wary glance over his paper. Still at it. That must be the young chap she was going to marry. Her father had said that the two of them would be coming over together for the wedding, but it looked as though she was travelling alone. Well, he'd give her a wide berth until she'd cooled down, same as he used to do with her grandfather. Old Frenchard, he was still missed, was that old chap. Pity he'd gone to a watery grave just as he'd begun to see all his dreams coming true. He'd had his faults, but he'd been a godsend to the community. Pity some of his ideals, some of his munificence, hadn't been passed on to his snivelling son. This granddaughter had inherited this spirit all right, too much maybe for a lovely young girl. Once, in a rash moment, he'd told her that meekness was no bad thing in a woman, and she'd proved she hadn't got any. That fiancé of hers wasn't a bad-looking fellow, if he was her fiancé. If he was, he oughtn't to be standing there letting her dish out orders. If he couldn't hold his end up now, if he couldn't handle her before they were married, what hope did the poor chap have later on? The flight number was called. George Borridge waited until the line formed behind the air hostess and then, folding his paper, brought up the rear. He would have liked to continue his policy of avoidance until the end of the flight, but when he boarded the plane, he found all the back seats occupied. Not until he reached the middle did he find a vacant seat, beside Stacy. As he seated himself, she glanced at him, and her eyes widened. "Mr. Borridge!" "That's right." His voice was deep, with a broad Yorkshire accent. "Saw you first, but kept out the way. I know when I'm not wanted. That's my safety strap you're wrapping round you. Here's yours." "Thank you. How long have you been in Paris?" "Don't you go jumping to any conclusions, my girl. I haven't been in Paris. I've been in Holland, fixing up an international football match. I couldn't book a direct flight home, so I came by way of the big city, without stopping to fall into temptation. Was that your future husband you were haranguing?" She flushed with anger, he noted. "I wasn't haranguing. Yes, he's my fiancé." "What age would he be? 25? 27. Your father told me you were coming home together." "We were. He's been held up." His grin reappeared. There was her grandfather again, the same tone, exactly as he'd used when he wanted to discourage the nosy.
"You can't talk to me in that snooty tone now, you know," he said. "I've been made a counsellor. What do you think of that? A counsellor. I'm practically running Dorsham now. If you'd told me you were coming home today, I could have had the town burned out, full brass. I'm a man of weight. The small boys don't dare to imitate my accent any more. Not that I ever minded, only they never got it right. And they've stopped calling me porridge. Funny, when I saw you at the airport back there haranguing, or not haranguing, you brought your grandfather back to my mind. Oh, it's a poor do, isn't it, when a man looks at a beautiful girl and thinks of her grandfather. That'd surprise my wife.
Or alarm her.
Aye, or relieve her.
So you're going to get married and settle in Paris?" "I'm not—" She stopped, and he saw her lips close in a firm line. "Yes," she said finally. "I am."
"Well, that sounded as though you meant it. I'm sorry you turned your back on poor old England before you'd given it a chance. How long have you been living in France?"
3 years.
3 from 23. It is 23, isn't it?
Yes.
Leaves 20. That's too young to shake off the dust of your native country. But you always knew your own mind, or thought you did.
The steward interrupted him with an offer of drinks, and Stacy turned away. Through the window she could see the banks of clouds below, looking like endless snowfields. The drumming of the engines, the hum of talk, the clash of crockery made her close her eyes and long for silence and solitude. Haranguing? Yes, she supposed it had sounded like that. Mr. Borridge wasn't a gossip, but his wife was. If he mentioned it to her, it would be all over Dorsham by tomorrow. Haranguing? If Juel had done what he promised to do, there would have been no need for any haranguing. If only he'd been firm, if only he'd stood out against that wicked old woman. She fought off her depression. Taking out a mirror, she stared into it and smoothed her face into something like the pleasure she would be expected to show on landing. It wouldn't do to let her father see her looking upset. She'd already set his nose twitching by her phone call last night telling him that Juel was held up and would follow in a few days. She ought to have sent a telegram. It wouldn't have had the angry undertone her father was always so quick in detecting. She had probably started him off on one of his quiet but persistent quests for the truth. Why was she worrying? She asked herself impatiently. Why? There was nothing really wrong, nothing that couldn't be put right. This was no way to come home. She was here to be married, ding-dong bells, ankle-length brocade wedding dress which her mother, unhappily given to buttons and bows, would regard as too stark. Beaming old vicar, I take thee, Juel, in spite of thy poisonous old grandmother who thinks she's going to get her own way, and calm. Smile. Father'd be down there waiting. He'd been waiting, no doubt, since noon, following his usual policy of getting to station dock or airport a good hour before there was any need to. He'd be there in the old black car, which he'd doubtless spent all last evening polishing for the occasion. She could see it all, the house, large, rambling, out of date. Her father working in the library, his table covered with neat piles of papers to or from the far-flung pupils taking the Edwin Marsh Mathematical Correspondence course. Her mother, seated on a sofa by the window, head bent over her embroidery. Flint-faced Aunt Amy in the kitchen, cooking. The hired help flapping round in a faded floral overall and bedroom slippers with a swansdown edging. And miserly Uncle Bertram, down at the gatehouse, painting, coming up to the house to cadge meals, forever moaning about his imaginary ailments. It would be interesting to know what he proposed to give her as a wedding present. All he had given her in 23 years was a rattle, a paint box, and a second-hand book on Greek mythology. Fastening her belt for the descent, she found Mr. Borridge's observant brown eyes on her. "That's better," he said with approval. "You've got yourself pulled together a bit. Thank you for my wedding invitation. I didn't know what an honour it was till I heard. There were only going to be 20 guests all told. Just the cream, like." "Yes, just the cream. How's the quartet going?" At the barely concealed indifference in her tone, he laughed outright. "Thank you for asking. Well, we're no better than we were, but we're no worse. Your father's the only one who gets any time to practice. I'm sorry you didn't ask us to play at your wedding. Why didn't you get married in Paris? That would have given your mother and father a nice excuse for a spree." "I wanted to come home." It was not strictly true. She was certainly coming home to pay a last, brief, dutiful visit, but she had also remembered the visit her parents had made to Paris 2 years ago, and which had been anything but a spree. They spoke halting French, spent exhausting hours sightseeing during the day while she was at work, wilted in an unprecedented heatwave, and cut their visit short because her mother lost her book of traveller's checks. London Airport was in view. She pressed her forehead to the cool window pane. Down there was home. What was home? A place of constant residence, the dictionary said. And how long had she spent in it? As little time as possible, and in the last 2 weeks she would be married and out of it forever. The plane was taxiing. Now for father. If he had left Dorsham at noon, Edwin Marsh had not, in fact, left the house until 12:30. At 20 past, he brought the car round to the front door and was admiring its gleaming surface when his sister-in-law called him from an upper window. "Edwin?" "Yes, Amy?" "Will you be going past the farm?" "I will if you want me to." "There are some egg boxes to return, and I'd like to order some butter. Wait a minute, I'll come down." She came, small and spare and neat, her hair drawn back in a tight bun. She was his own age, 53. Her brother, Bertram Franchard, was a year older, but her sister, Isabel, Stacy's mother, had been born more than 10 years later. No 3 members of a family could have differed more widely. Bertram was a large, heavily built man who towered over both his sisters. He was narrow-minded, obstinate, and a near hypochondriac. His medical monologues not only bored but exasperated listeners, since he invariably appeared the picture of health. Amy was intelligent, waspish, efficient, and self-contained. Isabel had the good looks that the other 2 notably lacked. Edwin often wondered how he and his wife would have fared if Amy had not come to keep house for them. In coming, she had stated her terms. "I want a free hand." 2 free hands, Edwin promised. "And no interference." "No interference whatsoever. I shall hand you the bills to pay. They won't be heavy. I haven't lived with a miserly father and a miserly brother without learning how to keep within a reasonable budget." "When you kept house for your father," Edwin reminded her, You had an adequate staff. How are you going to manage without servants? Isabel and I have done all we can. Nobody'll come. I warned you, didn't I? You came here expecting— No, not you. Isabel came here expecting things to go on as they did before she was married. She thought all the servants would stay on and work for you when my father died. I told you that they'd all pocket their legacies and leave, and that's what they did. Times have changed. You won't get servants nowadays to work in a house as old-fashioned as this one. What on earth made you buy it? Isabel wanted it. It was her childhood home, quite so, and Bertram wanted to get rid of it and played on her feelings. She hopes that Stacy's friends will come and— Stacy's friends won't. It's too far from London, for one thing. You'd have been better off, and so would Stacy, if you'd stayed where you were. Well, do you want me to take over or not? I'd give my ears. But if you do, that'll leave Bertram on his own at the gatehouse. He didn't want to spend that money enlarging it. He only forked out because I agreed to live there and run it for him. Well, I did, but I'd forgotten what he was like. He's been away for so many years in Cornwall that I'd got into the way of thinking of him as human. Well, he isn't. I've tried it for a month, and that's long enough. I've had to screw out of him every penny needed for the housekeeping. His idea was to let me spend my money while he hoarded his. Well, I won't. What's more, I won't live in the mess he calls comfort. I'm sick of him. He's a niggardly bore. If you want me to come back to this house and run it for you and Isabel, I will. I'll be able to get a daily woman, but you must leave things to me. Thankfully, he had left them. She had brought the house within manageable limits by relentlessly sweeping away anything she called knick-knacks. Isabel's long processions of ivory elephants, his own collection of snuff boxes, statuettes, framed photographs, superfluous ashtrays and ornaments, all went up into the attics. The floors throughout the house, rooms and corridors alike, were, at Edwin's expense, close-carpeted in a uniform shade of mushroom. Pushing a vacuum cleaner the size of a tank, Amy whirred through the house each morning. Small articles were sucked up, never to be seen again, while anybody requiring anything that they had left about on tables or chairs was obliged to go up to the attics to look for it. On the back of the kitchen door she hung a weekly menu which never varied. She turned the butler's pantry into the family dining room. When the meals were ready, she went into the hall, gave a single loud thump on the gong, dished up, sat down at the table and began to eat. Latecomers could catch up by helping themselves from the dishes kept lukewarm on a heater standing on the sideboard. It was not cheerful, the clockwork routine, but Edwin, remembering his wife's unavailing efforts to run the house, did not complain. Amy was addressing him now in her crisp, dry manner. "If going to the farm is going to make you late for the airport, don't bother. I can go there later on my bike." He assured her that it was no bother, got into the car and stopped halfway down the drive to call to his wife, who was picking flowers for the house. "Any errands, Isabel?" She picked up her basket and came towards him, looking, he thought, very little older than the girl he had married. "What, darling?" She held up the brim of her hat and looked at him with wide, clear blue eyes. "I'm stopping at the farm. Anything you'd like?" "No, nothing, thank you. Remember me to Nigel, and lots of love to Stacy when you see her." She bent forward and kissed him, and he drove on, musing. 19 when she married him, but the pattern already set. Placid, contented, completely removed from the pressures of existence, encouraged all her life to leave problems to others. The family baby, the family pet. She might, he thought, have turned out as efficient as Amy if she'd been allowed to. But needlework, exquisitely done, flower arrangements for the house, these were the extent of her activities. Not a useful member of society, but a gentle and a loving wife. What more could a man ask? His route took him down to what the older inhabitants still referred to as the village. but which in fact had grown within the past 15 years into a flourishing town. During the 12 years he lived in Dorsham, Edwin had seen the old thatched cottages displaced by shops with wide plate glass fronts. The green, encircling hills had been torn up for new roads and terraces of brightly painted bungalows. The smithy had vanished, and a service station operated in its place. There had been voices, Edwin's among them, raised in pleas for preservation, but nobody had opposed the changes with more bitterness than the owners of the large, ornate, Victorian mansions built on the shoulder of the hill known as the Mount. They had watched the sea of progress rising, washing ever closer to their boundaries, obliterating the open, rural, charming view that had been the chief factor in keeping up the value of their properties. But bitterness and opposition had not halted the town planners. The view had gone, and with it the old, privileged existence. The village became a town in which youth ran riot, discotheques flourished, and television aerials sprouted out of every new roof. It was Paul Franchard who had given Dorsham the first push towards progress. A rich man, descendant of the Franchards, who for generations had owned and occupied the extensive property known as Franchard Park. He had been a passionate supporter of the playing fields movement and had turned his park into a recreational ground for the youth, not only of Dorsham, but also of neighbouring districts. He had imported professional coaches and watched the formation of enthusiastic teams in various branches of sport. Dorsham became widely known. Its sporting facilities attracted newcomers. The seed was sown and bore commercial fruit. What, Edwin wondered, as he steered his car slowly along a main street that seemed more busy than usual, would his father-in-law have thought about this latest triumph, the first international match ever to be played, and by women, on Dorsham ground? He looked at the billboards with their foot-high lettering. The Dorsham Women's 11 versus the Flying Scotswomen. 3:15 p.m. on Saturday the... He stopped the car abruptly and sat staring. Saturday the 18th. Saturday the... No, it couldn't be. On Saturday the 18th at 3 p.m, Stacy was to be married in the very church outside which he was now sitting. At 3 p.m, this narrow street would be swarming with spectators making their way to the match. At 3 p.m, coaches would be arriving with loads of yelling, flag-waving supporters. The throng would... Why hadn't George Borridge said anything? He'd been sent a wedding invitation, he knew the date, and George must have had a hand in fixing the date of the match. He drove on and stopped the car outside a large double-fronted shop, whose sign read, G. Borridge Greengrocer. When he entered, one of the three busy, green-coated assistants caught sight of him and abandoned the customer he was serving. "Good morning, Mr. Marsh. Your order's been sent up." "I know, Ken. Thanks. Is Mrs. Borridge about?" "She's in the office." "Do you think she could spare me a moment?" "Come this way, sir." There was no need to tell Mrs. Borridge why he had come. She met him with eyes round with apprehension and dismay. "Oh, Mr. Marsh, I only realised an hour ago. What George is going to say to me when I tell him, well, I don't like to think. It's all my fault. I'll never live this down, Mr. Marsh, never." "Didn't George realise?" "Take a seat, won't you? Then I'll tell you how." "I can't stay, I'm afraid. I'm on my way to the airport to meet Stacy." "Is she due back today, then?" "Happen she'll be on the same plane as George. If they get talking about the wedding, he'll be in a state. How it happened, Mr. Marsh, when the wedding invitation came, I put it on the mantelshelf and I said to George when he came in from the shop, 'George,' I said, 'Stacy Marsh is going to be married here in Dorsham and not in Paris like we thought.' George was taking off his boots, and he says, 'When's it to be?' And I just gave a glance. But Being short-sighted and too busy to stop to put on my glasses, I didn't see the day, and from that day to this, we haven't—" She stopped, but he could have finished the sentence for her. From that day to this, they hadn't given a thought to anything but the match. The wedding of a girl they had scarcely seen since her school days could not be expected to excite an interest comparable to that of the first international football match, the result of years of devoted work that George had done to promote the sport in the district. "It doesn't matter, Mrs. Borridge," he said. "We'll just have to change the date of the wedding, that's all." He left her and drove to the farm. When he came in sight of the picturesque cluster of buildings and saw, beyond them, the beautiful old farmhouse, he forgot the problem of Saturday the 18th, and a heavier weight settled on his heart. Where, he wondered wistfully, crossing the stone bridge across the narrow river, where in all the world could anyone have found a more perfect home? What more could a girl have asked than this beauty, this plenty, this peace? It was the peace, probably, that had made her decide against it. She was young, she was a thruster, and she had long ago made it clear that she regarded Dorsham a backwater, which, for her purposes, it was. If Nigel Quest and his farm couldn't have kept her in Dorsham, nothing could. There was Nigel down there now, talking to one of the farmhands. Where would she find anybody as fit, as intelligent, as quietly humorous? She'd been 10 or 11 when they had come to live at Dorsham. Nigel, then the age she was now, 23, had, after drawing up a few inflexible rules, given her the run of the farm. He had taught her to ride, to judge horses, groom and train horses. It had developed in time into an unsentimental brother and sister companionship. Or so Edwin had thought until almost the end. Then Stacy had told him, briefly and without details, that Nigel had asked her to marry him. And she had refused. He stopped the car at the farm gates, and Nigel saw him and came to meet him. He had been born not 10 miles from here at Quest Castle, which on the death of his father passed to the National Trust. The farm had been left to Nigel, and he had made it his home. "Good morning," Edwin called as he drew nearer. "It's afternoon. What can I do for you?" "I brought some empty egg boxes and an order for butter," Edwin told him. "But listen to this. What do you think I just saw now in the village?" "The date of the match?" Nigel answered equably. "If you knew, why the hell didn't you tell me?" "How can you miss those posters? They're bigger than the ones you see in Spain advertising bullfights." "Never mind about bullfights. I saw the posters, but I didn't think of making a note of the date. Why should I? I didn't want to go to the match. So what are we going to do? Can you see a bride fighting her way along that village street through the crowds that'll be there at 3 o'clock on Saturday the 18th? You'll have to ask them to postpone the match. Don't joke, this is serious. Thank God there aren't many people coming. What if she had decided to have a big splash and there'd been hundreds to notify? Then you wouldn't have had a problem. The wedding guests would have formed a solid block and pushed their way through." "Well, it's nice news to greet Stacy with. I'm just off to meet her." "It's today, is it?" The tone impersonal. The question, denoting a total lack of interest, brought home to Edwin the hard truth that what was past was past. Whatever Nigel had felt for her 3 years ago, he was free of her now. Nigel was looking at the car. "How are you going to fit in Stacy and the bridegroom and all their paraphernalia?" he asked. "No bridegroom, she's alone. He's held up for a few days. Stacy rang up last night to tell us. His brother and grandmother are coming over a couple of days before the wedding." "Is Miss Franchard getting up a steam?" "Amy? No outward signs, but with her, you never can tell. There's a lot to do and the wedding'll make more. But she'll get through it. and she won't accept any help. She never seems to show any signs of strain." "She will when Stacy gets here. The sparks will begin to fly." "There won't be time for quarrelling." "Stacy'll make time. Here, give me those boxes. Do you want me to send the butter up to the house?" "No, thanks. I'll drop in for it on the way back." He turned the car and drove away, his spirits low. Impersonal, unmoved, uninterested. Well, 3 years was a long time, and of course he didn't spend all his time on the farm. He got around, and the rumour had it that there were a number of women who, unlike Stacy, knew a man when they saw one. Perhaps his laconic manner, his quietness, his casualness had misled her. Perhaps he had chosen the wrong moment, the wrong words. What did it matter now? She was going to marry a man called Juel, spelt with an S but spoken without it. Juel Charbonnier, who, in spite of his name, wasn't a Frenchman at all, but an American, on his passport anyway. It was all rather involved, but no doubt Stacy would straighten it out. Her letters were brief, infrequent, and uninformative, but she was almost here. Everything would be explained, everything would be cleared up. It was not Stacy, but George Borridge who first came into view. "Hello, Edwin. She's coming. Sat next to her all the way. As beautiful as ever. I caught sight of her betrothed, too. That's more than you've done. He's a healthy-looking chap, but a bit too fair for my taste. I like blondes to be feminine. Well, see you for the quartet practice as usual, unless you tell me it's all off until after the wedding. Wait a minute, George, there's a hitch, an overlap." "What's lapped over what?" "I only realised this morning what day the match is being played on. It's fixed for the 18th at 3:15. Stacy's wedding was fixed for the same day at 3 o'clock. I went to see your wife and she... Well, now..." George gave a low, dismayed grunt. "That's a nice muck-up, isn't it? I fixed the match date myself. Overlap is right. What do we do now? I'll see the vicar and ask him to change the wedding date. But it's not your fault, it's mine. God knows those posters were big enough. But there's no harm done." "No? Ha! Wait till you tell that daughter of yours. I won't stay to hear what she says, thank you. Bye, Edwin. No, I don't want a lift, thanks. I'm going on the coach to London. Stay the night and going down to Dorsham tomorrow. Here's your beautiful daughter." He drew in a deep gulp of air as Stacy came up and let it out again. "Smells good, doesn't it?" "What does?" she asked. "England. I always take in a good lungful when I get back to it." He hurried away. Stacy kissed her father and walked out with him to the car. "Who's going to drive?" he asked. "I am," she smiled. "It's safer." She drove with the confidence that always made him forget how fast she was going. As they went, she asked and answered questions. How was Mother? Had Aunt Amy smiled lately? And what new and particular pictures was Uncle Bertram painting? Yes, it was a pity Juel had been held up. He had to sort out something. But he'd be over in a few days. She was driving even faster than usual. Something, he sensed, was on her mind. But it was no use asking what it was. When she wanted to tell him, she would tell him. If she wanted to tell him. But she had said nothing. When they came in sight of Dorsham and rounded the side of the hill and saw spread below them the vast empty park that had once formed part of the grounds of their house, until Paul Franchard railed it off and threw it open to the public, Stacy, to his surprise, had stopped the car. "Nice view," she commented. "It was once. All those new houses down there spoil it a bit." Her eyes went slowly from the bowl that once had held the entire village, travelling upward over the park to the hill beyond. There, their house, once known as Franchard Park, now referred to simply as the big house, stood in its wooded grounds, its windows winking in the late sunshine below. and some distance away on either side of it were the dozen or so houses on the mount, large, obsolete, once the fortress of the well-to-do. "Any new people up there?" she asked. "Two of the houses have changed hands. Old Lady Medway's dead, and Mrs. Peary Smythe's got two widowed sisters living with her, and the Admiral's son has just got married for the third time. What's all that crowd down in the village?" "The advanced guard. There's a big match coming off soon. I've been afraid to tell you the evil tidings. It's been fixed for the same day as your wedding. You'll have to change the date." She turned to gaze at him in surprise. "Why can't I get married on the day they're playing a match?" she inquired. "This is no ordinary match. It's an international, the first ever on Dorsham ground. The Dorsham women's football team against a Scottish women's 11. "Women's football team?" "Yes, right here in Dorsham on your wedding day. That lot you see milling around down there, that's nothing but the thousands that'll pour in for the match. You wouldn't be able to get to the church unless you had mounted police leading the way." "Women's team?" "You'll get used to the idea. We have." "All Dorsham women?" "No, only 4 of them were born in the village. Little Betsy Barton, remember her?" "Yes, she's the goalkeeper." "Betsy Barton, that little undersized—" "No longer. Thighs like tree trunks, and a reach like a gorilla's." "Betsy Barton? I used to be able to kick a ball higher and harder than she ever did." "You couldn't now. Lily Moore's the centre forward. I wouldn't like a kick from her." "You've seen them playing?" "I've never seen a big match, only practice ones. There's terrific local pride in the team. There was talk of calling them the Frenchard 11, but the vote went against it. Frenchard could mean your grandfather, whose name is honoured, or your Uncle Bertram, whose name is Mud." "Women's football! Do you think my grandfather foresaw that?" "I dare say. Well, there it is. You'll have to talk to the vicar about a change of date for the wedding. Turn off to the farm, will you? I've got to collect some butter for your aunt." "How's Nigel?" she asked, and her voice sounded to her father even more detached than Nigel's had done. "He's all right." "Still show jumping?" "Now and then." "Same horses?" "No, the ones you used to ride have all gone. The big grey went to someone up in Scotland, Leander's at Stud, and Sky High's in America." When she stopped the car at the wide white farm gates, she did not get out. Edwin went to get the butter, and when he returned, Nigel was with him. "Hello, Stacy." He tilted up her chin and gave her face a moment's study. "Thinner. I've been brushing up my French to impress your fiancé, but I hear he's delayed. What's his name? Oh, yes, Juel." "Don't bother about brushing up," Stacy said. "He'll speak English with a French accent. He speaks French with an American accent. Father tells me you've got some new horses." "2 new horses, and a temperamental mare. I'd like to come down and ride sometime. Tomorrow?" "The English, for s'il vous plaît," he pointed out, "is please." "Please?" "You can ride when I've assured myself that you still know how to treat a valuable animal. Your saddle's still here." "Tomorrow?" she asked again. "If you like. Aren't you going to be too busy to ride?" "Busy with what?" "Wedding preparations?" "Oh, I've made all preparations I'm going to make. The rest gets taken care of by Father and Aunt Amy." "And the vicar." "And the vicar. See you tomorrow." She leaned over and opened the door for her father, and he got in beside her. "If my grandfather had lived," she asked him as they crossed the bridge and took the road to the village, "this match would have taken place in Frenchard Park, wouldn't it?" "Yes." "But he died, and Uncle Bertram closed the park to the public, right?" "Yes." "Why did he?" "First, because he was against your grandfather in this, as in every other matter. They didn't see eye to eye. Second, Your grandfather was mean in small ways, but open-handed in big ones. Your uncle is mean in ways both big and small. Third and last, Bertram has always resented being boycotted by the people up on the mount because of his father's disregard of their interests. Did they have a legitimate grouse? In a way. My own opinion is that the changes your grandfather brought about would have come sooner or later. Things had to change. But when he made the park public, he got up against all the people living on the mount, and he and Amy and Bertram were, well, ostracized isn't too strong a word. Your grandfather didn't notice. I don't know how much Amy minded, if she did mind. She resigned from all the committees she worked on and went into a kind of voluntary retirement. The one who took it really hard was your uncle. Why? He wasn't living here. Hadn't he gone to live in Cornwall? He went to Cornwall because he couldn't bear being a pariah. He bought a cottage near the sea, grew a beard, put on a smock, and decided to be a painter. What I've never understood is, if my grandfather wanted the park to go on being public when he died, why didn't he say so in his will? He would have done eventually, but he wanted to give Bertram time to come round. The park, after all, is a sizable chunk of territory to slice off a son's inheritance. And when he died, Uncle Bertram came back and closed it? Yes. Great mistake, poor fellow. Because the old residents who'd boycotted him had either gone or given in, the new residents were all closely linked with the various teams. So when he closed the park, he got himself ostracized all over again. You didn't want to come and live in Dorsham, did you? No, I guessed we'd never be able to run the house, and without your Aunt Amy we couldn't have done. It was your mother who was so set on coming here. There was nothing to keep us from coming. I could run my correspondence courses just as well from this house as my other. So we came. And if you want me to be honest, I'll say that I wouldn't care to move into smaller quarters again. I've got used to having a nice big bedroom facing east, and a nice comfortable library to work in facing south and west. You came because you thought I'd spend a lot of time here, didn't you? Her eyes, wide and questioning, were on him, and he tried to read in them the reasons for this unusual curiosity about the past. Never before had she evinced the slightest interest in her grandfather or in Dorsham. Never had she troubled to make more than a passing mention of her aunt or uncle. Her questions filled him, for no reason that he could think of, with uneasiness and gloom. "Well, didn't you?" she prompted. "I suppose we hoped you'd spend more time here. Yes, perhaps. One day you'll bring your children. Nice big garden, trees to climb, Granny and Grandpa to spoil them as we spoilt you." "That's the first time you've said that." "Said what?" "That you spoilt me. I suppose it's true. Mother's idea of discipline was to say, 'I wouldn't do that if I were you, darling,' and you—" I fell back on the refuge of all inadequate parents. I told myself that yours was a nature that could be led, but not driven. So, you did the driving. And now that we've mentioned driving, isn't it time that we drove home to your mother?" She went on without a word, and with every moment that passed, his spirit sank lower. Something was wrong. Something was worrying her. As the house came in sight, he found the courage to put a question. "Anything wrong, Stacy?" In a few seconds he thought that she was going to tell him. Then they were at the front door, and it opened, and her mother came out, and the moment was lost. "Nothing," she said. "Nothing that can't be fixed." Chapter 2. Before the end of the day, Stacy had reached the conclusion that no change whatsoever had taken place in the house or in its inmates during the 3 years she had been away. Nobody looked a day older. The papers on her father's table might have been untouched since her departure. Her mother seemed to be working on the same piece of embroidery. Her aunt's dress looked the same, dark grey, plain and unadorned. Her manner was as emotionless and dry as it had always been. Even the weekly menu was unchanged. Roast mutton tonight, fish soufflé tomorrow, veal chops the day after. Uncle Bertram, unfortunately, was also unchanged. He had come to dinner, not to see her, Stacy well knew, but to get a free meal. Since Amy had left him alone at the gatehouse, he had done his own cooking, but his larder was so bare that he had formed the habit of walking hopefully up to the big house every 2 or 3 days, arriving 10 minutes before a meal was due. Amy, in certain moods, refused to set an extra place, so he went hungry away, to return in a day or so with hope renewed. The meeting with her mother had followed the pattern of previous meetings. "Hello, Mother, darling." "Stacy, how lovely to see you. It's so nice to have you at home." "It's so nice to be here." And after tea, "Stacy, I'd love to see your wedding dress. Could I?" "Of course. Let's go up." Shaken out and held up for inspection, it looked uncompromisingly plain. I expect it's beautifully cut." "Yes, it looks much better on than off." "Are you going to add any, as it were, little touches?" "No." "My wedding dress was lace, tulle and lace, very full, with a long train and a long veil. Yours hasn't a train." "No." "They are a nuisance if you've little boys acting as pages. They tread on them if someone doesn't watch. But you're not having pages, are you?" "No." "We hoped you'd ask a few more people. I think some of the people round about feel a little hurt, but, well, I told them it was purely a family affair. That's right, isn't it?" "Quite right." "Would you like to see what I'm going to wear?" "Yes, very much." "Come and I'll show you." Her mother's room, which she kept swept and dusted herself, gave a good indication of what the rest of the house would have looked like if Amy had not made a clean sweep. There was a draped 4-poster, frilled muslin at every window, frills around the jar-laden dressing table, flowers in vases on every table, and innumerable photographs in silver frames. The predominating colours were pink and white. "Here's my dress, Stacy. Do you like it?" "You'll look lovely, Mother." So she would. The colour matched her eyes. It was long and softly draped, and looked very much like an Edwardian tea gown. "What's Aunt Amy going to wear?" "Well, darling, I tried to persuade her to go up to London, or even to let me make her up something, but she wouldn't listen. She took some material, as usual, to old Miss Todd Hunter down in the village, and, well, it's not very cheerful. I do feel that at a wedding one should try to look pretty, but it's just a plain, straight navy blue coat over a plain navy blue dress." She said that May is an awkward month for a wedding because you don't know whether it's going to snow or be stifling. You know, she has her own ideas. One of which Stacy discovered the next morning was to have the kitchen to herself. To Stacy's offer of help she returned a firm negative. "No thanks. Just keep out, that's all I ask. I'm not one of those people who can work and chatter at the same time. I dare say you'd be more use than your mother. You could hardly be less, but even so, I prefer to work alone. Just look after your own room. Your mother does hers, and your father takes care of the library and his dressing room. Leave the rest to me. All you can do is tell me how many people I'm putting up over the wedding." "I'm not sure." Amy gazed at her. It was the look that Stacy had seen all her life. Irritated, exasperated, edging towards dislike. "Not sure? When's your fiancé arriving?" "In 3 or 4 days." "Do you want him to stay here?" Nigel Quest offered to put up people if we liked. Did he mention it when you saw him yesterday? No, but it wouldn't be a bad idea if you'd have Juel and his brother. That would leave us with Juel's grandmother and a French friend of mine, Suzanne Quiberon. That's 2. Can you manage 2? Yes, all I want is a definite number with no changing afterwards. I'll put the French girl on the top floor with you, the room next to yours. The grandmother can have the corner room on the floor below. That's a bit far from the bathroom, isn't it? If she's energetic enough to come all this way to a wedding, she'll be able to walk up a corridor, won't she? I can't put her next door to the bathroom, if that's what you're thinking. That room's been taken over by your father for his extra papers. The library was beginning to look like archives. Are these 3 people arriving together? No, Patrice, Juel's brother, is coming later with his grandmother. Suzanne's coming on Wednesday. I was going to say 3 days before the wedding, but... Yes, I know, change of date. Are you going to see the vicar about it today? Yes, but he won't be in until the evening. I'd be glad if you put the date forward and not back. If it can be the Friday, we shan't have all these people on our hands over the weekend. Will you telephone Nigel and ask him to confirm the arrangements about having your fiancé and his brother? There won't be any need to phone. I'll ask him. I'm going over to the farm. Your father's taken the car. I know. I didn't want it. I'd like a walk. She went through the park and took a shortcut up the hill on the other side. Arriving at the farm's gates, she stood looking at the scene before her. A scene so changeless that her wedding, yesterday so absorbing, so imminent, today seemed remote and dreamlike. Here, as at home, it was impossible to believe that she had ever been away. Nigel striding across the yard and catching sight of her, and pausing to let her come up to him. He, too, was the same as he had ever been. She could already feel herself putting up a guard against his too penetrating insights into her weaknesses, his caustic comments on her failings. He was the only person who had ever stripped her of her self-confidence. His eyes, dark, deep-set, had seen effortlessly through her pretences. His slow, lazy smile mocked at her pretensions. He had always told her with pitiless frankness what he thought of her, and what he thought of her had been so unflattering that his proposal of marriage, made at the end of one of their outings, without preparation of any kind, had seemed to her, after her almost automatic refusal, to have been something she had imagined, something that could not possibly have happened. Walking across to meet him, she tried to compare him with Juel, but gave up the attempt. No 2 men could be more unlike, one fair, conventional, city-bred, the other dark, complex, a countryman. "You're early," he told her. "Too early." "I know. I won't get in the way. Can I go and look at the horses?" "Yes, why didn't you come in the car?" "I felt I'd like a walk." "Then keep on walking to the stables. I'll join you when I'm ready." He farmed, as he did most things, with quiet efficiency. Much of his land was let to neighbouring farmers. He grew the food he needed for his animals, bred Jersey cows, and hired out horses to 1 or 2 friends after they had satisfied him that they could manage them. Nobody but Stacy had ever been allowed to ride his show jumpers. When he joined Stacy, she was examining her saddle. "Nice condition," she commented. "Thanks. Why didn't you send it home and tell my father to look after it?" "I kept it in memory of you." She glanced up at him. As always, she found it impossible to tell whether he was serious or whether he was laughing at her. "Do you think you can ride Magnum?" "Of course." "He pulls quite a bit." "So did Leander. Are you coming with me?" "Would I let you out alone without making sure first that you haven't forgotten all I taught you?" They rode together in the direction of the hills beyond the farm. When they reached flat ground, she gave her horse his head and it broke into a gallop. Nigel, cantering some distance behind her, watched her with a frown. Edgy, he decided. Something was biting her. Something. Somebody had got in her way and she was chafing. It was not the mood he had expected her to come home in. She was to have brought her fiancé. But there was no fiancé and no sign of the touch of gentleness he had expected to find in her. Love, he had thought, would soften her, would break down her tendency to domineer. But here she was, back again, unchanged, the same high-stepping Stacy. And he still loved her, God help him. But God help that other man too, if he couldn't put a rein on her. When he came up to her, she was standing beside the horse, and the wind was blowing her hair into long flying strands. He dismounted and stood beside her. "Feeling better?" he asked. "Yes." "Why take it out on the horse?" "Take what out on the horse?" Without replying, he looped the reins round the branch of a tree and lowered himself onto a grassy hummock. Leaning on an elbow, his eyes screwed up against the sun, he looked at her. "I can't see you properly. Sit down." She sat down. The irritation he had sensed in her was plainly visible on her face. She stared at him suspiciously. "If you're going to make me angry," she warned, "don't." "I'm too late. Somebody's beaten me to it. What's on your mind?" "Nothing." "Isn't it odd that you never learned to lie convincingly? Did you tell your father?" "No." "Then you may confide in me." The rejected lover always makes the natural repository for secret sorrows. He likes it. It makes him feel he's of some use, and it keeps him close to the ex-beloved and makes him feel he's got a part to play, even if it's only as an extra. "So, what's gone wrong?" "Nothing. It's only that there was a slight hitch, and Juel went down to see his grandmother, and I expected him to ring last night to tell me it was all right." "But he didn't." "No." "So it isn't." "How do I know? If you're thinking that he's decided that he doesn't want to marry a domineering woman after all, you're wrong. It's not Juel. It's his poisonous old grandmother." "Ah, why grandmother? Hasn't he any parents?" "No. His father quarrelled with Juel's grandmother years and years ago and left France and went to California and married and eventually died there. Juel's mother, American, died shortly afterwards. So the two children, Juel and his brother Patrice, were sent to France to their grandmother. She paid for their education, and when they were old enough, they joined the family business. The idea being that they'd eventually take it over." "What's the family business?" "Textiles. Juel's grandmother inherited the firm. It was her father's and his father's before that. She's worked in the firm all her life. She's well over 70, but she never misses a day at the office or in the factory. She lives above the office, the head office, in a vast house down in a place called Fermont, which is halfway between Lyon and Saint-Étienne. The house is a ghastly barracks of a place on the corner of two noisy streets in the middle of the industrial section. The office is on the ground floor. When the boys came to live with their grandmother, she and they lived on the 2 floors above the office. But now it's changed. The office is still on the ground floor, but Juel's grandmother lives on the floor above, and the one above that, the top floor, was given to Patrice when he began to work there. He and Juel were allowed to choose which of them would stay in Fermont, and which of them would take over the Paris office. Patrice chose Fermont, and so for the past 6 years, Jules has been living in the apartment his grandmother owns in Paris. She took the rent out of his salary, and she'd stated more than once that the arrangement would stand after we were married. She knew we were doing things to it, new curtains and so on. She knew we were looking forward to living there. It's a lovely block, near the École Militaire, high up, with a heavenly view. We were going to weed out, gradually, all the horrors his grandmother had put into it, and replace them with things of our own, and then, a week ago— She paused, and he watched her fight the fury that welled up. "A week ago?" he prompted. "Up to a week ago, she said nothing whatsoever about any change. She'd acted, and Jules and I had acted, as though he was to run the Paris office indefinitely. She knew I love Paris. My job was there. My friends were there. And Jules' job and Jules' friends were there. And quite suddenly, without a word of warning, she wrote to Jules to tell him that after his marriage, he'd be transferred to Fermont, while Patrice took over the Paris branch. Just like that, not one word added, just the order, pack up and move. Patrice was to move into the Paris apartment at once, while Jules and I would be expected to live, as Patrice, who's unmarried, has always done, on the top floor of her house. No separate entrance, no separate staircase, no way of getting up to our floor except by going past hers. At first Jules and I thought that perhaps Patrice had asked if he could move to Paris. But we asked him, and he said he hadn't, and he hadn't known the first thing about the projected change until his grandmother showed him the letter she was going to send Jules. Patrice wasn't against it. Who wouldn't want to live in Paris rather than in that beastly town with trams clanging past the house? But he was, and is, quite happy to stay in Fermont. So the whole thing is being done out of spite. Where's the spite? She's running a big concern, and she's used to giving orders, and she treats Jules and Patrice like office boys, and not efficient office boys either. The spite is directed against me. When Jules took me down to see her, the first time, she and I didn't take to one another. That's putting it politely. I suppose it was my fault, part of it. When I don't like people, I find it hard to pretend I do. But I wasn't prepared for— Jules had somehow given me the idea that I was going to see a brisk, smart career woman. The kind I'd worked with for years in London and Paris. Pleasant enough, but tough underneath. Well, she's tough on top, too. She looks like a market woman, short and square and red-faced, with a raucous voice and a little button mouth and tight black satin clothes. Market women don't wear. There was nothing in my manner, at least I don't think there was, to show her what I was feeling, but she's no fool, and after the first 5 minutes she began to make barbed remarks in English, which she murders, but insists on speaking. Every sentence has a drop of venom in it. She couldn't make any fuss about religion because she hasn't any, and Jules and his brother aren't Catholics. She couldn't find anything about me she could pick on. I don't drink too much or take drugs or sleep around, so she brooded for a month or so, and then came up with the thing she knew would hit me hardest. This plan of moving us down to Fermont. If there'd been any reason, business-wise, for Jules to be sent there, I wouldn't have kicked. I'd have hated it, but I would have understood that he had to go where he was sent. But even Jules said that there was no reason whatsoever for making the exchange. When he read her letter, he was furious. If he'd been standing there then, he would have— Well, she wasn't there. She was sitting hugging herself in Fermont, and that's where she is now. Certain she's going to have it her own way. But she isn't. I see. And you expected a phone call last night to tell you what? Jules went to see her after we got the letter, to explain that we both felt it an unreasonable demand. especially as she'd made it on the very eve of our wedding. When he left me in Paris, he told me exactly what he was going to say to her, but he didn't say it. I don't know what he said. All I know is that he came back with a completely different attitude. She'd convinced him that it was in his interest to move. So we had a row. He agreed to go down and see her again, this time with Patrice joining in on his side. But when he came to the airport to see me off, he announced that he didn't think he'd go after all. So we had another row, and it was left that he'd go down and see her and ring me up to tell me how it went. But he didn't ring up. No, he didn't. So how do I know if he went at all? If he shirked it, why blame him? If he doesn't toe the line, he doesn't only lose his job, he loses his inheritance, doesn't he? Is he going to let her disorganize our lives every time she feels spiteful? That, or get out as his father got out. You say Patrice is happy where he is. He's perfectly happy. He's been living on his grandmother. He's almost as mean as Uncle Bertram. He pays no rent. She pays for his food and his laundry. He has no housekeeping problems, and he can spend all his salary on himself and the half-dozen girlfriends he keeps in the town. How would she react to a suggestion of your taking a house of your own down there? Juel tried that. She threw it out. She said the Fermont office is the heart of the business, and they've always lived above it. When she married, her husband moved in and never moved out again until he was carried out in his coffin. One of Patrice's girlfriends tried to move Patrice out once, and his grandmother's answer was to remove the girlfriend. You see what I'm up against? She's a harridan. That's what people become if they get their own way for too long. Just think, if everybody gave in to you, in another 40 or 50 years, you'd be— You haven't changed, have you? She broke in bitterly. I tell you something in the hope of getting some help, or at least some sympathy, and what do? Concentrate on the defects in my character. All right, so I'm bossy. All right, I'll become a harridan because I've always had it all my own way. If it hadn't been my way, whose way would it have been? Did you ever stop to think of that? Who in my family ever pointed out any other way? My mother? She's still living in that dream about our house being a perfect place for me to bring my friends. My father? He knew I wanted to be a dress designer, and he'd guessed I'd make a good one. But stuck down here, what could he do to get me started? Nothing. Have you any idea how I used to feel when I came down here for holidays from school from London? It was like dropping into a vacuum. Apart from running about in the park in the old days playing games while my grandfather shouted encouragement, what was there? Who was there? Only you. If you hadn't been here, if I couldn't have come here, if you hadn't let me hang about the farm and took me to ride, what would I have done? Go on, tell me. You know everything. Just answer that. You're frightening the horses. You thought I was running out when I decided to live in Paris. So I was. I had the offer of a good job, and I took it, and I was happy, and I could have gone on being happy if Juel's grandmother hadn't been the kind of woman she is. She paused for breath, and he studied her flushed, set face. You've gone a long way off the point, he remarked. Do you want some advice? No. Then here it is. Don't make the mistake of imagining that everybody quarrels with the same concentration and intensity as you do. You're a girl with nothing much on your mind but getting yourself married. She's a woman running a big business, which means that she has to think of employees, finance, clients, orders, getting them as well as giving them, and 1,000 other things you know nothing about. That doesn't leave her much time for hugging herself. To talk about her acting purely out of spite is childish. She's probably decided that it would be wise to keep her eye on Juel for a year or two, in case marriage took his mind off the job. Why fight her? Why not learn to manage her? If she's as tough as you say she is, she'll live for another 20 years, and you can't spend them wasting the energy you're wasting at this moment. Why don't you calm down and try and get things into proportion? Are you listening? No, say it to the horses. If you've finished, Aunt Amy wants me to know whether you'll put up Juel and his brother. Of course. Is the brother bringing any of those half-dozen girlfriends you mentioned? If he isn't, I'd better lock up my 2 handmaidens. It's odd, she said. What's odd? The attraction Patrice has for women. He's nothing to look at. He's got money, of course, but even before they know that, women drape themselves round his neck. He doesn't even have to try. Where did you meet Juel? At Le Mans. This girl who lives with me, Suzanne Quiberon, who's coming to the wedding, dragged me there because she was in love with an Italian ace driver and wanted me to help her count laps. I couldn't work up any excitement, so I decided to go home. I took 2 steps and tripped over Juel's feet, and by the time we'd settled that he hadn't put them there on purpose, I decided not to go home. She gave a long, luxurious stretch. Oh, the air up here. No wonder Mr. Borage said England smells so good. When did you see Borage? On the plane. He claims to be running Dorsham. It's almost true. He took over all your grandfather's schemes and went straight on with them. It was George who raised the subscription to buy another recreational ground when Bertram closed the park. Have you seen him yet? Yes, he dropped in to dinner last night. He told me he's giving me one of his pictures as a wedding present. It'll be a painting of a goddess. He's been doing a series of them. It's Juno, he told me. It's interesting to find that your grandfather assessed his talent pretty accurately. Amy's too. Stacy looked at him in surprise. Amy's? She wanted to take up music. Nobody ever told me that. Not the piano. For heaven's sake! If you heard her in that quartet. Piano, yes. But she had more sense than Bertram. She realized she had no talent, so she gave up the idea. He didn't. Why didn't you ask a few more people to your wedding? Who, for instance? Neighbours? Why? I haven't set eyes on any of them for years, and I don't suppose I ever spoke more than a few sentences to any of them in my life. If you're worried about the empty rows in the church, you needn't be. It'll look nice and even. The bridegroom's side will look just as empty as the bride's. She rose and looked down at him. I've got to get back. He drove her to the house, but didn't go in. She watched him drive away and then went to the hall to find her father hurrying towards the dining room. You're late, he said. I'm afraid. Yes, I know. Cold fish soufflé. The parsonage was situated almost directly above the church. Perhaps the short but extremely steep climb had been designed to keep the incumbents agile. The present vicar had undoubtedly benefited from the exercise. At 78, he had held the living for 45 years and was still as physically active as he had ever been. His absence of mind, already notable on his arrival, had increased with the years. When he was in church, long habit took him without mishap through the services. Outside, he required surveillance, which was supplied by a middle-aged niece, who on the death of his wife had come to act as housekeeper, and had found herself valet, secretary, and timekeeper. She copied out in large lettering the sermons he had preached 40 years ago, and he read them in a voice that could be heard up and down the village street. He was a widely known scholar, and had produced more than a dozen pamphlets on debatable points of theology, but he found time to play the violin at the weekly practices of the quartet, whose other members were Edwin, cello, Mr. Borridge, flute, and Amy, piano. They met at the big house on Wednesday evenings, and Amy served sandwiches after the practice. The music was serious and sometimes difficult. The performances were not of a high order, but what the players lacked in skill, they made up for in enthusiasm. A metronome kept them in time, but not in tune. Any member finding himself out of his depth merely stopped playing and counted the bars until he was able to join in again. Isabel, who was tone-deaf, sat beside Amy and awaited the nod or nudge that told her she was to turn the page. Stacy and her father set out after a short delay caused by the fact that he had lent her his key to open the gate that led from the garden into the park, and she had forgotten to return it. They walked through the park and took a shortcut through the parsonage garden. Through the window of his study the vicar caught sight of them and put out his handsome white head. "How splendid! How splendid! My dear Edwin, you've brought Stacy to see me. Come in, come in!" They went in by the side door. The study, when they entered, looked exactly as Stacy remembered it. There were books on the shelves along every wall. On the floor, piles and piles of great dusty tomes, which his niece was forbidden to touch. In one place there was a column of books that had been moved. The carpet showed a deeper red. Only one chair was available to sit on. The vicar lifted the books and a violin case off two others and drew them forward. "Sit down, sit down, sit down. Now, Stacy, let me look at you. You're blooming. You don't look as though you need a holiday at all. How long will this one be?" "You've forgotten she's here to be married," Edwin said. "That's what we've come to see you about." "Of course! Yes, yes, yes! To be married. And I'm to marry you. I christened you. I shall marry you. And if God spares me, I shall have the pleasure of christening some of your children. Where is the father, by the way?" "Her fiancé's not coming for a few days. What we came to ask you was—" "Now, wait a minute." The vicar was on his feet, rummaging around a pile of sheet music in a corner. "Before we go off the point, Edwin, here's something I'd like to ask you about this last quartet." He laid the music on the desk and beckoned to Edwin. "Come over here. This passage is far too difficult for me. Don't you think it would sound just as good if I played the first note of each of these triplets? Wait, and I'll play it over to you." He took the violin from its case, tuned it, and played a few rasping notes. "Now, here it is, Edwin, listen." While the two musicians debated whether the vicar would be able to manage all three notes of the triplets after more practice, Stacy sat pondering on the too swift passage of the years. 23. They called that young, but it was only 7 years short of 30. And the vicar was already preparing to christen her children. If he did, she would have to be careful, since he was responsible for the fact that she had only half a name. Her mother had forgotten to remind the vicar that Stacy was a diminutive of Anastasia. The musical discussion came to an end. "That'll be all right," Edwin said. "Just play the first note and leave the other two. We'll try it out on Wednesday before tackling the Beethoven. And now, about Stacy's wedding. She doesn't want it to take place on Saturday." The vicar's mild blue eyes grew round with apprehension. Oh dear, there hasn't been a quarrel, has there?" he asked Stacy. No, nothing like that," she answered. "But we've discovered that the big match is being played on Saturday, and—" "Now, I wonder," the vicar turned to address Edwin, "I wonder what your father-in-law would have thought of that. Women taking up football. Would he have been pleased, do you think?
I don't know, Edwin said. He lived to see the hockey team and the cricket team and all the other teams, men and women. Women's football was bound to come in time. You may be right, Edwin, you may be right. But I've stopped sometimes to watch them at it. When I've been going past the playing fields, and I can't help feeling they'll hurt themselves one day. It's rough, very rough. The length they can kick the ball is astonishing. Upon my word it is. Astonishing.
Well, as the match is going to bring in a big crowd and they'll be collecting in the village street, just at the time the bridal party is trying to get to the church, we decided we'd come and ask you if the wedding could take place on either the Friday or the Monday.
I couldn't tell you that without looking at my book. My niece has got it all written out for me. I live by that book, you know. I just have to glance at the page and I know where I am. It's an unfailing guide. He searched in the drawers of his desk. Now, where would it be, do you think? It's always kept here on my desk. His niece being out, a search was made in the adjoining rooms. The black book was discovered, hidden under the telephone table. My fault? All my fault, the vicar said penitently. I must have dropped it when I came to the telephone. Suppose it had never been found. Where should I have been? Now, let me see. Friday. No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. You see what's written here? An important meeting up in London. I can't get out of that. So, the wedding will just have to be fixed when we fixed it. How about Monday? Edwin asked. Monday? Is anything written down for Monday? Yes, the Mothers' Union. That's Tuesday, Stacy pointed out. There's nothing down for Monday. Then Monday it shall be. Write it down, Edwin. Write it down very clearly so that my niece can't miss it. That's right. On Monday, I shall marry Stacy to... Do you know, I can't remember his name. Juel. Juel! That's it, Juel. With a name like that, one would expect him to be a Catholic, but it's much better as it is. I have nothing against them, nothing at all. God's church is one, but it's nice to feel that Stacy's been so long among them without becoming, as it were, well, you follow my meaning. Friday, then. No, Monday. That's what I meant to say. Monday. Monday. I shan't fail. He followed them to the door. Edwin, I'd like you to say a word to George Borridge about the way he runs away in that last movement of the revel. I know it's a jolly little movement, but all the same, he must remember to follow the beat. Tell him it's no use calling himself a member of a quartet if he goes off and plays a solo. My word, we played that little Haydn piece well, didn't we? Best work we've done, in my opinion. Goodbye, goodbye. Monday, Stacy turned back to say. Certainly, certainly, goodbye. So all I have to do, if I decide not to get married, she remarked thoughtfully on her way home, is to get hold of the black book and cross out that entry for Monday. There was something in her voice that made her father give her an uneasy glance. Why say silly things like that? He asked irritably. I know you've had something on your mind ever since you came home, but if it had been anything serious, I presume you'd have told me. He stopped and then went on in a tone he tried in vain to keep light. It's not serious, is it? If ever Juel remembers to ring me up, she replied, I'll be able to tell you whether it's serious or not. But before you start worrying, it's not going to affect Monday. Monday's a date. Well, thank God for that.
Edwin said. Chapter 3. Stacy had just finished tidying her room on the following morning when her father appeared at the door. "If you've no plans for doing anything before lunch, how about a walk?" he asked. "I've got an easy day, and your mother's driving into Townley with one of her needlework friends." "What for?" "I was hoping you'd ask. To supplement their slender stock of skeins of silk. So, how about this walk?" "I'll give you half the morning. The other half's booked. Nigel asked me to ride, and I'm staying on to lunch at the farm. It's veal chop day here, and I don't like veal chops." "I'm not too keen on veal chops either. Why—" "He asked you too, but I pointed out that somebody had to stay here and eat the chops. As we're going out, how about trying to get some seats for the match?" He was so surprised he had to sit on the bed. "Seats for the match?" he repeated. "You're really serious?" "Of course I am. What's so extraordinary about wanting to attend a football match in one's own town?" "Well, when you put it like that, nothing. But haven't you ever been to one?" "A match? No. I've been down scores of times to watch the various teams practicing, of course. But the matches? No." "Why not?" "Because—" He stopped and ran a puzzled hand over his hair. "Well, I suppose I've always felt that if I showed myself at one, they might remember that I was a connection of your Uncle Bertram and start throwing things." "Do they hate him as much as that?" "They did when he closed the park." "But that was more than 12 years ago." "I know. I dare say most of the feelings died down now, but he's not liked. What makes you think you can get tickets for this match? There's been a brisk black market. We can try, can't we? I'll meet you at the front door in 10 minutes. At the front door, when they met, was also Bertram, wearing as usual the loose velvet jacket and flowing tie that Amy called his artist's disguise. He had once dressed more fully for the part, but after a humiliating experience in London, when he was caught near a group of demonstrators similarly clad and bundled by the police into a black Maria, he had been clean-shaven and had adopted a more conservative garb. He said fretfully that he had a problem. "Not feeling well?" Edwin inquired. "No, I'm not, but that's not what I mean. I forgot to mention when I saw you last that I tried on my morning suit, and I find it doesn't fit me anymore. So I've decided not to go to the actual wedding, but just turn up at—" "You can wear anything you like," Stacy told him. "Or you could hire an outfit." "At some expense," he objected. "To spend money hiring a suit that I shall wear for, at the most, 4 hours, seems to me unjustified." "Oh, for God's sake, go up to London and have yourself fitted out," Edwin said irritably. "Why not go today? You've only one niece. It wouldn't hurt you to—" "I shall certainly not go to London today. I'm going down to the village to see Dr. Bentham. The rheumatism in my shoulder has started up again. I don't think I got more than 3 hours sleep last night. What's more, I'm certain I'm getting a touch of liver. I've got a very nasty shooting pain just here, just on that spot. He'll have to give me something for it. Are you going out? Perhaps you'll give me a lift to the doctor's." "Sorry, we're walking," Edwin told him. "I don't advise you come with us. We'll be going too fast for you." "Is that Bertram?" Amy called from the hall, and then came out to join them. "You haven't forgotten, have you, Bertram, that you've got to go down to the village and pay the chemist's bill?" "Yes, I had forgotten," he answered in an annoyed tone. "There's no hurry about it." "You told me, and I told the chemist," Amy said angrily, "that you'd go down this morning and settle it.
I don't mind how long you keep your creditors waiting, so long as you don't drag me into it. You asked me specifically to say that the bill would be paid this morning, and so I did. So, you'll go down and pay it. Today. This morning. Quite impossible. I'm going to see Dr. Bentham. The rheumatism in your back has started up again, or is it another chill on your liver? The only complaint you've never had is painter's cramp. Unfortunately. Well, if you refuse to go, you can give me the money, and I'll pay the bill myself. I haven't. Don't tell me you haven't the money on you. I know quite well you always carry it, so come on, pay up. Reluctantly, he counted out the money. Thank you. Now, you can go and tell the doctor you've got a pain in your pocket. Stacy, you left the hall light on when you went up to bed last night. It's your father who pays the bills, but there's no need to be careless. If you're really going down to pay that bill, Amy, Edwin said, I'll get out the car and take you. No, thank you. It's a nice day. I'll walk through the park. Then take your umbrella, Edwin warned. It isn't going to stay fine for long. Rain? Bertram inquired in alarm. In that case, I shall go home, unless you're going to change your mind, Edwin, and go by car. Finding Edwin still set on walking, he went away. Amy looked after him with a scowl. A whiner! That's what he is, she said. A whiner! He turned to Edwin. While I'm in the village, I'll see if I can get any help for the wedding weekend. Mrs. Cummings won't be enough. It's on Monday, Aunt Amy, not on Friday, Stacy said. The vicar couldn't manage Friday. I know, your father told me. Oh, and I shan't be in to lunch. He told me that too. Well, I won't waste any more time. She went indoors, and Edwin and Stacy set off along the hill road. They did not go fast, but they walked briskly, and enjoyed the strong wind that blew in their faces. When they turned back to the point at which they would separate, he going home and she to the farm, light drops of rain began to fall. Edwin took a waterproof hat cover out of his pocket, unfolded it, and put it on. Stacy stopped to tie a scarf over her head and put on her mackintosh. Having done so, she stood staring through the trees at the village below. Edwin, glancing at her, realized that she was lost in dreams. "Did your phone call come through last night?" he asked with well-simulated casualness. "No." "I heard you go upstairs, I thought." "No, there was no call. I was too full of wicked thoughts to remember to turn out the hall light." "If there was nothing urgent to ring up about—" "There was. There is." His grandmother issued an ultimatum. We're to leave Paris and go down to live with her at the firm's head office. I told Nigel about it, but I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. Not that there's anything to worry about, it's just... Well, it's just that it won't go, that's all. I don't understand. If Juel goes, you'll have to go. Juel doesn't want to go, or didn't. He was as convinced as I was that she was acting out of spite. Oh, Stacy, what nonsense. A woman, you told me yourself in one of your letters, a woman who's in charge of the whole business. This move must be merely a matter of policy, that's all. And whether it is or not, people in a job can't tell their bosses where they'd like to work. They have to work where they're told to work. Your job is to make Jules see it that way, not to act like a child and talk about spite. Even if spite came into it, which I don't believe, you'd still have to go where she sends you. You told me in the same letter that Jules and his brother had nothing of their own, and that their grandmother pays them a handsome allowance on top of their salaries. Didn't you mention last night that Jules had just bought a new car? Yes, but...
Well, that's one aspect of working for his grandmother. Being sent away from Paris is another. The good with the bad. That's life. Life? Her voice shook with anger. She knew how we loved the life we led in Paris. She knows that life down in Fermont is completely different. Narrow, provincial. We'll get our feet stuck deep into the firm, in and out of working hours. The only people she entertains are business associates. The only journeys she ever makes are for the firm. This trip, coming here for the wedding, is the first non-commercial journey she's undertaken in years. In Paris, I could have been the right wife for Juel. I could have helped him. Down there, I won't fit in. I'll be looked on as a stranger, a foreigner. It's no use trying to explain. You haven't met Madame Charbonnier. She's a poisonous old woman. He said nothing. He had never been able to cope with her in these moods. He had found it best to wait until her anger burned itself out. Standing silent beside her, he waited for her to regain her calm, and thought of her other qualities. Her clear judgment, her generosity, her love of justice, her intelligence, her humour. These more than made up, he thought, for her over-hasty temper. "Don't take it out on Juel, Stacy," he begged at last. "He's got to do what he's told. Every servant of every company has to." "I know. I'm not such a fool as to think I can make my own terms with his grandmother. But he was with me at the start. He felt murderous when he read her letter, giving him the order to move. He went down to see her and came back, well, smoothed down. So I sent him back. And I don't know whether he went back and got smoothed down again, or whether he decided to stay in Paris and wait for me to get used to the idea. All I know is that he ought to have rung up to tell me something. Anything. He shouldn't have left it. He shouldn't have left me in the air. That's all. She dabbed angrily at a tear that had fallen. "I'm sorry I told you. There's no need to bring you in. Let's go." He walked beside her, deep in thought. "Why couldn't I have inherited Mother's nature?" she asked after a time. "Gentle and placid and pliant. Juel's grandmother would have liked that, especially the pliant part. And how is it that we, you and I, get on so well together, if what you like in women is gentleness and placidity and pliancy?" "Married to someone like you," he said, "I would probably have been a more successful man. You wouldn't have let me give up schoolmastering as your mother did, and let me have a stab at freedom and self-employment. Married to a woman like you, I would have been pushed and prodded into action, instead of being left to potter contentedly through life. Your husband will never be able to lie in the sun with a handkerchief over his face, letting the wasps buzz round him. He'll have to be on his feet, swatting." "Nobody could have pushed or prodded you. You like pretending that you're boneless and accommodating, but you're the most quietly mulish man alive. You don't fight in the open as I do, though. You burrow your way into your objective. Did Mother want me to have a big wedding? Of course. Bridesmaids, organ, choir, packed church, press photographers, and crowds of sightseers, like her own wedding. But when she was married, your grandmother was still alive and still living graciously. Not counting poor old Bertram, who doesn't count anyway. The last Franchard of Franchard Park. I don't suppose you remember much of those days. A schoolgirl on holiday doesn't take in much, but if you remember anything of how Amy used to live, you ought to salute her for having adapted herself so magnificently to changed conditions. Nothing could point the contrast between what was and what is better than this difference between your mother's wedding and your own. But I'm surprised you didn't invite more people. What happened to all your school friends?"
"What happens to anybody's school friends? They marry, they go away, they settle in inaccessible places. 2 of the girls I would have liked to ask are in Kenya. I don't see them coming all the way to England to see me wedded to Juel. I suppose the distant Frenchard relations would have come, but who wanted them? I didn't, and I'm sure you didn't. One solution would have been to have a London wedding, but my sole reason for coming home was to come home, if you follow me." She stopped and pointed. "Isn't that Nigel's car down there?" She stepped to the edge of the road. In the village below, Nigel, in the act of stepping into his car, looked up, saw her waving, and by signs indicated that he would bring the car up the hill and join them. "Good, now you won't have to walk home in the rain," Stacy said. But when the car arrived, Edwin refused a lift. He was well waterproofed, he said, and preferred to walk back. He could get home before the big black cloud burst. "We forgot the match tickets," he called to Stacy as the car drew away. "See what Nigel can do." "Match tickets? Who's hoping to get match tickets?" Nigel asked as they turned towards the village. "I am." "For?" "Bride, bridegroom, best man, Suzanne, and yourself. And I think we could get father to come too. If I can't be married, we'll have to find something else to do, won't we?" They tried the official avenues and explored some unofficial ones, without success. "Your only hope," Nigel said, turning at last towards the farm, "is to book a seat at one of the back windows of the houses dotted round the football ground. I hear the owners are charging £1 for a seat on a kitchen chair, and half that to stand behind the rows of chairs and get an occasional glimpse. I don't think Juel would enjoy that much." "Then forget it. If I hear of any tickets going, I'll let you know." "Why aren't you dressed for riding?" "Because I want you to take me to the castle. Do you ever go over it?" "When I've got friends staying with me, yes." "Do you line up and pay, like the general public?" "What else?" "Do you wish you were back there when you see all those people staring at all your old possessions?" "No. Do you really want to go?" "Yes." "The French for—" "Please." He took her. They took their place in the queue, paid for their tickets, accepted an information booklet, and followed the guide. The present structure dates from the 13th century, but was extensively damaged during the Civil War. The castle was under siege, the troops in the garrison being under the command of Richard Quest, who... They bought postcards at the little village shop and drove back to the farm for lunch. As they went through Dorsham, they found that a further contingent of supporters had arrived and were being disembarked and led to the town's only hotel. "Imagine running into that lot in your bridal array," Nigel commented. "They look happy." Something in her voice made him glance at her. "Didn't Juel ring up?" "No." "Are you angry or worried?" "Both. Can you honestly picture me living down in Fairmont?" "Of course I can. Where else would you picture a woman but at her husband's side? Good God, look where marriage lands some of them. Log cabins in the wilderness, remote mines in South American outposts, jungles in the tropics. What's so hard about adapting yourself to life in a French industrial town? Was it only Paris you were so crazy about?" "Yes." "Then you're in trouble. Were you going on working after you married?" "No, I gave up my job before coming home. Juel likes women to be decorative, someone in a pretty dress, lighting the candles on the dinner table just as he comes home from work. That's his idea." "It's most men's, isn't it?" He got out to open a gate and, having opened it, drove through and went back to close it. He had left the car engine running, but just as he was about to step into the car, Stacy put out a hand and switched off the engine.
"One moment," she said. He looked at her. She was frowning, and her eyes were on the narrow country lane they had just left. "What's the matter?" he asked. "I thought I heard something. Yes, there it is again. Listen." He could hear nothing, but he saw that her expression had changed to one of bewilderment bordering on alarm. "I'm certain I wasn't mistaken," she insisted. "It was... There, didn't you hear?" This time he heard, but he could not identify the sound. Bird or animal? He could not have told, but he turned to look in the direction in which Stacy had been staring, and he was the first to see the hurrying, stumbling figure, wet and dishevelled, that was coming towards them. Good God! He was too surprised to move, but Stacy was out of the car. "It's Aunt Amy! Something's happened! Nigel, hurry!" There was no possibility of going in the car. Between them and the path, on which they could see Amy, was a wide area covered in thorns. It was into this that Amy plunged. As they sped towards her, she crumpled and fell. Getting to her was not easy, but Nigel was in riding breeches and Stacy in slacks. Nigel in the lead used his feet to beat down a path, stamping, breaking down branches and kicking them aside, until at last they had reached the inert figure and were bending over it. Silent and skillful, Nigel looked for signs of injury. Kneeling beside him, Stacy did her best to remove the blood that thorns had drawn on her aunt's arms. Looking at Nigel, she put a faltering question. What is it?" "Can't say. She doesn't seem hurt. Collapse of some kind." "But she was calling us. That's what I heard. She must have seen the car and recognized us." "What was she doing here?" "She said she was going to the village through the park." "Then she must have been coming back the same way. She wasn't in the village when I was there. I'm going to carry her to the car. Go ahead, will you, and keep to the path I made, and stamp down all the thorns you can." He lifted the limp form and followed Stacy step by careful step back to the car. He laid his burden on the seat at the back and told Stacy to support it. Then he got into the driving seat and drove the remaining distance to the farmhouse. "No use taking her all the way back to your house until a doctor's had a look at her," he said. "Call those two girls, will you?" Stacy went into the house through the hall and towards the kitchen, aware, even in her agitation, of the beauty and harmony of the place. She opened the kitchen door and told the maids that their help was needed. They followed her outside and, with many muttered expressions of distress and sympathy, assisted Nigel in the task of carrying Amy to the sofa in the drawing-room. "Thanks. Ring Dr. Bentham," he requested, "and bring me a couple of blankets. Stacy, as soon as the phone's free, ring up your father and tell him." He paused and frowned. "Just tell him that we met your aunt and she's staying here, and would they please have lunch without her?" As he was arranging the blankets over her, Amy stirred. Her eyes opened and remained open, going slowly from Nigel to Stacy, and then taking in the details of the room. Then she began to struggle to a sitting position. Nigel pressed her back into the cushions and spoke firmly. "Not yet, Miss Franchard. The doctor's coming to take a look at you, and then I'll drive you home. But stay quiet for now." "No, doctor," came from the pale lips. I don't need a doctor. I shall be all right. He's on his way," Stacy said. Amy closed her eyes. Her cheeks were chalk white, and the hands lying on the blankets had begun to tremble. Stacy took them in her own. "There's nothing to worry about, Aunt Amy," she said gently. "Just try to rest." Amy's eyes opened once more and fixed themselves on her niece. To Stacy's dismay, there was panic in them. "It's all right, Aunt Amy. We're here and we'll stay with you." Amy closed her eyes again and lay still. The room was very quiet. Nigel stood at the head of the sofa. Stacy knelt beside it. The two maids had gone back to the kitchen after reporting that the doctor had answered the telephone himself and had stated he would come at once. When he arrived, he examined Amy, who volunteered no information, but answered questions in a voice she managed to keep firm. She had been walking, she felt unwell, she did not remember anything, after she had entered the park to return home. Her first recollection was of seeing Nigel and Stacy. She had called, she thought, she had fainted, and they had brought her here. The doctor, an old friend, and for many years the family physician, said that the first thing would be to take her home and see that she got straight to bed under warm blankets. He would look in at tea time and see how she was. Stacy walked out to the car with him. "What is it?" she asked. "Shock of some kind. She's keeping something back, but don't press her to talk. Get her home as soon as you can. Have you any idea how long she was walking?" "No." "Well, as I said, don't probe. Let her be. Keep her quiet. I'll go up to the house about 5. Stacy waited until he had driven away and then walked slowly back to the drawing-room. Her aunt was lying against the cushions. As Stacy came in, she sat upright and attempted to repair the ravages the thorns had made on her clothing. Stacy sat on the end of the sofa. "Feeling a little better?" she asked. Yes, thank you." It was clear that she was trying to speak in her normal, brisk voice, but the quaver was still audible. I'm sorry to have made such a fool of myself. It was just—" She stopped. To Stacy's horror, tears welled up in her eyes and began trickling slowly down her cheeks. "Tears? Aunt Amy?" Please, Aunt Amy," she begged. "Please don't. You're with us. We'll look after you, won't we, Nigel?" Thank you. I'm not ill, or perhaps—" She looked with desperate appeal at Stacy. "Or perhaps I am. Yes, that's it. I'm not well." "Of course you're not." Stacy spoke steadily and soothingly. "All you've got to do is rest, and then you'll—" "Would you say," her aunt broke in, "that I'm in my right mind?" Stacy stared at her helplessly and then looked at Nigel. He came forward, took a chair to the sofa, sat on it and spoke in a calm and judicial tone. "What makes you think you're not, Miss Franchard?" "If I said I saw something that I couldn't possibly have seen," she looked from him to Stacy, "would you believe me?" "It depends what it is," Nigel smiled. "If, for instance, you said you'd seen a ghost, then—" "I did," said Amy. There was silence. The French clock on the mantelpiece ticked fussily. The grandfather clock in the hall whirred and gave a single, shuddering clang. 1 o'clock, or past. Nobody knew or cared which. "You see?" Amy's voice trembled. "You see, you both think I'm raving, but I'm not. I'm not. I swear to you both, most solemnly, that I was in my right mind when I— "Take it easy," Nigel said quietly. "Just try to tell us, if you feel you want to." "Yes, I want to. I have to. I have. If I don't tell somebody, then I'll really go out of my mind." She paused and drew a deep breath. "I went to the village, but I couldn't get a helper for the wedding weekend. Coming back, I was calm and sane, and I was thinking about the arrangements for the wedding. I took the path round the edge of the park. I didn't cut across because I wanted a good long walk, and it was just as I was halfway to the gate that Bertram locked when he closed the park to the public. It was just then that I saw him." "Saw Bertram?" Nigel asked. No. A quiver went over her face, and then she spoke steadily. I saw my father, she said. Chapter 4. The minutes went by. The silence that succeeded Amy's announcement was absolute. Time had ceased to matter. Amy, seated upright, her hands clasped tightly together on her lap, stared straight before her. Nigel and Stacy, motionless, were gazing at her. You said, Nigel ventured at last. Her eyes went to him. I said I saw my father. She spoke quietly and calmly. Some, at least, of her normal manner was beginning to return. There's no mistake. Please believe me. I'll try, said Nigel. You know what you're asking. I do. I'm asking you to believe in my sanity. I've had a shock, a terrible shock, but I think I've got hold of myself again. I couldn't tell the doctor, but I can tell you. You'll believe me more readily than Stacy will, because you knew my father longer and better than she did. But Miss Franchard, yes, I know. You're going to say that he's dead. Dead or not, I saw him. There was a pause. Where and when? Nigel asked. I can't say when, because I lost myself, lost my head, and in the end lost my senses. She stopped and took a deep, shuddering breath, and with it seemed to recover more control. So when, I don't know, but where? That's easy to tell you. He was sitting on the bench on the slope in the park, the bench he always used to sit on to watch the practice games. You must have seen him there very often. Yes, Nigel agreed. Go on. I took the road that goes round the inside of the park. All I saw at first was the figure of an old gentleman sitting down to rest. A few minutes later, I was puzzled and began to wonder how he had got into the park. I had gone in through one of the 2 gates near the village. He could have gone in through our garden, but as you know, it's a walled-in one, and it would have been almost impossible for anybody to cross it without being seen. And in any case, the gate into the park is always kept locked, and nobody but my brother and sister and I have keys. I knew I'd locked the gate I'd used when I came back through the park, but I turned back to find out whether my brother had by some chance left the second gate open. It wasn't open. It was securely locked. So I concluded that the old gentleman must have had some reason for calling at the house and asking permission to go into the park. It didn't seem likely, but I knew it wouldn't be long before I could find out, and then— She stopped and made a small, hopeless sound. Then she shook her head. What's the use? She asked bitterly. Who'll believe me? Go on, Nigel said. I was getting nearer to him. He was sitting quite still, but something in the way he was sitting made me think of my father. The nearer I got, the more extraordinary the likeness seemed. And everything helped to make it look more like him. The stick, and the way he held it between his legs with his hands folded on the silver knob. His soft grey felt hat, which he always took off and put on the seat beside him. It was so much him, himself. It looked so natural to see him sitting in his favourite place that I remember thinking, without any surprise, that he looked older. And then I remembered that he was dead. But if he was dead, how uncanny that someone who looked exactly like him should be seated on that bench looking across the park as he used to, And just as I was beginning to feel queer, just as I was beginning to realise that something was terribly wrong, he moved. Her eyes went to Nigel. You remember him clearly. We both remember him, Stacy said. Then you know how he used to get up? He'd put on his hat and pull down the brim, holding his stick with his knees. Then he'd stand up, brush his coat with his free hand, and then, always, he picked up the handkerchief he put down to sit on. He'd shake it, fold it neatly, and put it into his breast pocket. And then he'd bend his knees 2 or 3 times to get the stiffness out of them. I've seen small boys, when they didn't know I could see them, do perfect imitations of all these movements because they knew them by heart. And when he did the last thing, take a step and then turn back, not look back, but turn fully round to make sure he hadn't left anything on the bench, then I think I began to run. I think I called out. I don't remember seeing your car, but I have a memory of seeing you both and struggling to reach you, and that's all. There isn't any more. But I saw him. Please believe me. I'm absolutely convinced of that. I watched him, and my mind was as clear as possible until I realised the impossibility of... Do you think I could have a little brandy? Nigel brought it, and she drank a little. After sitting silent for some moments, she addressed Stacy. I'd like this episode kept between ourselves, please. Your father must know, of course, but not your mother. There's no point in upsetting her. Above all, I don't want your uncle to hear anything about it. You'll have to tell the doctor what... No. Amy's voice was firm. How can he treat you? Stacy asked. If you don't... I want no treatment. I want rest. And time. Time to think. I don't feel up to any thinking yet. If I could go home and stay quietly in my room... Nigel drove her back to the house. She sat at the back of the car and Stacy sat beside her. Nothing was said on the way. Amy leaned back with her eyes closed and did not open them until the car scrunched over the gravel of the drive leading to the house. Then she spoke quietly. I'm going up to my room, she said. Please don't come with me. Find Stacy's father and ask him to tell her mother that the walk was too much for me, that I called at the farm to rest and thought it wise to ask Dr. Bentham to come round. Tell him that I'm quite all right now, but I should like to be left alone. When you get him by himself, you can tell him the truth. Getting Edwin by himself was not easy. He liked to linger over his coffee after lunch, seated in the library with his wife. The unaccustomed absence of his sister-in-law today added to his pleasure and made him prolong the session. But when his questions, when had Amy got to the farm, why had they thought it necessary to call the doctor, brought confused and contradictory answers from both Nigel and Stacy, when he finally realised that they had not yet lunched, something of their state of mind communicated itself to him, and he agreed without comment to Nigel's suggestion of driving to the farm to look at some new agricultural machinery. "Shall I go up and see how Amy's feeling?" Isabel asked. "No!" Stacy spoke too hurriedly. "No, don't!" "I wouldn't if I were you," Nigel said with his habitual calm. "She wants to sleep, I think. Just take the doctor up when he comes." In the car, driving slowly back to the farm, the story could be told. Stacy let Nigel do the telling. She was feeling unlike herself. She tried to believe that it was merely hunger, but the sight of her aunt reduced to a panic-stricken, trembling figure had shaken her more than she realised. She thought Nigel was telling the story too calmly, too factually, None of the tenseness of the scene was coming through, but she did not interrupt. When they reached the farmhouse, Nigel ordered lunch. "We'll eat first, if you don't mind," he told Edwin. "Then we'll take our coffee into the drawing-room and go into committee." When the coffee things had been cleared away, Edwin came out of a reverie. "There's one thing you can wash out right at the start," he said. "That is the possibility that anybody used the garden entrance to the park. Amy used it, but she certainly locked it after her, because that's the way I went home after leaving Stacy. I let myself in and locked the door behind me. So, unless someone used Bertram's key, nobody went through the garden. But we'll very likely find some explanation of how this man got in. What I can't get over is Amy. I wouldn't have said you could pick on a more unlikely subject for anything of this kind. Wasn't it only yesterday that I said she never showed any signs of strain?" "Perhaps there was something boiling up all the time," Nigel suggested. "Aunt Amy isn't a person who ever keeps things battened down," Stacy said. "When she wants to let off steam, she does." "Which makes it even more puzzling," her father said. "I've known her for nearly 30 years, and I've never seen her anything but calm and steady. She's always full of good, sound common sense. Definitely not a subject for hallucinations." "It wasn't a hallucination," Stacy stated. She spoke with such assurance that the two men looked at her inquiringly. "What do you base that conviction on?" her father asked. "A hallucination means there was nothing to see, that she simply imagined it all." "So she did." He made an impatient movement. "Let's get that laid down first, shall we? Your grandfather was drowned 12 years ago. Therefore, he wasn't sitting on the park bench today. Anybody who says he was is suffering from hallucinations, unless you prefer to say that your aunt saw a ghost." "She saw something," Stacy insisted. "And I don't think it was a ghost." She turned to Nigel. "Do you?" He hesitated for so long that she repeated the question. "Do you or don't you?" she added. "I pass," he said. "You've got to remember that I'm a direct descendant of the gentleman named Courtney Quest, who was murdered in 1642, but is still to be seen regularly every fourth Tuesday of the month at midnight, standing on the edge of the Inner Bailey with the hilt of a dagger on one side of his chest and the point sticking out of the other." "Don't tell me you've ever believed in Courtney Quest," Stacy said irritably. "Who's ever seen him?" "My mother, for one. She was hurrying across the Inner Bailey, and there he was. My father had to take her on a recuperative trip to Greece." "What was she doing, hurrying across the Inner Bailey at midnight? Did she ever tell your father that?" Stacy demanded. "Naturally she'd have put up a smokescreen of some kind, so she picked on Courtney. Have you ever seen him?" "I've always made a point of keeping away from the Inner Bailey at midnight on every fourth Tuesday. But my mother wasn't the only person who claimed to have seen him. There are numbers of—" "Are you sitting there telling us that you believe in ghosts?" "No, I'm just telling you that you can't rule them out." "Then we've got two alternatives," Edwin summed up. "I say that Amy was the victim of an hallucination. Nigel says she could have seen her father's ghost. And Stacy, well, what's your theory?" he asked her. "A sensible one," she said. "It seems to me that it's a waste of time to discuss this from the general angle. We all know Aunt Amy, and we're agreed that, up to now anyway, she's been rock-solid sane. So—" "She's had a pretty dull life," Edwin pointed out. "She looked steady enough, but that doesn't mean that pressures weren't building up inside. That's a great big house she's running. She'd cut the work down to size, but there's still a lot of it. Your wedding and the extra strain it put on her might have—" "There's one point we should consider," Nigel broke in. "The match." "Why?" Edwin asked.
She's never shown the slightest interest in any match. In fact, she and Bertram have usually made a point of keeping out of the village when a match was scheduled. I know that, but this match is different, Nigel pointed out. This is not only the first international, it's the first match that's ever brought in such big crowds. I don't suppose Miss Franchard had any idea what was going on in the village, how much excitement was building up, even so long before the game. When she got to the village today, she must have walked straight into the pandemonium, and that would have brought home to her, for the first time, exactly what her father started, and exactly what it's grown into. Walking home, her mind would undoubtedly have been on him, especially when she got to the park and— "No," Stacy said, "that brings us back to hallucinations, and I'm certain this wasn't." "Would you rather settle for a ghost?" Nigel asked. "If we were going to admit anything as far-fetched as that," she answered, "we might as well go a step further and say it was my grandfather in person." She looked at her father. "His body was never found, was it? Or was it, in the end?" "Nobody will ever know," Edwin answered. "There were 8 of them on board when the yacht hit the banks. The 5 bodies eventually recovered were unidentifiable, but you can rule out any fanciful suggestion that he was washed up and nursed by the natives until his memory returned and he could find his way back to his old home. The yacht broke up on the Casquettes. The nearest natives were about 8 miles away, on the island of Alderney. The official language is French, which your grandfather spoke well enough to give his name and address if he survived, and was asked for it. But the natives would have asked in English, which is what most of them speak. If he was picked up, which is highly improbable, he would have been handed over to the authorities and his identity would have been established. So don't prepare a welcome for a returned wanderer." "Then we're back to my theory. It was someone who looked like him." "I doubt even that," Edwin said. "Consider the points on which your aunt based her certainty that it was her father. What do we find? Movements that are characteristic of scores of old men. Haven't you seen an old man putting his stick between his knees when he sits down? Doesn't he often sit on a handkerchief to keep the dust off his trousers, folding it and putting it away? What did Amy see that people don't see every day on a sunny park bench?" "Guessing won't get us anywhere," said Stacy. "If you're so certain my grandfather broke up on the Casquettes, then he couldn't have been sitting on that bench waiting to see a match that won't be played in the park anyway. So if it wasn't my grandfather, it was one of those other old men that you say people are always seeing. So what we do is we look for him." "Look for him?" Her father stared at her in stupefaction. "Look for him? Do you know what the present population of Dorsham is? Add the extra thousands here for the match, and you—" "We wouldn't have to look in the town. You've seen the place lately, haven't you? Any old man who tottered into the main street would be trampled down, and—" "She's got a point there," Nigel broke in, addressing Edwin. "My God, you're not going to encourage her, are you?" Edwin asked impatiently. "Well, we wouldn't have to look in the town," Nigel repeated. "And for this reason, there are still any number of people who remember Paul Franchard as well as I do. If his ghost had appeared, we would have heard about it. And if someone with so striking a likeness to him had been seen going around, we would have heard that too. He couldn't go 6 steps without being recognized, and, in the present circumstances, causing a minor sensation. So, unless we hear that someone's seen him in the flesh or in transparent form,
we can wash out the town and start looking elsewhere." "You're going to look for him? You're going round looking for—" "We all are," Nigel told him. "Not me," Edwin stated. "You two can if you want to." "I don't want to, but don't you know your daughter after 23 years? She's got an idea. She's sunk her teeth in. She won't let go until—" "All right," interrupted Stacy. "Save the testimonial. We look for him." "Where, for instance?" her father inquired. "We can assume that he's a visitor," Stacy said. "And he's not staying in or near the village." Nigel explained that he couldn't take 6 steps without being recognised and mobbed. "So if he's a visitor and staying out of town, the field's pretty narrow. It only leaves the houses on the mount and 1 or 2 outlying cottages which are too small to fit visitors. There aren't any hotels outside the village, so—" "There's one," Nigel told her, "fairly new one. A guest house down by the river. It's called Greenbanks." "Guest house? The only Greenbanks I know," Edwin said, "is a 3-roomed cottage." "It used to be. Someone bought it and enlarged it, rebuilt it, in fact. It's been doing rather well. They say it's a flourishing concern." "How many of the Mount houses are occupied?" Stacy asked. "About 8, Edwin said. "We can rule out 3 of them," Nigel said, "because 3 of them are occupied by people who'd recognise your grandfather." "That leaves 5, Stacy said. "We'll go to those." "And say what?" her father inquired. "I'll ring the doorbell and say I was in the post office, and I was asked to drop into the Mount houses on my way home to ask whether the old gentleman who left his change on the counter would please go back and get it. How's that?" "Brilliant," her father said gloomily. "So a queue of hopeful old gentlemen line up hoping to collect." "Queue? How many 80-year-olds, Stacy asked him, "do you see walking about Dorsham dressed in a soft grey felt hat and carrying a walking stick with a silver knob? How many of them are tall, thin, handsome, and with an air? My grandfather had an air, didn't he?" "He had great dignity, yes, when he wasn't waving his stick to encourage the teams. What'll you bet that Nigel and I don't produce someone to show Aunt Amy?" "I won't bet. This is too serious." He rose. "I'm going home to think all this over quietly. I've no idea what to say to Amy when I see her. Nigel, any objection to driving me home?" "Before you go," Stacy said, "there's something else. Are you going to tell Mother?" "Didn't your aunt say specifically that she didn't want her to know?" "Yes, she did. Isn't that what she's said all her life when any problems come up? Don't tell Isabel?" Edwin sat down again. "You have a point to make?" he asked her mildly. "I tried to make it years ago. I only bring it up now because I think that if Aunt Amy's convinced that her father's taking walks in the neighbourhood, Mother ought to be told. It's her father too. What happens if she isn't prepared and she comes face to face with him? And why can't a woman of Mother's age be given a problem to chew over now and then?" "Don't you think you were a problem?" "Not to her, only to you. That's what I've always tried to make you see. That she's the ideal type to trust with problems, because she deals with them sensibly. If she can't solve them, she shelves them. She could help Aunt Amy to shelve this. Why not try it?" "Thank you. I may. Would you mind if, supposing I followed your advice, I took my own time about telling her?" She got up, went over to him and rubbed her nose against his. "You're so silly when you try to be sarcastic," she said. "Now, come home. With Aunt Amy laid low, I've got to take over." "You and the daily help," Edwin said.
But if I know your aunt, she'll be up and about as soon as the doctor's taken a look at her. She might even be up now." But when they reached the house, Amy was still in her room. Edwin went up to see her and came down looking worried. "She's up," he reported to Stacy and Nigel. "The doctor ordered rest, so she got ready for bed. But she didn't go there. She's sitting by the window in a chair staring out at the park. She looks, well, she doesn't look herself. I asked if she'd told the doctor anything about what happened. She hadn't. And she's insistent that Bertram shouldn't know. She leaves it to me to decide when and how to explain things to your mother." "Has Mother seen her?" Stacy asked. "Not yet. She knocked on the door, and Amy asked her to let her be quiet for a bit." He sighed. "How about a nice soothing cup of tea, Stacy?" Stacy made tea, and Nigel wheeled the table into the library, where Isabel, on a window seat, was placidly winding wool. "Stacy, how nice of you to make tea. Shall I pour?" she asked. "Please, Mother." "You should have asked me to help you. I really would enjoy doing something in the kitchen for a change. Did you make these nice little scones?" "No, I just took them out of the tin Aunt Amy had put them into." Back in the kitchen with Nigel, she stacked the cups and saucers neatly. "You'd better wash up," he said. "Why? Mrs. Cummings can do them." "If she's here." She looked at him in surprise. "Of course she's here. Didn't you see her when we were getting tea ready?" "I don't see her now. I don't see her mackintosh hanging up either, and her big black bag's disappeared." She stared at the hook on which the mackintosh had hung. "She's gone out," she said in surprise. "Correction. She's gone." "Gone? You mean she just walked out?" "All the evidence points to it." "But why would she do that?" "You told her the teapot wasn't properly washed." "Well, it wasn't. I had to tell her, didn't I?" "Not in so many words. Not in so many hard words." "You mean that just because I point out—" "Yes. When she gets back to the village, she's going to spread libelous tales about Miss High and Mighty." "I should have said, 'Excuse me for mentioning it, Mrs. Cummings, but somebody, not you, left a dirty great mark on this teapot, and I'd be terribly, terribly grateful if you'd clean it off just this once.' Is that what you mean?" "You did that beautifully, but you did it too late. Want me to help you with the washing up?" He walked to the sink and removed his jacket. "If your aunt stays in bed, you're going to be saddled with the cooking and the housework and the wedding too." "I'll survive. I did my own housework in London and in Paris, and I know more about cooking than Aunt Amy ever will." "How about sending grandmother over to me as well as the 2 grandsons?" "No," she shook her head regretfully. "I'd love to, but she'd be offended if she was billeted out, and Juel would be annoyed. He'd think there was a personal slant to it. He'd think I was making it clear that I couldn't bear to have her here. Fill that kettle, will you? I'm going to take a cup of tea up to Aunt Amy." She carried the tea upstairs and brought it down again untouched. Nigel, drying his hands, saw her expression and hung the towel absently on its hook. "What's wrong?" he asked. "She didn't want it. She's still sitting there on the chair by the window, in a dressing gown, staring out. I don't like it." "Give her time." "I don't think she needs time. I think she needs reassurance." Stacy was unloading the tray with swift, angry movements. She looks frightened. If we don't do something, she'll sit there and go quietly crazy. Can't you see how she's feeling? She set out from here this morning, brisk and busy, in command of herself and this house and everybody in it. She sees her drowned father sitting comfortably on his own special bench waiting for the players to walk on.
They don't walk on, so he gets up and starts to go away. And that's what's eating her, don't you understand? No. She's appalled because, being Aunt Amy, she realizes that she lost her head. She fled. What she's sitting up there mulling over is the fact that if she kept her head, even with horror creeping over her, she would have at least known whether he walked away or just melted away. If she mulls long enough, she'll go off her head, if she isn't off it already. Look, can't we go and ask at those houses now? It wouldn't take long. If you want to. You haven't thanked me for doing the washing up. Thank you for doing the washing up. Come on. As she had predicted, it did not take long. They knocked on 5 doors. At 3 houses they were informed there was no old gentleman. At the 4th there was an old gentleman, but he had not been to the post office as he was bedridden. The 5th house was difficult to approach, its drive obstructed by a number of large wooden crates. When they reached the front door, nobody answered the bell or the knocker. "I don't suppose he'd be here among the packing cases," Stacy said as they drove away. "So now we try this guest house called Greenbanks. Want to go now?" "Yes, but I can't. We've got to eat, and who'll cook the dinner if I don't? Want any help?" "No, thank you. I like to be left alone when there's a lot to be done, like Aunt Amy. Will you come to Greenbanks with me tomorrow?" "Of course. What time?" "I'll do the preparations for lunch first." 11. "Make it past. Goodbye." The French for thanks is, "Can't you take people's gratitude for granted?" One should observe the polite forms. "Then I'm extremely grateful to you for your kind cooperation. Now, get the hell." He laughed and went away, and she went into the garden to gather the ingredients for a salad. When she returned to the kitchen, her mother was waiting for her. "Stacy, darling, I've come to help you." "No, Mother. Thank you very much, but I can manage very well by myself." Her mother was studying the list of menus hanging behind the door. "Soup and—" "I'm not making soup." "Oh, darling." Her mother's eyes grew round. "Your father loves his soup at dinner. Amy always opens a nice tin of—" "Oh, if it's that sort of soup, he can have it. I didn't realize Aunt Amy went in for cans." "Well, it saves time and trouble, doesn't it? She always uses a very good make. At least, it tastes very good. What would you like me to do, darling? I've come specially to help." "There's nothing— Well, if you'd lay the table." "Of course. The menu says croquettes. Shall I—" "I'm not going to bother about croquettes. We'll have the mutton as it is, cold, with some nice salad," she added hastily, as she saw her mother's lengthening face. "I make wonderful salads." "Yes, but potatoes too, Stacy. Your father—" "How does he keep his figure? Soup and potatoes? It isn't as though he has a job that makes him take any exercise." "He's not the type that puts on weight. Where are the small plates, darling?" "I don't— Oh, they're in the second cupboard on the right. Isn't there any garlic in the house?" "Oh, we don't like garlic in anything, Stacy. Gives your father heartburn. Just oil and vinegar is what he likes." "Where does Amy keep the table napkins?" "You'll have to look. I don't know. Have you seen the coffee beans? I could grind them and make coffee, couldn't I? No, not the instant coffee, the beans." But Stacy was beginning to understand the extent to which her aunt had stripped away everything she considered unessential. There were no beans, and no grinder, and in the cupboard in which canned food was kept there was a stock large enough to last for weeks. "I'll do the coffee later, Mother." "All right, darling. I can't find any of the salt and pepper things. Do you know where they're kept?" "Try the pantry." "That's a good idea. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I just peeked into your aunt's room before I came downstairs. Stacy turned to look at her. Did you talk to her? Only a word or two. She said she was feeling better, but she would like to be quiet. But I couldn't help thinking, Stacy, that if she... that dressing gown. Do you know how long she's had it? 8 years. 8! When she first bought it, I remember saying to her, Amy, dear, it's nice and warm, but couldn't you have brought something a little brighter? Everything she wears is so dreary, Stacy. Women need colour. Things nowadays are pretty. But whenever I buy her a present, Christmas or birthday or anything, something a little colourful to wear, she thanks me and folds it and puts it away and never wears it. Don't you think she would be happier if she wore brighter things? No, yes, perhaps. Thank you for helping, Mother. I'm very grateful. Now, if you'd go into the library and see that Father gets his drink, and you could pour some sherry for me, too. Of course, darling. She went out. If she didn't stay out, Stacy told herself grimly, there would be 2 people in the house going slowly off their heads. Chapter 5. Stacy was putting away the vacuum cleaner next morning when her father came out of the library. Money. He handed it to her. You'll need some for the housekeeping. Don't spend it. Have you been in to see how your aunt is? Not yet. I'm going to take her breakfast up when I've done a little tidying. Pity about all this, he said commiseratingly. It couldn't have come at a worse time, could it? I suppose not. If you're worrying about me, don't. I can manage. Any word from Juel last night? She stared at him so blankly that he braced himself, waiting to hear her ask who Juel was. Oh, no, she said. Nothing. In this case, no news is probably bad news. Any plans for today? Yes, Nigel's taking me to that guest house this morning, Greenbanks. You still think that's a good idea? Yes, unless you thought of a better one during the night. Will you do something for me? If I can. Keep Mother out of the kitchen. He smiled. I'll do my best. By the way, someone was on the phone early this morning asking to speak to your aunt. Wanted to know if she'd rejoined the Ladies' League. What did you tell them? That's the funny part. I said that at the moment Miss Franchard wasn't well. Whereupon this woman said she knew all about that and was very sorry. Now, how could anything have got out? I've no idea. They must have an extraordinarily efficient grapevine. He went back to his work, and Stacy prepared a light breakfast, arranged it as attractively as she could on a tray, and was about to carry it upstairs to her aunt's room when the telephone rang. She answered it and heard a shrill voice on the line. I'd like to speak to Miss Franchard, please. Miss Amy Franchard? I'm sorry, she's not very well. Can I give her a message? Yes, please. Tell her it's Mrs. Burke. Not Mrs. Burke at the post office, the other one, the chairman of the Children's Aid Committee. We've got a vacancy, and we wondered if Miss Franchard would agree to fill it. I'll ask her to let you know as soon as she's better. Thank you. She used to be on it years ago. I don't know whether you remember. No. Well, she was chairman once, and then she resigned, but we hope she'll come back. Will you tell her? Yes. She took the tray up to her aunt's room. A night's sleep, if she had slept, had brought no improvement to Amy's looks. Stacy found her as she had left her the day before, in a dressing gown, seated at the window, staring out across the park. She turned her head as the door opened and answered Stacy's greeting so apathetically that a feeling of panic rose in Stacy. Was this how people went out of their minds? Was Amy, the sane, the down-to-earth, ever-practical Amy, losing her wits? Putting the tray onto a table, she thought that blood was indeed thicker than water. Never would she have imagined that any concern of her aunt's could affect her. Yet, what she was feeling now was a flood of pity and regret that shook her. She walked to the scarcely disordered bed, sat on it, and spoke gently. "Aunt Amy, would it help you to know that Nigel and I are almost sure we know who it was you saw yesterday?" Amy's glance rested on her without a flicker of interest. "I saw my father. We think that perhaps you saw his double. There is an old gentleman staying in Dorsham who—" She stopped. Amy's head had turned away. "Please, don't waste your time, Stacy. I shall be all right in a day or two. I shall have to be. You can't manage by yourself. When my head's a little clearer, I'll give you some instructions for Mrs. Cummins." "I'm afraid Mrs. Cummins went." "Went?" "She left." "Why?" "I think I offended her." "I see. This isn't— I didn't expect your wedding visit to turn out like this." "Never mind my wedding visit. Eat your breakfast and get well." Amy shook her head. "I'm sorry. You took so much trouble, but if you don't mind, I'd rather not eat. Leave the coffee, will you, and take the rest away. All I want is to be left alone." "There was a phone message for you, a Mrs. Burke, not the post office one, the chairman of the Children's Aid Committee. There's a vacancy, and they want you to fill it. Mrs. Burke said you were the chairman once." Amy nodded indifferently. "I resigned 15 years ago." "Well, they want you back. I told them you'd let them know when you were better. But I'm afraid there are, well, rumours about your being ill. I mean, I haven't said a word, and of course Nigel wouldn't either, but—" "His 2 maids," Amy said with weary certainty. "Well, it can't be helped." She turned back to the window, and Stacy took the tray down to the kitchen, and then went into the library. "Come on in," her father said as she opened the door. "And sit down," he added, when he saw her expression. "What's the matter?" "Hadn't you better ask the doctor to look in and see what he thinks of Aunt Amy? She won't eat the breakfast I took up to her. Her bed's hardly touched. I think she's been sitting in that chair all night, brooding, Father." "Well?" "Aren't you worried? Seriously, I mean." "Not yet. Don't make too much of this. She's had a fright, and the older one gets, the less well one can take shocks. It isn't 24 hours since she was taken ill. Leave her to me. You've got your wedding to think of. Go on, smile. You're a bride. You've got to look happy. If you look as worried as this, it's going to spread. To me, to your mother, to Juel when he arrives. Put Amy out of your mind. She's too old to throw off things as people of your age do. Why don't you stay in here quietly for half an hour and relax?" "Too busy. Nigel's coming at 11:30, and we're going ghost hunting." "Did you say anything about it to your aunt?" "I began. She wasn't interested. I don't expect to make much impression on her until we can produce a flesh and blood double of my grandfather. I don't expect to make much impression on you either. It's odd, isn't it? If you'd told me when I came home that I could worry so much over anything that happened to Aunt Amy, I would have laughed. But as you see, I'm not laughing. I want to get that strange look out of her eyes, and fast." Don't build too much on this problematical double, Stacy. I don't think it's problematical. It's the only possible explanation. There's the phone. It'll be for Aunt Amy. The news has certainly spread. She's a 9 days wonder. She answered the telephone, told Mrs. Dodd or Mrs. Todd that when Miss Franchard was better, she would let her know whether she could rejoin the Sisters of the Church. When Nigel joined her in the kitchen some time later, she was opening cupboard doors, peering inside, and then banging them again. "Working off steam?" he inquired. "Good morning. One should observe the polite forms." "No, I'm not working off steam. I'm looking for things." "What kind of things?" "The usual things. The things one expects to find in any normal kitchen. How can anybody work without equipment? And how can one prepare a meal without basic things like cheese and fruit and so on? Look at this. It's the only piece of cheese in the place. Rat trap. There's no brie, no camembert, no Emmental, no... Just the same. The only difference is that the word's gone round. The place must be buzzing with the news. She's had, I can't count how many requests to get back onto all those committees she resigned from. Would you think your maids could listen at keyholes?" "They might. Is that where you think the leak is?" "Where else? What are the Sisters of the Church?" "The most quarrelsome collection of cats in town. You're thinking of joining?" "They want Aunt Amy back." "Where's the nearest civilized shopping centre?" "There's a new supermarket in the village, but they don't go in for the exotic stuff you're after. You'd better go into Townley. I'll take you there when we've been to Greenbanks. Then—" He broke off. "Good morning, Mrs. Marsh." Isabel, entering the kitchen, gave him her slow, rather shy smile. "Good morning, Nigel. Isn't it lovely and sunny? Stacy's father says it isn't going to last. Stacy, darling, I came to make some toast. Your father only ate one slice at breakfast, and I've persuaded him to have another as a sort of elevenses." Stacy offered. "No, darling, you're going out." She gave a little gurgle of laughter. "As if I couldn't make a piece of toast. Where's the bread?" "In the bread tin over there." "Of course. The bread knife's in this drawer, isn't it?" "No. Now where?" "In the second drawer." "Yes, here it is. The toaster. I plug it in over there, don't I?" "Yes." "Now I can manage beautifully. Goodbye. Goodbye, Nigel." They left her and walked round the side of the house. As they passed one of the long windows of the library, it opened, and Edwin called to them. "Just a minute. Phone call for you, Stacy. Foreign tongues." In a swift movement, she had entered the room and was at the telephone. Her father, stepping out to join Nigel, saw her look of eagerness fade. She spoke little. Then she put down the receiver and came outside. "Juel," she said in a level voice, "reporting a slight accident to Patrice and Suzanne. She'd arranged to travel over with Patrice and his grandmother. Patrice went to see Suzanne at her aunt's house in Fontainebleau, and on the way back to Paris, his car had a slight argument with a bus." "Anybody hurt?" Edwin asked anxiously. "Not badly. Patrice has a broken ankle. Suzanne's got a sprained arm." "So they won't be coming to the wedding?" "No. Seems to be turning out to be an unlucky one, doesn't it?" Her tone did not invite comment. Edwin went slowly into the library. Then he paused and swung round, his face growing pale with alarm. "My God, what's that frightful smell of burning?" "The toast? Or Mother? Or both?" Stacy told him as she walked away. She sat silent beside Nigel as they drove away. "The point being," she said without preamble after a time, that Suzanne's aunt's house is the only one she always goes to when she's got an affair on.
Doesn't the aunt mind?
There's no aunt. Didn't I tell you that Patrice had an instant effect on women?
There goes Juel's best man.
Did Juel say when he was arriving? Yes, the day after tomorrow. He'll arrive early. He prefers driving at night.
Day after tomorrow. 2 days, he thought. Less than 2 days. He would have given much to know what she was thinking. He would not, on the other hand, have cared for her to read his thoughts.
Won't he be bringing his grandmother, as Patrice can't? No, she doesn't like Juel's car.
Too fast?
Too low slung. She likes sitting 4 feet above the ground with the glass all around. She's coming by air on Friday. She hesitated. Juel phoned from Fermont. He said he was down there pulling things together.
For Patrice?
I didn't ask what Patrice had been doing in Paris either. Moving into the apartment, I suppose.
There was a forlorn, defeated note in her voice that he had never heard before. He forced an impulse to stop the car, put his arms around her, and offer her brotherly comfort. Brotherly? No, he wouldn't be able to keep it brotherly. Best keep on driving. Did you tell Juel about the change in the date for the wedding?
No, I decided it would sound odd over the phone to postpone a wedding for a football match. He'll understand better when he's seen those crowds in the village.
Do you want to make any change about his staying with me as his brother's not coming?
No, something tells me that his grandmother's all we'll be able to cope with.
He turned onto the road that ran along the river and slowed down presently to point out the guest house with its decorative sign. Nice setting, he remarked. I like that little terrace overlooking the river. Want to sit there and have a drink?
Yes, but there's no time.
He drove the car to the car park and they got out. Impressive, he commented, looking down the line of cars. 2 Bentleys, 1 Rolls and 2 Jags. Let's go in and congratulate the landlord. They went up a flight of steps and into a lounge that might have been the hall of a large country house. A log fire crackled in a stone fireplace. Large, comfortable chairs were placed near low tables on which were piles of newspapers and magazines. Their request to speak to the manager was made to a middle-aged woman behind a reception counter.
Mr. Connaught, I think he's just gone. No, I can see him walking to his car. I'll send a message.
Don't bother to do that, Nigel said. We'll go out and waylay him. Mr. Connaught, a man of about 50, both tall and wide, with a florid complexion and sparse auburn hair, was about to step into one of the Bentleys, in which a woman, also wide, florid and red-haired, awaited him.
"Morning. Looking for me?"
he asked Nigel in a loud, hearty voice. "Yes, I'm sorry to hold you up, but it won't take a minute."
"If it's business, it's no hold-up,"
said Mr. Connaught, and broke into a loud and prolonged laugh. Stacy, who had hated him on first sight, began to change her attitude when she realized, as the interview proceeded, that what she had taken for professional heartiness sprang, in fact, from Mr. Connaught's immense satisfaction with life. He was delighted with his flourishing business, with his wife whom he introduced as Dot. Above all, he was disarmingly delighted with himself. "No, it isn't business," Nigel told him. "We just came to ask."
"If it isn't business, it's a friendly call. I've seen you around," Mr. Connaught told him, giving him a hearty cuff on the shoulder. "We went over your old home, didn't we, Dot? Made a point of it when we heard your father had been well known here. Nearly popped into your farm on the way back to have a chat, but Dot was against it. She's always catching me by the coattails, is Dot. 'Restrain yourself, Les,' she's always saying. 'Restrain yourself.'
What she thought was that if we dropped in to see you, we wouldn't know what to say, if you follow me. Whether to say how sorry we were that you had to let the old castle go, or how glad we were because you weren't still saddled with it. Awkward, ain't it? Mind your grammar, Les, my boy, isn't it? Why are we standing here? Why don't we go into our private quarters and knock back a drink or two?
I'm sorry, we can't stay long, Stacy said. We just wanted...
You're home for the wedding, I hear. Shake hands, said Mr. Connaught warmly. I hear he's a Frenchie. I don't turn a deaf ear to gossip, you know. In my business, you have to pick up threads, as you might say. Besides which, I'm interested in this town. It's my hometown now, isn't it?
A loud sound, half laugh, half snort, came from Dot.
All Les goes to town for, she said derisively, is to get an eyeful of those lady footballers. Can't get over 'em, he can't. And that's the truth, Mr. Connaught admitted. My word, I wouldn't like to sin with one of them. Did you ever get close enough to see their calves? One big bunch of biceps. Mind you, I'm dead against it. Why can't women be womanly? They're not built for soccer. For one thing, stopping cannonballs with their chests. It's not natural. But I don't say it too loud. Because look at the business they've brought to this place. The first time I ever saw Dorsham, and that wasn't more than 14 or 15 years ago, it was a sleepy little hole, stuck in a place nobody ever went out of their way to get at. And now, headlines in all the dailies. Even so, I wouldn't have risked opening here without coming down to, as you might like to say, reconnoitre. I told Dot, didn't I, Dot? Dot, that if I was going to sell up in Brighton, which is where we was, mind your grammar, Les, which we were, before packing it up in Brighton, I wanted to be dead sure I'd find the same kind of clientele here. I've always had good class guests, and I always will. I don't call 'em gentry because most of them ain't. Mind your grammar, my boy. They're not. What I get chiefly is the new moneyed lot, who think nothing of shelling out 8 or 10 quid for a night's lodging. Mark you, I look 'em over before I let 'em in. 50% of 'em know how to behave, so they can come in. The other 50% stay out. I've nothing against boys and girls in fancy dress living it up, but the trouble is, nobody's ever taught 'em to tidy up the mess they make. They've never got past me yet, though I'll admit I've had some nasty moments, such as when half a dozen of 'em tried to push past with the aid of bicycle chains. Great mistake, that was.
Who won? Stacy, caught up in the rapids, had forgotten the time.
Who won?
Mr. Connaught put his hand on her shoulder.
My beautiful young lady. I'm a heavyweight, and I can use my fists if I have to. But nice, clean boxing tactics aren't any use against gorillas.
I suppose not, Nigel agreed.
We came, not even baby gorillas. Now, that nice lady you spoke to at the reception desk is an ex-policewoman. My head waiter used to be the knife thrower in a circus. Your morning tea's taken up to you by a pretty girl who... Look, I'm talking too much. You're dead right, agreed Dot. Restrain yourself. I will. But when have you heard me letting myself go like this to complete strangers? And why am I doing it? Because they're not strangers at all. They live here like us. I'm sorry the lady's going away just as she's got here, so to speak. But Mr. Quest's one of us. Isn't that right, Mr. Quest?"
"Quite right," said Nigel.
"There, you see, Dot, and I hope you'll drop in again one day, and this time we'll—" "What's that, Dot?" "I said you've been talking so fast, you cuckoo, you, that you haven't given them a chance to tell you what they came for." "So I haven't." "Cuckoo's right. Well, I'm restraining myself. What did you come to see me about?"
"We wondered if you had an old gentleman staying here," Stacy said. "I don't know his name. He's thin, tall, rather good-looking."
"Now, who would that be?"
Mr. Connaught asked his wife.
"We've got 3 old boys, haven't we?"
"Now which?"
"Not the one from Edinburgh. He's not tall, and he's nowhere like thin. How about Sir Douglas What's-his-name? He's tall and thin." "And as ugly as they come," said Dot. "It's Mr. Hunter. He—" "That's the one. Nice old gentleman," her husband said. "Quiet and pleasant-spoken. He—" "Left last night," ended Dot. "He did? I thought he was booked." "No, that's right. I told him I could only let him have the room until yesterday because of the match. That's what I was telling you," he went on to Nigel. "I wouldn't have opened here if it hadn't been just a case of football fans and team supporters. But we get really big stuff, promoters, team managers, the lot. And soon, I'll lay any odds you like, we'll have women football stars. You can't fight trends, can you?"
"I suppose not. Did Mr. Hunter walk much?" Nigel asked.
"Every day, regular. He was here, how long, Dot? 5 days? And off he'd trot every morning, stepping it. Marvel for his age, you know. Marvel. I asked him what he put it down to, and he said outdoor exercise. Nothing like it, he told me, for building the body and cleaning the mind. That's just how he put it. He told me he came to Dorsham to see the team play, and he was sorry I couldn't keep him here until over Saturday. I was sorry too. He was one of the kind you don't mind having around your hotel. Good advert. One of the old type of gents. You don't see 'em around much nowadays. You could see he was used to dishing out orders. Nowadays there's nobody to dish out orders to, if you follow me. Does that sound like the party you're looking for?"
"Yes, it does," Stacy said.
"Would you like to take a look at the other 2 old chaps, just in case?"
"I don't think so, thanks," Nigel said. "But if your ex-policewoman would let us look in the register, we could get Mr. Hunter's address."
"I'll take you myself. Come on in,"
Mr. Connaught invited. He ushered them into the foyer. As he followed them in, his manner underwent a subtle change. He was still hearty, but he was slightly less exuberant.
"Could we take a look at the book, Miss Court?" he asked the receptionist.
"Certainly, sir." She opened it and placed it on the counter before him, and he stood aside to allow Nigel and Stacy to glance down the entries. Finding Mr. Hunter's name took no more than 3 seconds, but in the column intended for addresses, only 1 word was written. London.
"Well, that leaves it wide open,"
Nigel said, and turned to Mr. Connaught. "Many thanks. I hope you'll drop in next time you're passing." Mr. Connaught escorted them to their car.
"I dare say you've fixed up all the caterers for the wedding," he told Stacy. "But remember, I rate a trio of 3 stars for the chow I dish up. Any time you or your friends want to drop in for dinner, give me a ring, and I'll give you a surprise."
They drove away, and Stacy drew a deep breath.
"How would you like to be Dot?"
asked Nigel. "Do we tell Aunt Amy that Mr. Hunter exists and goes for walks?"
"Yes, we do. It's true, isn't it?
I knew there'd be somebody. Do you think my father would take that bet now?" "You could ask him when you get home, But you can't go home yet. You've got shopping to do. He stopped outside the supermarket but refused to go in. I'll go to the car park and wait for you. I'll be ages. Take your time. I'll buy a couple of paperbacks. She could only carry half her purchases to the car. He had to drive to the supermarket for the rest. You look hot, he said inadvisedly as they set off to Dorsham. Hot! She turned on him. Hot! You'd be hot if you had to fight your way through a crowd of women all pushing wire prams. Hot! You'd be hot if you had to fight your way through a crowd of women all pushing wire prams. Why don't men have to do the shopping? They haven't got the stamina. Does the chauffeur get a drink when he's driven the hot lady home? Yes. You'll have to bring it out to the kitchen. I'm behind time as it is. He sat at the kitchen table while she cut slices of mutton and ranged them round a mixed salad. The telephone rang, and he went into the hall and flipped the switch through to the kitchen. When she picked up the receiver, Mr. Connaught's voice boomed over the wire, shaking the coffee cups. Miss Marsh! Connaught here! Miss Marsh, with an apology. We misled you this morning. It's about the old gent you were asking about. Name of Hunter. Yes, Mr. Connaught. My receptionist's just been talking to me. She's had a chat with the driver of the taxi that took Mr. Hunter when he left here. Not to the station at Townley. They didn't go there. I told you the old boy had spunk. He asked the driver if they couldn't take a last look round, seeing if there was a room anywhere. They took a look and they found a room, a place called Normanton House. Know it? It can't be far from you. It's one of those monstrosities up on the mount. There was an old lady, began Stacy. Of Perth, who'd forgotten the date of her birth, went on Mr. Connaught. All right, Dot, all right. I'll restrain myself. Sorry about that, Miss Marsh. You were going to say an old lady lived there. Well, she did. But she doesn't now because she's dead. Now, there's someone there who takes in boarders, and Mr. Hunter's one of them. Sorry I said he'd gone. Thank you for phoning. Pleasure. Anything to oblige, any time. Don't forget those 3 stars, will you? I won't. Thank you again. Goodbye. She put down the receiver and looked at Nigel. You heard? I heard. That was the house which had all those packing cases in the drive. It didn't look like a likely place. That old lady who died, I think I remember her, Lady Medway. She lived there for over 50 years. Eccentric, to put it kindly. I don't know who's in the house now. Will you take me? If you like. I'd advise leaving it until tomorrow to let them get all those crates unpacked. All right. She spoke reluctantly. But the longer we leave it, the more chance your aunt has to pull herself together. Time and rest was what she said. Another half day won't hurt. Does the chauffeur get lunch? She counted the slices of mutton. Yes, but don't let yourself go at the table. I'll restrain myself. After the meal, she prepared a tray and Nigel carried it up to Amy's room. An omelette, Stacy announced, opening the door. Look, but it must be eaten now. Even bringing it upstairs straight out of the pan may have proved fatal. Some light biscuits, cream cheese, and a baby bottle of terribly expensive champagne, with love from Nigel and me. Turn your chair round, please, Aunt Amy. Now, Nigel can open the champagne. She held the glass and Nigel poured in some of the bubbling liquid. There! Stacy put the glass onto the tray. Now, we'll go away and let you eat in peace. Before I forget, Jules' brother and Suzanne Quiberon aren't coming to the wedding. They've been in a slight car accident. That makes 1 less for Nigel to worry about, and 1 less for us. She went downstairs with Nigel. When she went up later to remove the tray, The cheese and biscuits were untouched, but the omelette plate was clean. The champagne in the glass had also been finished. "Good," she said approvingly. "Can I sit down and talk, or do you want me to go away?" "I'm not very good company at the moment. I'm sorry. You're being very good to me," Amy said shakily. "It's purely selfish. The sooner I get my aunt on her feet," I said to Nigel, "the sooner I'll be relieved of all those chores. And the first thing I'm going to do when you are down again," she promised, "is to make my father install an automatic dishwasher. Why on earth didn't you buy one ages ago? When they make washing-up machines that will scour saucepans, I'll buy one. Not until then." There was a touch, faint but discernible, of the old dry Amy. Stacy, mentally saluting the champagne, went on speaking in a calm and factual voice. "You'll be glad to know, Aunt Amy, that we're really on the track of that man you saw in the park. His name is Mr. Hunter. We nearly caught up with him this morning, but we went to the wrong hotel. He's staying at Normanton House, and Nigel's going to take me there tomorrow morning, and we'll ask him if he'll kindly come back to us, so that we can see him for yourself, and realize that you weren't seeing— you'll see at once that it isn't a ghost." Amy's face twitched. "No, I didn't see a ghost, Stacy. I saw a man. For those few moments, my father was there and I was looking at him. If only I could make somebody believe—" She stopped and put her hands despairingly to her head. Stacy slipped to her knees beside her and held her trembling hands firmly. "I'll believe anything you say," she said steadily. "You're not the sort of person who makes up things. I only mentioned Mr. Hunter because there are such things as doubles. Split images, don't they call them? I only want to help you. I know. Everything's going to be all right. Will you stop worrying?" "I'll try." "Do you think I'm not trying?" "I'll think you're trying if you drink the rest of this champagne." She got up and poured it out. Slowly, Amy drank it to the end. "Good. Now a good sleep. Promise?" "I'll try. Has your mother been told?" "Not yet, which is a pity, because I think she'd like to know." "Why worry her? The point is, nothing does. All she'll want to know when we tell her is why your father showed himself to you and not to her, his favourite child." A faint, very faint smile appeared on Amy's haggard face. "We're back to ghosts," she said. Chapter 6. Driving with Nigel to Normanton House the next morning, Stacy recalled that she had once, long ago, been inside it. A charity concert! Chairs round the drawing room and opera stars singing arias and somebody rattling a collection box. Why do people take children to affairs like that? It put me off opera forever. As he turned into the drive, she added, "It's a hideous place, isn't it?" "No worse than any of the others along this ridge. It doesn't look occupied." The packing cases had gone, but all the visible doors and windows of the house were closed, and there was no sound. They walked round a weed-covered flower bed and approached the ornate front door. Nigel pulled a bell rope. A few moments later, he pulled it again. From inside came a man's voice, raised in an impatient shout. "If you've brought the logs, leave them, will you? I'm busy." Nigel pulled the bell rope again. There were footsteps and the door opened. Facing them was a man of about 30, tall, well-made, and inexpressibly elegant. He was wearing a pair of tight navy blue jersey trousers and a pale pink shirt patterned with tiny birds. His hair was long, thick and curly. His face was almost hidden behind heavy whiskers and a mandarin moustache. From the bush surrounding them, a pair of shrewd, keen blue eyes gazed out. "Sorry, thought you were the logs." His voice was deep and slightly husky. "We're not open yet, I'm afraid." He paused. From behind came a drawling voice. "If it's the logs, Hoopy, don't take them unless they're the small size. The others were positive tree trunks." "Not logs," Hoopy flung over his shoulder. "People." "Well, say we're not ready to open yet, darling. Take their names, and oh—" The speaker, a girl almost as tall as Hoopy, graceful, willowy, came into the hall and caught sight of the visitors. Her look glanced over Stacy and came to rest on Nigel. She gave him a warm, welcoming smile. "The name's Cassandra," she told him. "Hoopy, why haven't you asked them in?" The drawl, the frequent stresses, far from giving an impression of affectation, seemed a fitting, rhythmic accompaniment to her slow, graceful movements. Her eyes were dark and so slanted as to give her a Chinese look. Standing there together, she and her companion looked at once exotic and efficient. Cassandra opened the door wide. "Come in and choose your room," she invited. "We'll keep it for you." "We didn't come for rooms," Stacy explained. "We thought there was a Mr. See, jumping to conclusions as always," Hoopy told Cassandra. "Come in all the same," he invited. "I've just made coffee in the kitchen." He led the way. Following, Stacy had time to observe that Cassandra was in what she undoubtedly thought of as working clothes, clinging jeans, a check shirt, and a scarlet turban. This she pulled off as they entered the kitchen, releasing a long blonde plait that made her look, Nigel thought, like a Swiss cheese advertisement. "In here," Hoopy said. They went in, and Stacy and Nigel came to an abrupt halt and stood staring. A kitchen? It seemed so. There was a very large, businesslike stove. On the wall above it was painted an array of plates, which looked as if they were flying through the air and returning to the hands of a concealed conjurer. Around and above the massive refrigerator and deep freeze were beautifully executed paintings of vegetables, carrots linked with leeks, mushrooms magnified to allow cloves of garlic to riot below them. Fastened to the central light and hanging in the form of a tent was a fishing net. The sink was white, the draining boards scarlet and white stripes. A giant dishwasher stood in an alcove, around which were painted, in decorative lettering, the names of famous makes of china. In contrast to so much embellishment, the enormous wooden working table, which occupied the centre of the room, was bare and scrubbed to whiteness. Cassandra waved a hand at the murals. "All my work," she said. "I was studying at an art school when Hoopy dragged me down here to help him run this place. When I first saw the house, I died. Never, I swear to you, never have I seen such an unclean, unpromising, sordid setup. Would you believe that—" "First we'll sit, then we'll talk," Hoopy decreed. "Black or white?" he asked the visitors. Seated with large, dark blue cups filled with the perfectly made coffee, the two couples surveyed one another. "Why haven't we heard of you?" Nigel asked. "Have you done any advertising?" "Not yet. When we're ready, we'll play a fanfare," Hoopy said. "It's taken 2 months of solid work to get the place looking even half ready, and most of it has been done by Cassie and myself.
We've had painters and carpenters and plumbers, of course, but as soon as they reached the stage at which I could take over, I threw them out. Do you live in Dorsham?" "I do," Nigel said. "Miss Marsh, Stacy, did, but she's getting married and getting out. I live at Quest Farm." "Quest Farm? You're not Nigel Quest?" Cassandra asked. Nigel nodded. "How?" she asked him. "How could you ever have borne to leave that magnificent castle? Hoopy and I went over it soon after we got here. Those heavenly pictures! That," I said to Hoopy, "is why he decided to give it up. If he'd kept it, he would have had to take down those beautiful pictures one by one and sell them. And obviously that would have killed him. Wasn't I right?" "By and large," Nigel admitted. "What brought you to Dorsham? I wouldn't have said that this was a place that anybody like you two would have chosen to run a guest house in." "We didn't choose it," Hoopy said. "Since you've lived here all your life, you ought to know my forebears. I'm a Medway, grandson of old Lady Medway, recently deceased. Did you ever visit this house while she was in it?" "I did." Stacy looked puzzled. "But I didn't know she had any children. Did you, Nigel?" "Yes, she had a son, and—" "Wait a minute. Didn't I hear my father say something about—" "Probably," Hoopy said. "It must have leaked out, though in those days they were experts at what was known as hushing things up. More coffee?" He refilled the cups. "My father was her only son. He was a naughty boy, very naughty indeed. He lived here with her, not to say on her. He managed to conceal his excesses until a new gardener was engaged. There was a pretty daughter, my mother. The old lady caught them at it, and they were both out, son and gardener's daughter, by evening. The gardener and his wife were thrown out the following day." "So that was it," Nigel smiled. "Your grandmother used to tell people that her son went out to the far east. He didn't get further than East Ham. They shacked up with the dismissed gardener and his wife until I was born, and then they moved to a house of their own. They kept in touch with the old girl. They had no false pride. They sent her regular bulletins, beginning with snaps of me lying down on the hearthrug and going on with the school reports, the better ones, and accounts of my prowess at this or that sport. All the snaps and reports and bulletins came back, torn into fragments so-size." He held up 2 fingers. "But my parents persevered. She obviously looked at some of the records because she got my name right in her will. Rudolph Clarence Fitzgeorge Medway." "Where does the Hoopy come from?" Stacy asked. "Spectacular coughs in boyhood. I dropped the W." "She left you the house?" Nigel asked. "And everything it contained. When I got the lawyer's letter, my first reaction was one of surprise at learning that she'd outlived my father and mother. I thought she'd turned forgiving at the end, but when I came down here and saw this place, I realized she'd made that codicil with her tongue in her cheek." "A more broken down, seedy, and, as I said before, sordid setup you couldn't picture," Cassie said. "Get rid of it, Hoopy," I said. "I tried to," Hoopy told them. "I put it straight on the market, contents and all. I was too damn disappointed to take a proper look round. It was only when I got back to London that I began to reconsider the situation. There were no queues of buyers, of course. I knew that if I sold the place at all, ever, I'd have to let it go for half nothing. So I came back to Dorsham and cleared the spiders out of one of the bedrooms and settled down to find out whether there was any prospect of running the place for profit. It didn't look much of a town, but when I discovered that it was where women's football flourished, I decided we could find enough customers to keep a guest house going. "If only we'd read the papers," Cassie said, "we'd have known that this match was coming off, and we'd have tried to open in time." "But we didn't read the papers, didn't know, and didn't open," Hoopy said. "And next week the crowds will be on their way out and we'll be empty." But not for long. I haven't seen anything in this region that I'd call real competition, except a place near the river. "The reason we've been so long starting," Cassie said, "is because I took a cookery course. I was a good cook, but I'd only been used to cooking for one man at a time." "So she cooks and caters," Hoopy said, "and I clean the house and make up the bills. I know we look a bit lightweight, but we're real professionals." "And we've got to make money," Cassie said. "I was supposed to get some dough with the house," Hoopy explained. "But that was another of the old lady's black jokes. There wasn't any. But the house, when I really went through it, turned out to be full of the kind of junk that—" Not junk, Hoopy," moaned Cassandra. "Victoriana." "The kind of Victoriana that people pay fortunes for nowadays. I couldn't even identify some of the stuff." "Obsolete. You'd never believe what there was," Cassie told them. "Old bird cages large enough to dance in. Irons you heated by putting hot coals inside. China, which for want of a ruder word, let's call chamber pots, so heavy you could hardly lift them, all prettied up with pink rosebuds." "Stands to keep the fire off your face," Hoopy went on. "Footstools in front of every chair, and a piano that looked the kind of thing you see on concert platforms, only the mice had done the playing. The furniture fetched nothing, the worms had had it, but the Victoriana junk brought in enough to pay for everything we've done in the house." "When are you opening?" Nigel asked. "Couple of weeks. How about supplying us with farm produce?" Nigel laughed. "I'm not really in business. I let my friends have what there is, and every now and then they add up what they've had and bring me round the money. But I haven't any time to do it on a regular basis. My time's too taken up with horses. You want me to send people to you if I hear of anyone looking for—" "What we'd really like," Hoopy broke in, "are semi-residentials. We've got one guest, an old chap by the name of Hunter, but he's going back to London after the match on Saturday. What I'd like to avoid is the one-night standers." "You mean Mr. Hunter's staying here now?" Stacy asked. "Didn't you say you—" "Weren't open. I did," Hoopy said. "I told you, and I told him. He took so little notice that I put him down as stone deaf. While I was telling him he couldn't come here, he was getting the taxi driver to unload his suitcase. Then he said he'd like the corner bedroom on the east side that Lady Medway used to have. While I was figuring out how and when he knew where my grandmother's bedroom was, he was on his way up to it. Getting on for 80, and damned autocratic. He addresses me as young man and Cassie as young woman." "Where is he now?" Nigel asked. "Out. He won't be long," Hoopy answered. "He went for a walk. He's a great walker. Friend of yours?" "We're trying to find out," Stacy answered. "We think he might be someone we used to know." "He didn't go out for a walk," Cassie said. "He was just going down the drive when Dan Peachy drove up. Do you know Dan Peachy?" "Probably not," Hoopy answered for Nigel. "He's a newcomer like us. He's opening a car hire firm in the town. He did all our transport for us when we came in." "So what, Cassie?" "He asked Mr. Hunter if he'd like a drive into Townley, and Mr. Hunter said yes, just there and back." "That won't take them long," Hoopy said. "Settle down and wait. When are you getting married?" he asked Stacy. "On Monday. It should have been Saturday, but that was the day of the big match, so we decided to change." "Match prevents match. I used to be a reporter," Hoopy said. "I handed in my notebooks because I didn't like the hours, but I enjoyed the writing part of it. If we make any money running this house, I'm going to have a go at forcing the arts down Dorsham's throat. As far as I can see, it's an artistic desert. Not a library in the place, not even a baby art gallery. Nothing but match fever. The only patron who ever reared his head here was a fellow called Frenchard, and all he used his money for was keeping the inhabitants well exercised. Wouldn't you think he could have devoted a thought now and then to their artistic development?" "No," Stacy said. "He was my grandfather, and he was dead against artistic development. He said that for one true artist prepared to dig in and work at his subject, you found 90 who took like ducks to the idea of working only when they felt like it." "I know," Hoopy said. "You get them in every profession. But if Cassie hadn't been brought up in a town where people gave budding talent a hand, where would she be?" "Cooking? Like now?" Cassie said. "I gave up." "Here it comes," Hoopy said. "I gave up my career for Hoopy." She says it in a way that makes your lips quiver. "I did," Cassie insisted. "I could have done those murals for that American if I hadn't been coming here. Look what he'd have paid me." "I'll get it out of him if you give me his address," Nigel offered. "I'm going over to the States." The fishing net above Stacy's head seemed suddenly to be moving in a high wind. She turned her head slowly towards him. "What did you say?" she asked. "I'm going on a trip to the States, to look at horses." "When?" "In about 5 weeks." "To look at horses, or to buy horses?" Cassie inquired. "Both. A cousin of mine's going and suggested my going with him, so I said I would." "Long trip?" Hoopy inquired. 2 or 3 months. The fishing net gave a final heave and was still. Desolation settled on Stacy. A trip? 2 or 3 months? Horses? He was free. He could pack up and go. 2 or 3 months. Why not? 5 or 6 months. All his life. What did it matter to her? Nothing. She often got this peculiar feeling in the pit of her stomach when she drank too much coffee in the middle of the morning. She realized that Hoopy had spoken to her and was awaiting a reply. To her relief, the telephone began to ring and he got up to answer it. He listened and said yes several times and then rang off. "That was Dan Peachy," he said. "Sorry, Mr. Hunter won't be back till tonight. They decided to make an all-day trip. How about coming back tomorrow?"
"Tomorrow?" Stacy frowned. "Tomorrow's difficult. My fiancé's arriving sometime during the morning. Perhaps—"
"Shall I ask Mr. Hunter to give you a phone call?"
"No, thank you. I'd rather come and talk to him."
"You come too," Cassie said to Nigel. "I'm not tied up with Hoopy all the time." "Yes, you are," Hoopy said. "You know damn well that if we hadn't been so busy we'd have been married by now. How about tomorrow evening?" he asked Stacy.
Could I think it over and fix a time later? I'll ring you in the morning."
"No message for Mr. Hunter?"
"No."
"Then come to the door and say goodbye, Cassie, and make it forever," Hoopy said. "I must say, I thought she was attractive," Nigel remarked as they drove away.
"I know. I saw you thinking."
"Did you? I hope Hoopy didn't. Pity we missed Mr. Hunter. You and Juel can try again tomorrow."
"Juel?" She turned her head and stared at him. "Do I have to drag Juel into this?"
"Drag? What makes you think he won't want to see the finish of this ghost hunt? He'll find it's worth it to get your aunt back on her feet and you out of the kitchen. What time's he arriving?"
"I don't know. He couldn't tell me when he rang up last night because he hadn't booked an air crossing for the car." She paused. "On his way through Paris, he's stopping to pack up the things he's got in the apartment."
"You mean he's
leaving everything packed, ready to collect and take down to Fermont." She talked him completely round. "According to him, things couldn't be nicer. She's even— just listen to this— she's even putting in an elevator so as we can go straight up to our own floor without using the staircase."
"That sounds like an attempt on her part to fix things the way you like them, doesn't it?"
"No, I've realized one thing since I got home. Trying to describe her is no use. Everybody's convinced I'm exaggerating."
"Who's everybody?"
"You, my father. You both think that everything I've told you about this move down to Fermont is just another of those occasions on which I make a lot of fuss over nothing. Well, wait till you see her. Tell me after meeting her and judging for yourself if you really think any wife Jules had could have ever had the slightest chance of being happy or of making Juel happy. Let's see how long you'll go on talking, after you've met her, about sweet reason and following my husband anywhere she cares to send him. Just wait and see if you'll still go on advising me to fall into line. This wasn't just a matter of staying in Paris. This was a test case. We've given in, and we're lost. Lost, lost, lost. We're trapped. I don't know what she did to make her son walk out all those years ago, but I know why he went. It made no difference to the business, but it must have made some kind of impression on her. She couldn't have wanted it to happen twice. If Juel had held out, if Juel had fought her, what would it have mattered if he'd lost? If she lives much longer, and she will, she'll live forever, what sort of a man will he be when he comes into his precious inheritance? Patrice? He doesn't count. He's a cadger, only too happy to do what he's told as long as his allowance is paid regularly. But Juel could have been different. And nobody'll believe that, because everybody's so sure it's all somehow my fault. Well, maybe some of it is, But I can see straight in things that matter, and I know that what Juel has done is wrong. And he knows it too. And she knows it. Oh. The tears came at last. He drove the car to the side of the road and stopped the engine and waited for the storm to pass. Everything in him longed to draw her into his arms, but he sat gripping the wheel, his eyes on the quiet hills that lay beyond Dorsham. Yes, she could see straight in most matters of importance. But this time, who could tell? The man had climbed down, given in to his grandmother, gone over, one might say, to the enemy. But he might have felt that it would be better to solve the question now, instead of waiting until he was married and getting caught between two self-willed women, both of whom were applying the squeeze. It didn't sound as though the father, after that high-principled walkout, had been able to make a success of his life. The boys had been, 8 or 10 when he died, and they were returned to their grandmother, as far as one could learn, with no more than the clothes they wore. Perhaps Juel had looked at it from that angle. The only clear point that emerged was that if he'd decided to let his grandmother do the pushing around, he shouldn't have chosen a wife like Stacy. If he'd wanted to fight, Stacy would have gone down fighting at his side. As it was... He put his hand out and took one of hers. It lay in his, soft, inert, the fingers curled up and looking, to his pitying eyes, like the claws of a dead kitten. Stacy. She drew her hand away, dried her tears angrily, and shook her head. "Don't say anything," she begged. "Just take me home." Chapter 7. Juel had been expected before lunch, but it was almost time for tea before he arrived. The first intimation Edwin had of his arrival was the sight of his wife concealed behind one of the library curtains, peering out cautiously at the drive. "Hush," she said. "Come and look." Losing a brief struggle with his dignity, Edwin joined her. Applying his eye to an aperture, he saw a car that looked to him like a blown-up edition of one of his boyhood dreams. From it, like one emerging from a bathtub, appeared a man. He took Stacy in his arms and embraced her with a thoroughness that made Edwin withdraw. "He's got a nice face," Isabel whispered. "Is that all you need in a son-in-law? A nice face?" "It helps," she said, with the simplicity that always disarmed him. "He's fairer than I expected, and shorter. How tall would you think he was?" "If you'll stop peeping and walk as far as the hall, we can measure him." After the meeting, Juel was led not to the library, since Edwin had decreed that during the period of the wedding the library was to be regarded as his own private domain, but to the drawing room. They used it so seldom that Edwin, on entering, had the feeling of being a visitor and not a host. He shook hands with Juel and made a swift assessment. Pleasant-looking, what used to be called a nice, open expression. Odd accent, English with French and American undertones. Movements, a bit on the heavy side, too much driving. Well-dressed. Too well? On the whole, a fiancé who would reassure most fathers. But what had he got that Nigel couldn't have bettered? Holding one of Stacy's hands lightly in his own, Juel made his apologies for his late arrival. He should have booked a flight. He missed one by not more than 10 minutes. The formalities on entering the country had taken longer than he anticipated. He gave them a swift and easily followed description of the route by which he had come, and ended by admitting that although this was his third visit to England, he couldn't claim to know much of it beyond London, and was looking forward to widening his knowledge. In spite of the hours he had been travelling, he looked far from tired, and his unrumpled appearance was a wonder to Edwin, who invariably ended a journey, however short, looking as though he had been mauled in a commuter rush. "If you want a wash," said Edwin, "I'll show you where to go." "Wash?" Juel looked taken aback. "Wash? No. Perhaps I could go to my room and unpack." "You're not staying here," Stacy told him. "No?" "No, you and Patrice were to have stayed with an old friend of ours called Nigel Quest, while Suzanne and your grandmother stay in this house." "But now that Patrice and Suzanne are unable to come?" "We still thought you'd be happier at the farm." "Farm?" "Don't be frightened. You won't be sleeping in a hayloft. It's a lovely house, and you'll be far more comfortable there than here. Would you like some tea?" "Yes," Jules said. He would very much like some tea. "Then come and help me get it," Stacy said. "I'm running the house." He followed her out and stood watching her as she began to assemble cups and saucers on a tray. "Don't stand there," she smiled. "Work!" For answer, he took her in his arms and held her close. "Stacy." "Well?" "I missed you. It was terrible. Day and night I thought of you." She kissed him gently and fought back the questions that crowded into her mind. Not yet. Later. Later, when they had more time to talk. Later, when the sight and sound of him had helped to relight in her that happy confidence in the future which she had felt so strongly in Paris, but which since her return home had seeped steadily away. She released herself and went on with the work. He followed her instructions and did his best to be useful. "There are no servants?" he inquired after a time. "There was one. I hurt her feelings, so she walked out. My aunt runs the house, but she's not well. She's upstairs in bed." "I'm sorry. Will she be up before the wedding on Saturday?" "Oh, I hope so. But, Juel, there's been a hitch." "Hitch?" "About the date of the wedding. It couldn't be on Saturday." "Why not?" "Because of the big football match." "That sounds odd, I know," she hurried on, seeing his bewildered expression. "But you see, the church is right in the middle of a very narrow street, and on Saturday, at the time we'd be trying to get there, we'd run into thousands of people coming into Dorsham and going to the match." But one can't clear the street for a wedding. This I understand, but in a car, moving perhaps slowly, would there be no difficulty?" "There would. It isn't only the size of the crowd. It's the fact that they'll be yelling and waving flags, pandemonium, practically outside the church door. Nobody could be married with that noise." "It will sound very strange to tell my grandmother." "If she doesn't like it—" For the life of her, Stacy could not keep the sharpness out of her tone. "You'll have to drive her into town and let her see it all going on. She won't think it so strange after that." "It is a pity. What is the day changed to?" "We tried Friday, but the vicar's to be away on that day, so it's to be on Monday." "But my grandmother might have—" "Made plans for leaving after the wedding on Saturday? Well, let's wait till she gets here, and then she'll tell us." He studied her. "Stacy, you're angry. About her? About me? About Fremont?" "There's quite a lot," To be angry about. Don't let's talk about that now, Juel. Can you get the cake out of the tin over there? He brought the tin and in silence took out the cake and put it on a plate. Put the cake knife beside it, will you? I thought well about what you said. But there are two sides to the problem, and, Juel, I honestly think we oughtn't to get into this before tea. I'm sorry to be so busy. I'd rather be somewhere, anywhere, alone with you, with time to talk. But while my aunt's in bed, I have to run the house. Yes, I understand, but it's a pity. Just at this time, I want to explain to you what happened. And I want to hear, but not yet. After tea. After tea, there will be dinner. You will say the same thing. I am too busy. Perhaps you're trying to avoid any discussion about this. I'm not trying to avoid anything. You've just arrived, and I'm trying to get you a nice cup of tea, and you're helping. The milk's in the fridge, and the jug's on that shelf over there. And the sugar, you'll have to get some more out of the cupboard. He caught her hand, and, with an irritation she could not repress, she pulled it away. Please, Juel, later. Why? We're alone? All the journey I have been looking forward to seeing you, being with you, holding you in my arms. All you say is later, later, later. I promise you that as soon as we've had tea, I'll drive out with you anywhere you like. For how long? I have to be back in time to get dinner ready. Do you love me? Yes, but you're angry, disappointed. I was. I've talked myself out of it, I think. But you haven't forgiven me. Let's say I'll find it hard to forgive her. She has promised to do everything to make us comfortable. This means... The kettle gave a shriek, which sounded to Stacy derisive. She made the tea, put the things onto the wagon, and asked Juel to wheel it to the drawing room. When they entered, their expressions, totally devoid of any happiness that reunited lovers might be expected to show, made Edwin's spirits fall to so low a level that he was unable to eat anything. "Lemon cake, darling," his wife told him in surprise. "You love it." "Not today. Must think of my weight," he muttered. Quarrelling, and the fellow hadn't been in the house for more than 5 minutes. What could a mere father do? He did what he could. As soon as tea was over, he wheeled the things away, pretended not to hear Juel's suggestion of taking Stacy for a drive, and came back and insisted on showing him the garden. "It's damp, darling," Isabel objected. "It was raining only an hour ago." "Nothing to hurt," Edwin said. "Come on, Stacy. Come on, Juel. It's not a showpiece," he added, ushering them out of the doors. "But this soil's good for roses, and ours do pretty well." Hard going, he decided wearily, when he had pointed out several blooms and failed to elicit any kind of response in either of his companions. At last he halted. "Better come into the open." "Anything wrong?" he asked them. Juel looked at him, hesitated, and then plunged. Yes, Mr. Marsh. Stacy is angry with me. She gave me a sword and said to me, 'Run this through your grandmother.' But I didn't. I went to Fairmont, and I spoke to my grandmother, twice. Each time I was not successful in making her see Stacy's point of view about leaving Paris. I didn't expect her to see anybody's point of view but her own, Stacy said, with what her father thought unusual restraint. She isn't interested in my point of view. All I wanted you to do was point out that she can't, or she shouldn't, alter our plans on the eve of our wedding without some kind of reasonable explanation. She can't, or she shouldn't, say, "You must give up your life in Paris and come and live with me," unless she can add something to show us why it should be necessary. You're her grandson, and— "Excuse me, I am her grandson, yes, but you must not put that first. This," he turned with a frown to Edwin, "this I can't make Stacy see. That from the time my grandmother brought us, my brother and me, from America, she has given us everything. Now we are her employees. We are employees first and grandsons second. And there is another thing. The house at Fremont, which Stacy dislikes so much, is not one to which she should object. It is very large, it is very warm and comfortable. My brother and I lived there for many years. We did not mind that it was noisy and that there was no garden. We were near the lycée, we brought our friends home. Everything was arranged by my grandmother for our comfort. I don't think Stacy knows how many things my grandmother has to do, how many problems she has, how many employees she has to deal with. She did not give us much explanation for making this change from Paris to Fremont, this I will admit. But it was in the interests of the business, and even if not, the way that Stacy wanted to oppose her would not succeed, not with a person like my grandmother. My brother and I are fond of her. We know very well how to behave if we wish to persuade her in any matter. We have always gone round her a certain way, waited for the right time to approach her, and— "Time? What time was there between her orders to move and moving?" Stacy demanded. "What's the use of talking about the right time when she's already arranged for Patrice's things to be sent to Paris, when you've already been moved out to make room for him? When did you decide was the right time this time?" "We should have waited until she came here before making any protest," Juel said. "I told you this, but you wouldn't listen. Here, in your house, with your charming mother and your wise father, she would have listened to what we had to say. The spirit of the wedding would have entered into her. She would have seen that I am marrying a beautiful woman who would have made a perfect hostess for my business associates in Paris. All we needed was patience. Patience, patience, patience! But we made her angry, and so she acted at once." His voice held a note which made Edwin's spirits sink. If he couldn't see that Stacy needed handling with the same patient tactics he was used to employing when dealing with his grandmother, what chance of happiness did the future hold for them? "I think Juel is right," he said with what he hoped was conviction. "I had a grandmother myself once, and she used to issue ultimatums because, like Jules' grandmother, she got used to doing it. When you're at the head of a big organization, or even a small organization, you have to pursue an overall policy in matters, such as shifting staff around. You have to deal with the unimportant details as they come up. For instance, whether or not the staff wanted to be shifted. My advice, which neither of you has asked for, forget your troubles for the moment. Agreed, Stacy?" "There's not much point in discussing it anyhow, is there?" she pointed out. "The time—" She saw the appeal in her father's eyes and broke off. He left them in the garden, went indoors, and tried to forget his own troubles. Finding them too obtrusive to allow him to work, or read, or do his accounts, he decided to go upstairs and see Amy. Amy was still in her dressing gown, still seated by the window, but a skirt and jacket lay on the bed, indicating that she had thought of dressing. She turned her head as he came in, and he was shocked at the listlessness of her glance. "Hello, Amy. I came to see how you're feeling." "Thank you. I was going to dress, but I didn't feel up to it. Tomorrow." "There's no hurry. Want to hear about Juel?" She shook her head. "I heard him arrive. I wanted to go downstairs and help Stacy, but tell her I'm sorry." "She's managing very well. Why don't you stop worrying about the house?" He sat on the bed and leaned forward with his elbows on his knees. "What I wanted to tell you was that I'm going to have a word with Isabel about what happened. I've decided she ought to know." She merely nodded. "As you like," she said indifferently. "All you need say is that I got a shock and thought I saw my father. But Stacy discovered who it was I really saw." He sat upright. "I didn't think you took that seriously," he said in surprise. "I don't. You'll have to accept now or later that sitting up here and trying to convince myself I didn't see my father has left me more certain than ever that I did. I related the facts, Edwin, and they remain the facts. But it would be silly to give Isabel the true version. Stacy's guaranteed to bring this Mr. Hunter here. I know, she told me, and I told her that when I see him, I'll believe in him." He fished in his pockets and brought out a crumpled sheet of paper. "Phone calls," he said. 5, all committee women. Do you want their names?" "No, just leave the paper." "Why not ring them up, all, or 1 or 2, and say you'll go down there and help them out?" "They've done very well without me for all these years. I know quite well why they want me back." "What does it matter why? You're somebody in this town, or you were. You can be again. You're too intelligent to devote your entire time to the house." "And the quartet? Is Juel staying to dinner?" "Yes, it's a bit of a party, or it would be if you were present. We thought we'd better ask Bertram, and Nigel's coming too. Then he can give Juel a lead on the way back to the farm." "Would you like to have a chat with Bertram?" "No, I wouldn't." That, at least, he thought, was a flash of the old Amy. "Nothing you want?" he asked, getting up. "Stacy brought me some tea. Take the tray down, will you?" He carried the tray to the kitchen. Stacy was at the telephone dialing a number. "Where's Juel?" he asked. "Talking to Mother in the drawing room. Don't go away." He sat down and waited. She was addressing somebody called Hoopy, of whom he had never heard. "No, I'm sorry. My fiancé didn't arrive until after lunch. I was wondering if I could go along now, if he's in, and—" "Oh, I see. No. Could I come tomorrow morning?" "No, don't make him stay in specially. Just phone me if he goes out. But I'll be early, before he's ready for his walk." "Thanks. No, I'll probably come with my fiancé. Goodbye." "Who was that?" Edwin asked when she put down the receiver. "The man who's inherited Lady Medway's house, her grandson. I told you about him yesterday." "You didn't say he was called Hoopy. So you're certain you've run this Mr. Hunter to earth?" "Why this Mr. Hunter? We've discovered he's a rather nice old gentleman who likes walking, and is tall and is thin and autocratic. In other words, he's something like my grandfather." "How like him? We'll find out tomorrow." "Then Aunt Amy'll have to admit that seeing is believing." He made no answer. depression having settled on him with added weight. He spoke his thoughts aloud. "You don't look like a girl whose fiancé has just turned up and who's going to be married in a few days. What's the matter with you, Stacy? It's not like you to nurse grudges. I know you've had a knock, but I know you, and I know that once the threat has become a fact, you take it on the chin, so can't you?" He stopped. She had moved round and was behind him, her hands on his shoulders. He tried to twist round in order to see her face, but she tightened her grip to prevent him. "I wish," she said slowly, "that I hadn't come home." He sat silent, turning the words in his mind and trying to shake the true meaning out of them. She came to sit beside him, put her elbows on the table and rested her chin in her hands. He spoke with a frown. "You think that if you had stayed in Paris, you could have fought the grandmother and won? You're wrong. It would have been a grand fight, I dare say, but at the end of it, you'd still have found yourself at Vermont." "Perhaps, but I could have put some stiffening into Juel." "Wrong again. You couldn't. I suppose it hasn't struck you that he might have a higher sense of duty than his father had. He might feel it's incumbent on him to stand by his grandmother. She's a good deal older than she was when his father walked out, and Juel must know as well as you do, as well as she does, that Patrice isn't up to scratch. It'll be hard on Juel if you're going to penalise him for being a better man than—" "Do you like him?" "Yes, I do. I like what I've seen of him very much. If you asked me to hand in an assessment of his qualities, I'd tell you I needed more time and more opportunity than I'm likely to get to study him, but you'd rather have settled for Nigel." It was so unexpected that he had a momentary sensation of breathlessness. Recovering, he faced her. "I have never," he began slowly, "said—" "One word out loud, I know. I didn't guess until I came home. And when I said I wished I hadn't come, I didn't mean it was because I wished I'd stayed and fought it out with Jules' grandmother. I wish I hadn't come because ever since I arrived, something's been going on inside me. Regret." She put her hands on the table before her, studying them absently. "What I've realised in the last few days is that Mr. Borridge was right when he said on the plane that I'd shaken off the dust of my native land too early. I think he should have said that I hadn't shaken it off, not all of it. I wish I hadn't come home, or, having come, I wish I could have stayed here for a time, a much longer time, before marrying Jules. I thought I was merely going to pay a final visit and go back to France as happily as I did 3 years ago. But that isn't the way it's worked out. I'd give anything to put off my wedding. No, I'd give anything to have come home earlier, much earlier. This is the first time I've ever really felt that I really belonged here. I don't know why I feel it, but I do, very strongly. And I'm putting this very calmly and sensibly, but inside I'm not feeling either calm or sensible. I'm feeling churned up. Every time Jules comes near me, I want to beg him to go away, go back to France, and come back for me later, when I'm ready, when I've had time to gather up a lot more of the atmosphere of home. Gather it up or drink it in, to take away with me and keep all my life. If you think I'm being silly, don't stop me. Let me talk, even if I don't know how to say what I'm trying to say. I think there's been a missing element for years, an empty space, which is now being filled. I don't like Dorsham any more than I did, or this house. I'm not any closer to Mother. There's no sentiment in what I'm feeling. It's deeper than sentiment. It's a sense of belonging, I think. I'm seeing a lot more, and seeing it from a new angle. I didn't understand until I came back and watched you and Nigel together. What a knock you must have taken when I refused to marry him. You did, didn't you? I thought you could have been happy with him. But what does a father know about his daughter's affairs? You chose Juel, and he looks a good chap, and if you can pull yourself together and behave like a woman in love, I'd feel a lot happier. Why drag up old worries? Do you know he's going to America? Juel? No, Nigel. To look at horses, he says. He'll be away some months. I felt strange when I heard it. Jealous, I think. It seemed so much nicer to go and look at horses in America than to go and look at old Madame Charbonnier in Fairmont. But that isn't how I would have looked at it 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago. Do you wonder I'm churning? He wanted to tell her that he too was churning. Such words, spoken on the eve of her wedding, were worrying enough, but the look in her eyes went to his heart. She looked lost, and what he wondered miserably, could anybody say or do? She'd pull herself together soon. She was disappointed, bitterly disappointed, in the way things had turned out. But she'd rally soon and get back on her feet, and his confused, miserable musings were brought to an end by the entrance of Juel. "Ah, Stacy, you're here." He paused and spoke hesitantly. "I'm interrupting?" "Not in the least." Edwin rose. "I've got some work to do, and so has Stacy. Dinner for 6. What are you going to give us, Stacy?" She had not moved, but Juel had seated himself on a corner of the table and had taken her hands into his own. To her father's relief, she gave him a smile that looked almost genuinely welcoming. "Asperges Suisse, consommé Sevillana, salade Méditerranée, fromage varié." In other words, tinned asparagus on chopped ice, tinned soup with a touch of red pepper flavouring, tinned tunny fish and a mixed salad, and the brie and camembert I managed to get from the Townley supermarket. Juel can get to work with the tin opener. Nigel arrived early, looked into the kitchen and was introduced to Juel and instructed to take him into the drawing-room for a drink. "Take charge, will you?" Stacy asked him. "Shall I bring your sherry in here?" "No, thanks. I'm almost through. Is Mother down?" "Not yet. She's up in your aunt's room." "Well, give Juel a drink. I'll be along in a minute." When she went into the drawing-room, her mother was still absent. The conversation sounded brisk. Juel was answering Edwin's questions on the technicalities of car racing. Nigel was showing an unexpectedly wide knowledge of the subject. Then the talk turned to farming, and of that, Juel admitted that he knew nothing. "Horses, yes, but at the door, held by a groom," he explained. "I have to admit that I am not close to nature. You agree, Stacy?" She agreed lazily from the depths of an armchair. All three men told themselves that she had never looked lovelier. She was in a dark dress and was wearing earrings. Her hair was smoothed back into a small Spanish comb and then fell to her shoulders. "Juel's muscles," she told them, "come from exercising in an indoor gym. That tan came... before Uncle Bertram comes, Juel, I ought to tell you that he's bringing our wedding present, a picture. You know." "That is very kind," Juel said. "I wouldn't jump to conclusions if I were you," Stacy said. "He painted it himself. He's late. Nigel, could you go and phone the gatehouse and see if he's left?" "I'll do it," Edwin said. He took 2 steps towards the door and then stopped. The front door had been thrown open with a crash, so loud that conversation in the room came to an end. "What the devil was that?" Nigel asked. Edwin was in the hall. They heard his exclamation of horror, and in a moment Nigel was beside him. Stacy and Juel entered the hall on his heels. They found Edwin supporting his brother-in-law, who was half kneeling, half lying by the front door. With a swift glance, Edwin conveyed to the others a warning to make no sound that could carry up the stairs. In silence, they helped Bertram into the drawing-room and laid him on the sofa. He had made preparations for the visit. Instead of his usual velvet jacket, he was wearing a lounge suit, but his tie was hanging loose, his hair was wild, and there was a long rent on one side of his jacket. His eyes were closed. Edwin poured out some brandy, and Bertram drank, coughed, opened his eyes, and looked blankly round at the faces of the watchers. "What happened, Bertram?" Edwin asked. "I think he has been attacked," Juel said. "Is he hurt?" No. Bertram intoned the words, shaking his head desperately from side to side. No, worse, far worse. Far worse." He sat up, put his hand to his head and groaned. "Worse, far worse." The eyes of Edwin, Stacy, and Nigel held a clear realization of what was to come. "Tell us what it was," Edwin urged. They watched Bertram struggle for self-command. It won't sound. You won't believe. It's fantastic, absolutely fantastic, but you've got to believe me. You've got to believe that I actually—" He stopped and drew a deep breath. Then he turned to Edwin. "I think," he said simply, "I've gone out of my mind." "Nonsense," Edwin said. "Just tell us what happened." I'll do my best, but I don't expect you to—" "Never mind about that. Just tell us." Bertram drew another deep, shuddering breath. "I was ready to leave the house to come up here. I went into my studio to get the picture I was bringing Stacy as a wedding present. It was on the easel by the window. The window was open. I was going to take the picture off the easel and put something round it and carry it up here. As I lifted it, I had a feeling there was somebody. Well, I turned round. There was a man standing in the lane outside, looking in. Not at me, at the picture. I looked at him, and then I recognized him. I couldn't move. I could only stand there. It was horrible. I don't know how long I stood. I couldn't bear it any longer. I remember running. He stopped, and his eyes met Edwin's. "He was my father." "No, Bertram, I swear to you, Edwin." "Listen to me. Amy had a somewhat similar experience a couple of days ago. There's a man in Dorsham at the moment who's obviously your father's double, and—" "Amy saw him?" "Yes." "When? Where?" "In the park 2 days ago. He was sitting on the bench in the park that your father used to—" "Why didn't she tell me this? Why didn't you say anything?" "Because we knew that as soon as she saw this man, she'd realize that it wasn't your father who—" "The man I saw at the window," Bertram said with absolute conviction, "was my father." "You imagined—" "You think I imagined it? I tell you I saw him. Is a man likely to mistake his own father? He was there, at the window, looking in, at the picture. Do you remember how he used to look when I showed him a painting of mine? He'd stare at it with his eyes half closed and his lips bunched, and then he'd move this way and that to see if he'd got the light wrong, and then he'd hold the lobe of his ear and rub it as though that would help him make up his mind, and just before giving his opinion, he'd shake his head. Don't you remember? Haven't you seen him doing that? Of course you have. And that's what he did just now, down there outside the window. I tell you that it wasn't somebody who looked like him. It was my father. And if Amy says she saw him, then I believe her. He began to struggle to his feet. I'm going up to see her. Wait, Bertram, I tell you, I'm going up to see her. If she said she saw him, she saw him. I can tell you didn't believe her, but I do. I can see you don't believe me either. But I saw him. I did. I'm going up to tell her. He went to the door and opened it. Wait, Bertram, Edwin called. Isabel knows nothing about this. Bertram turned and stared at him. She doesn't know? You said nothing to her about Amy? No, I was going to. You think she hadn't a right to know that her father was... He stopped and passed a shaking hand over his hair. I'm going up to Amy, he said more quietly. They let him go. There was no sound in the room until Juel addressed Stacy in a voice of bewilderment. I don't understand what has passed. What has happened? He said slowly. He said that he saw his father. But that is your grandfather, and your grandfather is... Didn't you tell me he was dead? Stacy nodded. Drowned, she said in a conversational tone. 12 years ago. Chapter 8. Juel, left alone in the drawing-room, brooded. What was keeping them all upstairs for so long? The uncle had gone first. The father and the farmer friend had followed him, and Stacy had followed them. Had they forgotten dinner? Forgotten he had been left so long alone? Forgotten his very existence? He left his chair, stared moodily at the array of bottles, and decided that food, not drink, was his prime need. He was very hungry. He was also uncomfortable, being still in the clothes in which he had travelled. Nobody had suggested his going to the farm for a shower and a change of clothing. Instead, he had been offered the use of a lavatory in an alcove of the hall, hidden by a heavy curtain and approached by a short corridor lined with riding boots, gardening boots, and golf clubs. The taps of the wash basin were of the type that had to be depressed before water could flow. This, he could not know, was one of the many ways in which the late Mr. Franchard had insured against waste by servants and children. He walked restlessly round the drawing-room, looking without pleasure at the faded chintz and the wall-to-wall mushroom carpeting. Except for a large and heavy ashtray, there was not an ornament in the room, and he had a sudden stab of longing for his grandmother's house, with its rich, dark green velvet upholstery, its heavy tassels, its glowing red carpets and cabinets full of china. He had formed no definite ideas about Stacy's background, but that it would be elegant, like herself. He had never doubted. Was this the house in which she had absorbed her taste, her feeling for beauty? What would his grandmother make of it? He wondered uneasily. It was a pity, a great pity, that she was coming here. She would note, she would comment. She would, above all, remember. And things between her and Stacy were already bad enough. He stared, unseeingly, out of the window. It had seemed hard at first that they should give up the apartment in Paris. But when he had gone down to Fermont, at Stacy's insistence, to see his grandmother, she had reminded him that he had hitherto lived in Paris as a bachelor, going down to the restaurant for his breakfast and dinner, coming back from the office each evening to find the rooms of the apartment in order, his suits pressed, his clean linen neatly laid out in drawers. She had warned him that this pleasant state of affairs could not continue when he married, and he had not believed her. But now he was not so sure. This brief glimpse of Stacy at work in this house had not been reassuring. The clatter at the sink, the total lack of ceremony, the quality of the food. They would dine tonight, if they dined at all, on God only knows what messes taken from cans. He had refused when his grandmother had suggested that at Fermont he and Stacy should do as Patrice had done, take their meals with her. He had refused then. He did not feel like refusing now. Gloom filled him. He felt lost, alien. He had arrived in a state of eagerness. He would almost say exultation, a bridegroom coming to claim his bride. And then he had been told that he was going to stay in a farmhouse, and he had been informed almost casually that the wedding, his wedding, would not be on the day arranged. A football match had interfered. He had not had half an hour alone with Stacy, except in the kitchen. Could a man make love among empty cans? And her relations. His mind shied away from too close a survey. The father, polite but non-committal. The mother who sat, sewed, smiled and said nothing of any interest. The uncle and aunt, clearly not in their right minds. And Stacy? In despair, he pulled out another drink. What had happened to Stacy? Was this move to Fermont so bad after all? How could she have said so much against his grandmother's house after living in this one? There at Fermont were rich furnishings, comfort, warmth, even, he would say, luxury. To say that it was not a place in which to bring up children, hadn't he and Patrice been happy there? Yes, very happy. They had enjoyed unlimited freedom, chasing one another up and down the endless corridors, playing in the vast attics, hiding in the rooms of the little circular tower. What were they doing upstairs? He heard the door open and turned eagerly, but it was not Stacy who entered. Poor Juel! Stacy's mother came in, looked at him compassionately and sat down on the sofa. I'm so sorry we've left you alone for so long. You must be famished. They sent me down to talk to you. They won't be long. It is quite all right. The uncle, I hope he is better. She picked up her needlework and sighed. Poor Bertram. It was a great shock to him, as you saw. And to me too, because I had no idea that my sister had been made ill by the same thing. They hadn't told me because they thought it would upset me. She paused and selected a skein of silk. But I don't think I would have minded seeing my father as much as Amy and Bertram seemed to have done. I think they felt it so much because they didn't really get on very well with him. I did. I was his favourite, so I can't make out why. If he was going to appear, he appeared to them and not to me. You mean that... Juel made an effort to think clearly. You mean that you believe they saw your father? She raised her head and gave him a look of surprise. Oh, they did, Juel. There's no doubt whatever that they did. They're both completely truthful people. They would never dream of making anything up. Then you believe in ghosts? Oh, goodness, no. But you said your father, I mean to say, he's dead. Well, is he, Juel? He could only stare at her. 12 years ago? He said at last.
Wasn't it 12 years ago that he was...
Drowned? Yes, but that's just it. Was he?
You don't know for certain?
Well, his body was never found. At least, we don't think it was.
Then you believe that...
You mustn't let this upset you, Juel. This is just a family matter. The only people really concerned at the moment are my brother and sister. They both declare quite positively that they saw my father, and certainly, from what they said about the way he acted, I'm inclined to think it couldn't have been anybody else. But Bertram has taken it to heart even more than Amy, because he insists that he was the one my father was meant to appear to. He pointed out the fact, which is quite true, that when Amy was going through the park that morning, she wasn't supposed to be there at all. It was Bertram who should have gone down to pay the chemist's bill. So it was Bertram who should have been walking home through the park. And so it was Bertram who was meant to see my father sitting on that bench. You follow, don't you?
I'm afraid not very well.
Stacy will explain it better than I can. It's all rather odd, but I must say that I agree with Bertram in thinking that there must be some reason why my father came back. He's quite sure that there's a message of some kind, if only he can think what it is. He's feeling very upset because he ran away. If he had stayed, he thinks he would have learnt the reason for it all. She sighed. What a mercy all this didn't happen when your grandmother was here. At least we've got that to be thankful for.
Yes, that at least, he said with feeling.
Stacy is certain it'll all be cleared up by tomorrow when she brings Mr. Hunter.
I'm afraid I don't know who Mr. Hunter is.
We don't either. It was Stacy who found him. But of course, neither Amy nor Bertram will believe that he exists. They say that they'll believe in him when they see him. But they're quite sure they never will, in spite of what Stacy says. But Oh, there you are, Edwin. Edwin came in and spoke apologetically.
Sorry about this, Juel. Stacy'll be down in a moment. She's been making up a bed for her uncle, and Nigel's been helping her. We don't think he's fit to go back tonight.
Nigel was in the act of pushing a pillow into a linen case.
There you are, he said, handing it across the bed. I'll finish this. You better go down.
And what do I say to Juel? She inquired. Assure him that madness doesn't run in the family? Oh, why couldn't Mr. Hunter have been in yesterday? Bertram's not going to settle for Mr. Hunter. Didn't you hear him? He's busy with the problem of why his father appeared. What I'd like someone to tell me is why Mr. Hunter should have been staring in at his window. The studio faces a public lane, she pointed out, and there's no hedge. Anybody can see into the room when they're passing. Who passes except the postman? The lane doesn't lead anywhere except to this house. A stranger wouldn't know that until they walked up it. Let Mr. Hunter answer all the questions. I've got one for him. How did he get into the park? Nobody's cleared that up yet. Or do you have a theory? No, I refuse to go round in circles. Let me get him here, and he can clear everything up. Come downstairs. When they assembled at last round the dining table, nobody found much to say. Had Juel not been present, they would certainly have discussed the condition of the two absent members of the family, but he was there, and there seemed to be a general agreement to avoid the subject. Juel, after a few attempts to make conversation and getting brief and absent replies, gave up and tried to control his anger. He felt that some kind of effort should have been made by Stacy to make up for the unfortunate start to his visit, but she was silent, and he thought that she was avoiding his glance. She made coffee at the table. When they had drunk it, Isabel rose. "I'm going upstairs to see Amy and Bertram," she said. "They don't want anything but soup," Edwin said. "I'll take it up later." He closed the door behind her and came back to the table. "I was right, wasn't I?" Stacy asked him. "About telling Mother, I mean. Would you say she was shattered?" He sighed. "She doesn't know it all," he said. "You don't know it all either. Bertram didn't finish his story until he got me alone." "What else was there?" Stacy asked. He did not answer directly. "I think perhaps you'd better reconsider the Mr. Hunter angle," he told her. "If it was he who looked in at your uncle's window this evening, perhaps it would be wiser to keep well away from him." "Why?" "I asked Bertram why he hadn't spoken when he first saw somebody at the window. He said that recognition came almost at once, and after that he couldn't have uttered a word to save his life. But when he felt he couldn't bear it any more, he tried to, well, break the spell, was how he put it. He picked up the first thing to hand and threw it as hard as he could at whoever it was looking in. It hit something. Who or what, he doesn't know. But if you find your Mr. Hunter, and if it was your Mr. Hunter, who was hit by a sizable missile coming hurtling through a window, well, where does that leave us?" "Assault," Nigel said unhesitatingly. "What did he throw?" "The picture," Edwin said. "Stacy's wedding present." "But I don't understand," Juel said for the 10th time. "Why should we have to go? You heard what your father said, that something was thrown. If this man was hurt, then it serves him right for peering into windows and frightening people out of their wits. No court is ever going to blame a man for—" "Court? Are you saying that this will come before a—" "No, I'm not. For heaven's sake, Juel, try and have some sense. There's enough idiocy in the family as it is. Once I bring Mr. Hunter here, don't you see that the whole thing is cleared up?" "But you have nothing to base this on. You are only imagining that perhaps he will look like your grandfather." "Of course he will. Don't you see that it's the only possible explanation?" "Then why shouldn't your father go and see this man? Why should it be you?" "Tomorrow is the only day we shall have to be alone. The day after, my grandmother will be here. I thought that you and I would drive somewhere, be away from the others for the first time." "I'm not asking you to waste the entire day. All I want is to go in the morning to see Mr. Hunter, to prove that he's so much like my grandfather that he could pass for his double. We drive him here, exhibit him, take him back, the end." "Why can't it be left for your father to do that after we're married?" "Because Mr. Hunter's only staying for the match. I know it's difficult for you to have to see this from the point of view of my aunt and uncle, but I am sorry they are sick, but I don't find any of this very amusing." "Do you think I do? You don't imagine that this is the homecoming I looked forward to, do you? For you or for me? And my uncle and aunt aren't sick. If they are, the sooner we produce Mr. Hunter, the sooner they'll return to normal, and the sooner I'll be free to spend my time with you. But, and if I do go out with you for the entire day tomorrow, who do you think is going to clean the house and cook the meals? Why is there no help in a house so large? Cause and effect. The house is so large, not to say out of date, that it puts possible helpers into a panic. There was a woman who came every day to help Aunt Amy, but as soon as I took over, she took off. Before everybody began seeing ghosts, things were running smoothly. So for positively the last time, I'll say that I'm sorry. Sorry you saw the house in such unfavourable circumstances. Sorry I haven't had more time to spend with you. Sorry that most of our conversation has had to take place in a kitchen. Sorry, above all, that I made it so clear that I wasn't going to spend much time in this house, that plans for modernising it were abandoned. Will you come with me to see Mr. Hunter tomorrow? Yes, but I should like to say that in my view, you shouldn't have involved yourself so much. It's my family, isn't it? If your uncle and aunt saw their dead father walking about, wouldn't you feel obliged to do something to clear the matter up, one way or the other? I don't like my uncle. I think he's pretty awful, though not as ghastly as your grandmother. I thought I didn't like my aunt, but I've discovered that I do. It was horrible to see her so cowed. Did you expect me to do nothing while she sat upstairs brooding herself into a breakdown? Mr. Hunter is the only answer that's sane, sensible, and conclusive. So I want to see him, talk to him, tell him what he did in his innocent wanderings round the neighbourhood, and ask him to come and show himself to Amy and Bertram. Then I marry you and we go back to France and live happily ever after in a frightful place called Fermont, if your grandmother lets us. Any questions? Yes, one. How are you going to behave to her when she comes? I shall be politeness itself. I might tell her when there's a quiet moment that I think she's overreached herself in dragging us down to Fermont, but... She saw the look of anger on his face and paused, studying him. Then she sat on a chair, leaned her elbows on the table and spoke more slowly. Juel, you're not going to pretend that she didn't bulldoze you into changing your mind, are you? Let's face that truth at least. There was no bulldozing. I told her everything that you had said. She pointed out that we had not looked all round the problem. For one thing, as she reminded me, if I'm one day to be, with Patrice, the head of the business, I must work in every department, and so must he. He has never been at the Paris office. I know nothing of the recent changes at Fermont. She said too, and this is true, though you won't like to hear it, that you must not interfere with the working of a business, especially with a business that has been running so long and so successfully under her direction. She asked what you know of this or of any other business. And it's true that I wouldn't have dreamed of interfering in anything that wasn't connected with our own private lives. When we first got your grandmother's letter with the order to move out of the Paris apartment, you were as furious as I was, and as determined as I was, to fight it. It was only when you went down to see her that you let her talk you into... No, that's not true. Apart from her, I had been thinking. Away from you, I could think more clearly. I saw how mistaken you were. I saw that it would be better to move. As to the house, its position is bad, perhaps, but that is all you can say against it. She is putting in an elevator.
I told you this over the phone. An elevator will take us directly up to our floor, and once up there, we shall be able to do as we have been in Paris, alone, independent. There's no kitchen up there. Is she putting in a kitchen too? For the present, no. She thought, and I think too, that at first it will be easier, more sensible to go down and have our meals with her. Not breakfast, this our own servant will arrange. Lunch and dinner, those. She has a good housekeeper. She has a good cook. The meals, this you must admit, are delicious. But all this is apart from the main question, which is one of obeying orders. She employs me. You were sure that there was something personal, something even of spite in her action. But there was not. She acted solely for the firm, the business. You must not, we must not argue with her on this matter from a personal point of view. I love you very much, and I shall always try to do things the way you want them to be done. But you must forget that my grandmother is my grandmother, and think of her first as my employer. I don't want to leave her, as my father did. I think he was wrong. She is difficult. She is domineering. But what she is doing is, in the end, for us, for Patrice, for me, for you, for our children. He stopped, and she could hear his quickened breath. As she said nothing, he spoke in a tone of appeal. Think it over, please. In life, one cannot always do exactly as one wishes. You have— He broke off. Someone was approaching the kitchen. The door opened and Stacy's father entered. After one glance at their faces, he spoke in an authoritative tone. "It's late, Stacy," he said. "Juel and Nigel ought to be going. You'll be extremely comfortable," he went on, shepherding Juel to the door. "Nigel's got a nice, cosy, well-run bachelor establishment. Coming, Stacy?" In a moment. The door closed and she sat gazing at it. She tried, but could not quite succeed in fighting down the panic that had gripped her. They were going to Fairmont. They had to go. They were to live with that dreadful old woman, far from their friends, 300 and more miles from Paris, and all that Paris meant to them. A lift to take them up to their own floor, no kitchen, no meals to prepare for Juel, no scurrying to the nearest market to fill a basket with fresh vegetables and fruit. Traffic in an ever-flowing stream on the streets below, not the purring or puttering of cars and motorbikes, but the grind and roar of trucks. That was to be her life. And she supposed she could get used to it and make herself and Juel happy. But how was she going to fill the empty space his words had made in her heart? They had been allies, he and she against his grandmother. Now she was alone. She had not really expected, she knew now, to win, but she had wanted Juel to make a fight. He hadn't fought. The realization came slowly and painfully, because he was, basically, as bound up in the business as his grandmother. His eyes were fixed on the same goal, success. He would never endanger the structure as his father had done. His grandmother might bully, insult, it would glance off him, because that was the way she did business, and only the business mattered. He was well paid, and his prospects grew rosier every day. They would be very rich up there on their top floor.
He would buy longer and more powerful cars and attend more and more racing events, counting laps. There would be endless dinners with his grandmother and his business associates, portly and provincial. The children, when they arrived, would be pushed in their prams through the diesel fumes to the dusty enclosure that passed for a park. She would see Juel alone at breakfast and in bed. From breakfast to bed, 14 hours. How did one use 14 hours in a town like Vermont? With no cooking or housekeeping to see to. She could sew. Look how happy her mother was, bent over all that embroidery. Study. Yes, she could study. She could take one of her father's correspondence courses. And there would be letters to write, to find out what their friends in Paris were doing, if their friends hadn't forgotten them. It was no use being morbid. Happiness, it came from inside. What was that French play she'd acted in at school in the dim past? Happiness was a bluebird, and it was no use chasing round looking for it, because it was there on your doorstep all the time. All she had to do was find a bluebird and train it to go up in a lift. She got up, drew a deep, fortifying breath, and went into the hall. The 2 cars were out on the drive, but the men were changing places. "Are you going to trust Nigel to drive your car?" she asked Juel. "I shall follow behind," Juel told her. He came up to her, put his arms round her and kissed her lingeringly. "Good night. I shall come early tomorrow. Good night, Mr. Marsh." Nigel put up a hand in farewell and proceeded with care towards the gate. Juel followed. "I hope Nigel gets through the village without running down any of the team," Edwin said. "He will. Where's Mother?" "Still upstairs with your uncle and aunt, I think." He broke off. What are they coming back for? But it was not Juel or Nigel returning. The car that drove up and stopped beside them was Mr. Borridge's, and he opened the door and got out. "Saw the lights, Edwin," he said. "I know it's late, but I thought there was a chance of catching you still up." "Come inside," Edwin invited. "No, not inside. This won't take long. And I'd rather your wife and Miss Franchard didn't hear it. Don't want to upset them. Stacy here, she's tougher. What I wanted to say was that I'd have to call off the quartet practice. I dare say you'd have called it off anyway, the wedding and that." "Yes, and the vicar's away too," Edwin reminded him. "What's the trouble?" George hesitated. "Well, I don't rightly know how to tell you," he said slowly at last. "Sounds kind of daft. It's, well, you know the old body who used to hand-wash all your father-in-law's underwear in the good old days? Mrs. Torson. That's her. Well, she came screeching into the post office this evening, just about closing time, and flopped down in a kind of fit, only it wasn't a fit. She said she'd seen a ghost. A ghost, mind you." "Ah, any old ghost or a particular ghost?" Edwin asked. "This is going to surprise you, Edwin," George promised solemnly. "Whose ghost? Paul Franchard's ghost. Your father-in-law's ghost. Now, what do you say to that?" Stacy opened her mouth, felt that the lead ought to come from her father, and closed it again. "I'd say," Edwin answered, "that it was football fever." Relief flooded over George's face. "Aye, that's just what I said myself, Edwin. That's just what I told them when they came to me. Football fever. We've all got it, and those of us, like old Mrs. Torson, who are old enough to remember Paul Franchard,
are calling him to mind now. It's only natural."
"But what's this got to do with calling off the quartet practice?" Edwin asked him.
"She's in my house, d'you see," George explained. "My wife happened to be in the post office when old Mrs. Towson came screeching in, and when they'd got the old body calmed down, she said she wouldn't go back to her own house, not for £1,000. So my wife said she could come to ours. I'm sorry she said it, but then, in a way, I'm not. I didn't want Mrs. Towson or anybody else dumped on us at a busy time like this, but it's a good thing in the end, because if she were anywhere else, I couldn't keep an eye on her. And what's happened is the word's got round, and every nosy Parker with nothing better to do is stepping by our house to ask how it came about, where, when, that kind of caper. One of them, you won't believe this, went so far as to say that Miss Franchard had seen him too, seen her father walking about in broad daylight. But I'm having none of that. I'm sticking close, and I'm damping down all the gossip and sending all the busybodies about their business. What would happen if this got spread about and reached the team, eh? Mrs. Towson's first cousin is young Bet Barton's mother. Suppose she catches the bug, and we have our Bet seeing ghosts in both corners of the goal.
He wiped his forehead.
It's all hysterics, he summed up.
Where did Mrs. Towson see the ghost? Stacy asked.
Walking down the back lane from the football fields, she said. She was at her back gate. It opens onto the lane, and she saw this chap coming, and thought to herself, he was a bit like old Mr. Franchard, and the nearer he got, the queerer she felt. And when he got close, she saw it was him.
Did he stop? Stacy asked.
She says so. She thought he was going to say something, and that's what finished her, she says. She turned and ran into the house and shut herself in, and then, after a time, she felt the need for company, so she came out the front way and went screaming to the first human contact, which was the post office. Lucky my wife was there. But to drag in Miss Franchard... If they wanted to pick on someone, I told them, they'll have to pick on someone else, because a more steady head than hers you wouldn't find in a long day's march.
What Mrs. Towson could have seen, suggested Stacy, was someone who looked very much like my grandfather.
That's what my wife thought, George said. Old Sowerby and his son were in the post office with her. Old Sowerby'd know your grandfather if anybody would. He was his chauffeur for years. My wife sent him to have a look round the playing fields, but there was nobody there. Though, of course, there'd been time for the old gent, whoever he was, to have gone. But go up the village street he certainly didn't, because if he was that much like your grandfather, people would have seen him and there'd have been more screeching at the post office. Well, I've got Mrs. Towson, and I'm not going to let her spread the scare all over the place, especially as they've mentioned Miss Franchard. I'll put a stop to that.
She did see him, Edwin said.
Always like to have something to...
He broke off, staring at Edwin.
What did you say?
She saw him. So did Bertram. Yes.
You're joking.
No, it's no joke.
You are standing there telling me that...
Amy saw him first, in the park. Bertram saw him this evening outside his house. But before you go screeching to the post office, I can tell you that Stacy seems to have found the answer to it all. She's on the track of an old man who might turn out to be her grandfather's double. A sigh came from George's depths. "Well, thank God we're talking sense at last," he said. "Who is this chap?" "I'm seeing him tomorrow," Stacy said. "How did you get on to him?" "Brilliant detective work." "Well, bring him to me, and I'll put him on a float and parade him through the village." "All right, I will." "How are your aunt and uncle taking it?" "Lying down." "Well, this chap must be the spitting image of your granddad, but if he's walking about in Dorsham, why hasn't there been more—" "He's not in the village. He'll explain it all tomorrow," Stacy promised. "You're a good girl," George told her with approval. "You've restored my balance, as you might say. Now, I'll go and tell my wife, Mrs. Torson, too." "Don't be mean," Edwin said. "Let her enjoy herself for a while." "Enjoy herself? Enjoy? Why, she's in such a state that she—" "When you get back," Edwin prophesied, "you'll find she's recovered enough to realize that she's leapt into fame. People are hanging on her words. Crowds are hurrying to your house to hear the story from her own lips. Don't spoil it." "Well, if you put it that way—" George got into his car and started the engine. "Tell Miss Franchard and Bertram I'm sorry they got a fright all over nothing." He drove away, and Edwin studied Stacy by the light shining from the hall. "Everything all right?" he asked. Yes, I suppose so." "What were you and Juel quarrelling about in the kitchen?" "His grandmother, what else?" She slipped a hand under his arm and leaned against him. "It's all settled. We're going to live at Fermont." "It'll work itself out. You know my views, don't you?" "Yes, whither thou goest, there also, and so on. Don't you know that there's a new movement stirring? Women have a say in everything, including their husbands' affairs. A woman's got to carry out her half of the marriage contract. Running the home? I shan't have a home to run." He hesitated and then put a question. "If you'd known this was going to happen, would you have agreed to marry Juel?" "The answer's got to be yes, hasn't it? If not, what was I marrying for? An apartment in Paris? I already had one. Money? I had enough, and I only had to polish Mother off in order to have more. I had Juel a mere mile or so away, so in saying I'd marry him, I must have wanted to close the gap, mustn't I? Only, at the moment, I feel lonely. That's why I'm clinging to you. Your great-aunt Deborah went out to Burma at the age of 19 and married a timberman and lived in a tent in a teak forest. Yes, you told me. How do you think that helps me to live with Juel's grandmother?" "You're overtired." "No, I'm homesick." "For Paris?" "No, for here, in advance." His heart sank, but he made an effort to speak lightly. "All brides feel like this just before the wedding. You'll be all right. I like Juel." "So do I. So does his grandmother. Popular fellow, Juel. If I can't bear his grandmother and come running back, will you open the door or shut me out in the snow?" "You won't run back. Your trouble has always been running forward. Too fast. I don't think I'll live to see you running back. Go to bed." She kissed him lightly on the cheek. "I'll go and see if Aunt Amy's still awake." "You will not. She doesn't want anything to eat or drink. Your mother saw to that. Go straight to bed." He stood watching her as she went upstairs. Then with a sigh, he went into the library and poured himself out a drink. She wasn't happy, he thought, despairingly. He had seen her in many moods, but never in one like this. She was unhappy, and it went deeper than the move from Paris to whatever the name of the other place was. She was unsettled. She was adrift. She was lost. And he couldn't help her. And he didn't think that fellow Juel was going to be much use at helping her either. If only she'd never met him. If only she'd stayed here and married Nigel. If only... He pulled himself up. What would "if only" do to improve matters? He finished his drink and went to lock the doors. Chapter 9. When Stacy entered the kitchen early next morning, she halted in the doorway. For a few bewildering seconds, ready to believe that she had dreamed the events of the past few days. For Amy was at work, neat, busy, only a shade paler. The preparations for breakfast were well advanced. A tray, presumably to be taken up to Bertram, lay on a side table. "Good morning, Stacy." "Look, there was no need to—" "I'm quite well again, thank you. Is there any point in my staying up in my room if I feel quite well enough to come down?" "No, but if you're here because you think I can't cope with the addition of Uncle Bertram—" "I'm here because I want to work." Amy sounded as dry and as matter-of-fact as she had ever been. "Whose car was that last night?" "Mr. Borridge's. Old Mrs. Towson saw my grandfather yesterday evening, walking along the path that skirts the playing field. So he can't come to the quartet practice." "There's some connection, I presume?" "Yes, Mrs. Towson's in his house, and he wants to keep an eye on her in case she spreads panic among the players." "I see." Amy put a loaf of bread onto the breadboard and began to cut it in even slices. "He wouldn't like that. He's worked hard for all the teams in this town. There wouldn't have been any quartet practice in any case, the vicar's away." So Father told him. "Aunt Amy—" "The answer's no. You were going to say, weren't you, that Mrs. Towson's little adventure proves your hunter theory?" "Well, doesn't it?" Her aunt looked up. "When I see him, I'll believe in him. I've told you so." "Did it make you feel better when you heard that Uncle Bertram had seen—" "It saved my reason," Amy said quietly, "because I was afraid that for the rest of my life I'd be trying to convince you all that there was something, someone. And now we all know that there was. Well, by lunchtime I'll have Mr. Hunter here. It wouldn't satisfy you for long to know that there was something or someone. You'd want to know exactly what or who." "I saw my father," Amy said in a quiet, unemphatic voice. "As you're here, will you make the toast?" "You've never asked me to help you before. You've always told me to get out and stay out." "Perhaps you've proved that you can make yourself useful. Will you and Juel be going out for the day?" "That's what he'd like. Shall I pack a picnic for you?" "No, thank you. Juel isn't a picnicker. He'll want what he calls a civilized meal at an expensive roadhouse, and I'll let him have it today, because he won't be in a good temper, owing to having to accompany me to take a look at Mr. Hunter. That's our first project." Amy's eyebrows lifted in the old sardonic way. "You're like your grandfather. Get an idea into your head and I don't know what to call you. Tenacious, bull-headed, pig-headed, obstinate, mulish." "Tenacious. Be nice to Juel when he comes. He's had a miserable time so far." "He'll be far more cheerful this morning, you'll find." "Why?" "Because he'll have asked Nigel some searching questions about the mental health of your family and received reassuring answers." Whether she tried to be nice or not, her manner on meeting Juel was as stiff and unforthcoming as ever. Stacy listened in despair to the dialogue.
How do you do?
You have been sick, Miss Franchard. I'm so sorry. I hope you are feeling better.
Thank you, yes.
If my grandmother is going to be a trouble to you here, please let...
She'll be no trouble.
I wouldn't like to think that she will make too much work for you. You mustn't put a strain on yourself.
Don't worry, she won't, Stacy interposed. Aunt Amy, come outside and look at his car.
Amy looked at it, pronounced it unsuitable for the local roads, and went indoors again. Juel looked after her with a frown. I don't think she will get on well with my grandmother, he said.
Too bad. Shall I drive?
Not this car, no. I shall buy you one for yourself.
I drove your last one.
That cost less than this. Don't waste time arguing. Get in, and let's go to this old gentleman, and after that we can go far away and find a place to be by ourselves. And I'd like to go and see the castle that Nigel used to live in. He says it'll be open to the public today. What is it like?
Bastions, baileys, and barbicans, and so on.
When was it built?
13th century. Father to son ever since, without a break. Under siege in civil war, notable portraits, notable furniture, notable tapestries. Visited by 2, if not 3, kings. Photographs on sale in village. Bus in both directions twice every day.
Thank you. How old was Nigel when it was given up?
Given over to the National Trust. He was 18.
He couldn't have kept it?
No, the decision was made in his father's lifetime. Nigel had several years in which to get used to the idea of moving. That shows he wasn't dealing with your grandmother. You turn right here and go up the hill. The house we're going to is along that ridge.
Does he know you're coming to see him?
I phoned the owner of the house before we came out this morning, but there was no answer.
Then they're out, perhaps.
Not necessarily. Slow down. You turn left into that drive. He stopped the car at the door and they got out. Stacy rang the bell and they waited, and rang several times more. There was no response.
Nobody, Juel said at last.
She said nothing. She was afraid to speak, in case her feeling of frustration sounded too clearly in her voice and betrayed the high hopes she had built on this meeting. She had braced herself to find Mr. Hunter totally unlike her grandfather. What she had not expected was this unlooked-for, infuriating check. Hoopy had known she was coming. Where was he? Where was Cassandra? Mr. Hunter might be out walking. He might appear at any moment. On the other hand, he might not. There was no point in speculating and no use in waiting. "Come on," she said to Juel. They drove away. She sat silent, doing her best to switch her mind to other matters that would interest Juel. They were alone. The day was fine, the car was comfortable. Their wedding was 4 days away. It was selfish, to say the least, to give her whole mind to something, someone in whom she had not the faintest interest. Who would have imagined that she would have been caught up like this? Seated in the plane only a few days ago, she had given no more than a second's thought to her aunt or her uncle. And now she was feeling desperately disappointed because she had not been able to take Mr. Hunter to see them. Her musings came to an abrupt end. She spoke urgently to Juel. "Stop, will you?" They had rounded several curves and had come onto a straight stretch of road. Coming towards them was Nigel's car, and Nigel was signalling to them. Juel drew his car to the side of the road. Nigel stopped close by, and Stacy saw that with him were Hoopy and Cassandra. They left the car and broke into speech.
Hoopy rang your house twice, but the lines were busy. So we came to the farm. To find Nigel. One at a time, Nigel commanded, and there was silence. Now, Hoopy. You tell her, Hoopy asked him. Nigel hesitated, looking at Stacy. Their eyes met, and for a moment she longed with sickening intensity to be back on the old, easy footing they had fallen into on her return, and which had been brought to an end by the arrival of Juel. Hoopy had told him something, and the reason he was hesitating about communicating it to her was because it didn't concern Juel. And Juel was already looking enough of an outsider, standing on the edge of the group apart, disregarded. But then he was, she told herself with a kind of despair. He was an outsider. He was outside the family, and after his unfortunate introduction would probably be anxious to stay outside. He cared nothing for Dorsham or anybody in it except herself. He was disappointed in the house, in her relations, in the arrangements for the wedding. He wanted to marry her and take her away as soon as possible, and she didn't blame him. But it would be wonderful if just for a brief space, just for this one morning, she could have been free of him, able to forget him and give her whole mind to what was going on now. Nigel's eyes were still on hers, and she remembered, too late, the ability he had always possessed to read her thoughts. "Well?" she asked him. It was Hoopy who answered. "I'll tell you," he said. "It's about old Mr. Hunter. He didn't get back until about dinner-time yesterday, and when he did come back," Cassie said, "he was in quite a state. He didn't fuss. In fact, he didn't say anything much, but we could see he wasn't the man he'd been when he went out. I told Hoopy we ought to get a doctor to come and look at him, but—" "He wouldn't hear of it," Hoopy went on. "He said he was all right. All that happened was that he was walking home, it was getting a bit dark, and he'd walked into a tree. He said he'd just have a little soup and go to bed. And that's what he did," Cassie continued. "I didn't like the look of him, but I knew that old people get shaken up easily, and I thought a good night's rest would put the poor old thing on his feet." "But it didn't," Hoopy said. "When Cassie took up his morning tea, he looked just the same, so she came down and spoke to me, and we phoned the first doctor we found in the book. When he came, he turned out to be one of those pricey ones with a clinic of his own, that new one just above the town. He looked Mr. Hunter over, said he was all right, but needed a couple of days' complete rest. In the clinic, naturally. I said we were quite happy to look after him in the house, but he said no, the house wasn't quite ready for visitors, and he could see we had a lot of work ahead of us and so on, so it was better for Mr. Hunter to be in the clinic. So that's where he is. We saw him in, and then went on to the farm, and Nigel said he'd like to go to the clinic, and if we came along this way, there was a chance we might run into you. And he was right." "Walked into a tree?" Stacy asked. "Yes, but after we got him to bed last night, I reminded Cassie that it wasn't so dark when he came in that he couldn't have seen a tree in front of him. When he talked to the doctor this morning, I heard him say that now that his head was a bit clearer, he thought he hadn't walked into anything. Something, a branch maybe, had fallen off and hit him." The doctor asked him where he was at the time, but all he remembered was that he'd gone down a lane thinking it might be a short cut. But, as I said to Cassie, suppose it wasn't a branch, and suppose it didn't fall? What's wrong with thinking that
Someone threw something. Cassie said nobody would want to hurt a harmless old man like Mr. Hunter. But isn't this town full, at the moment, of a lot of overexcited cheerleaders trying to fill in time before the big day? One or two of them mightn't have liked the look of Mr. Hunter. He wasn't an ageing old wreck shuffling along on infirm extremities. He was upstanding and prosperous-looking, and he looked as though he'd done a lot of pushing around in his day. That wouldn't appeal to the kind of thug I've seen walking around town in the last few days. I was wondering whether, when we'd looked in at the clinic and seen Mr. Hunter, I oughtn't to go along and have a word with the police. "Police? Impossible!" came sharply from Juel. Hoopy turned and looked at him for the first time. His glance took in the well-brushed hair, the smooth cheeks, the sports jacket of continental cut, the impeccable buckskin shoes. "You said something?" he inquired politely at last. Juel spoke in a calmer tone, but his agitation was still visible. "I meant simply that this is hardly enough to make a matter for the police." "Well, you're a foreigner," Hoopy said with kindly patronage, "so you wouldn't know that in this country we've got a nice friendly set of policemen who like to make sure that old gentlemen can walk about without having things thrown at them." "I understand that, of course," Juel said, "but for so small a matter—" "The gentleman's in hospital," Hoopy reminded him. "I don't suppose he thinks it's so small a matter. Moreover, the gentleman now in hospital was a guest in my establishment. And what if that smart doctor takes it into his head to have a word with the police?" "Why should he do that?" Jules asked. "I'll tell you. Look at it from his point of view. Young couple, ostensibly preparing a new guest house, cohabiting but unwed. Take in old gentleman injured, unable to remember how or exactly where. Young couple profess ignorance, old gentleman removed to hospital. How would you care to start in business with a handicap like that?" "I am sorry, I only think that policemen are like lawyers. If you can, you keep them away." "I'll make a note of that," Hoopy said, and turned to address Stacy. "Are you coming to the clinic?" "Yes." "Then go with Nigel, will you? Cassie and I'll beg a ride in the only car of this kind we're ever likely to get into. The foreign gentleman can give me some more advice on the way." "He's my fiancé, Juel. Hoopy and Cassandra. Would you mind giving them a lift?" Since Hoopy and Cassandra were already vaulting lightly into his car, Juel could do nothing but shrug and get in beside them. He turned the car and, without a word or look in Stacy's direction, disappeared with a roar along the road that led to the town. When the sound had died away, Nigel spoke. "Unfortunate, that," he remarked. "Shall we go?" She made no reply. They drove in silence to the clinic. But there was no sign of Jules's car when they arrived. Inside, they found Hoopy and Cassandra in a large, beautifully appointed waiting room. "I told you it was a pricey set-up, didn't I?" Hoopy asked as they entered. "Juel went to the farm. He says he'll wait there. He's got the sulks. Tricky-tempered sort of chap. We're waiting for a nurse or matron or a doctor. We've intimated that we'd like to see Mr. Hunter." But it was the doctor, owner of the clinic, who came at last to inform them that Mr. Hunter was under sedation and would not be allowed to see visitors for 2 or 3 days. "If we let visitors in to see him," he ended, "he won't get the complete rest he requires. He'll be very well taken care of. You may leave everything to us." "He'll want to go to the match," Hoopy said. The doctor, white-coated, suave, patronising, looked at him with raised eyebrows. Match? You're not suggesting? No, just stating, Hoopy said. The match is all he came to Dorsham for. Then I'm afraid he came in vain. I shall certainly not allow him to attend Saturday's match. Now that you've mentioned it, I shall take care to keep him here over the weekend. Will you excuse me? I'm extremely busy. Good morning to you. Now, if somebody threw something at him, Cassie said yearningly as the door closed, they'd be doing me a service. Were you serious about going to the police? Stacy asked Hoopy. Yes and no. It isn't as though the old man's badly hurt. Pity about his missing the match. He'll really take that to heart. Well, where do we go from here? I think Cassie and I'll go along to Dan Peachy's and see if he's managed to get any life out of my car. Will you have time to drop in for a drink before settling down to a happy married life with Monsieur Sulkypants? I'll come if you promise not to bully Juel again. It's his accent, Hoopy explained. Just as you think he's talking English, he slips in a misconstruction with transatlantic overtones. And why doesn't he update his clothes? If he'd sleep in that outfit for a couple of weeks, it might lose its tidy 20s look. I'll see to it, Stacy promised. So where are we now? Nigel asked, driving her to the farm. 1, your aunt and uncle have both seen the family ghost. 2, your uncle has injured an innocent passer-by. Which proves once and for all that it was Mr. Hunter. 3, my wedding has been put off because of a football match. 4, my principal guests can't attend. And 5, my fiancé wishes he'd never come to Dorsham. The only thing you can put on the credit side is the fact that when Aunt Amy and Uncle Bertram are faced with Mr. Hunter, they'll have to... Amy, perhaps. Bertram? I'm not sure. He can hardly pretend it wasn't Mr. Hunter, can he? I have a feeling he's going to stick to his story. Why, for heaven's sake? Because it's going to help him to do something he's been wanting to do for years. Which is? Become a public benefactor. I don't understand. Well, I'm only guessing. But I know him pretty well, and I think he's going to realise that now's his chance to wipe out the mistake he made when he came back to Dorsham. He tried to win back his old friends by closing the park, but he discovered his old friends had died or left Dorsham or chummed up with the new residents, so that all he achieved was making himself loathed by the townspeople. He's never quite got over that. He's one of those people who yearn to be popular, who haven't any idea how to bring it about. Now he can do it, by opening the park. But nobody wants it. The sports enthusiasts don't. They don't need it, because, thanks to George Borridge and his money-raising efforts, they've all the ground they want. But what about this arts centre that Hoopy mentioned? Why don't you suggest to Bertram, at a suitable moment, that there's a crying need for something of that kind? He won't think of it unless you put the idea into his head. The first need is the land. If he hands the park over, he won't hand over any money with it. I'm certain of that. But George Borridge would get to work and raise the money for the buildings, even if he had to play his flute outside the pub and collect contributions in his hat. An art centre. And stress painting when you put the proposition to Bertram. To be a patron of that branch of the arts, he might even put his hand into his velvet jacket pocket. Hoopy'd be good at raising money. Cassandra would be even better. So why don't you forget Mr. Hunter and let poor old Bertram emerge from obscurity
and become the most popular patron in town. Why should seeing Mr. Hunter put him off opening the park? It brings Bertram down to earth, that's why. I don't think he wants to come down. I'd like to know that there was going to be an art centre, but I don't see why it can't be started by Uncle Bertram in his right mind. They're not your relations, so you don't care if they get permanently labelled as Dotty. I do care. People might say it ran in the family, and I don't believe that either Bertram or Amy will ever really have their minds set at rest until they've seen Mr. Hunter. If there's a sane, sound, reasonable explanation, and we know there is, why do we have to let them go on claiming to have seen my long-dead grandfather? Well, it's your decision, but something tells me that if you remove the mystical platform, you'll take away Bertram's chance of making a spectacular gesture. We'll get an art centre, you'll see. She stopped abruptly. She would have no part in any art centre. She would not be here. She would be far away, going up and down in the lift at Fairmont, trying to kill time. With a strong effort, she forced her mind to other matters. "Done any more about your trip?" she asked. "I've got my bookings, yes." "There?" "No, I'm going on a ship, which goes straight to Norfolk, Virginia. She's not passenger carrying, but they're going to fix me up." She pressed her lips tightly together. She was afraid that if she opened them, she would utter a long, loud howl. The light tone in which he had spoken, the freedom of movement his words implied, had unveiled a picture of her own future. At this she stared, while the tears she had felt earlier returned, rising to a pitch that sent a chill through her. She did her best to regain what she told herself was a lost sense of proportion. She was in love. She was going to marry Juel. She was going back to France. She was doing what she wanted to do. She had been free to choose, and she had chosen. Then why, she wondered desperately, had the mere fact of coming home turned her from a poised, confident woman into a creature subject to fits of appalling depression and fears for the future? Nothing seemed the same, either in France or here in England. Perhaps the thought of leaving her own country forever had opened her eyes to its attractions. Perhaps the appearance of a family ghost had drawn her for the first time nearer to her relations. Nigel, beside her, guessed with reasonable accuracy the state of mind she was in. She had run free all her life. There had to be a check sooner or later, and this was probably it. She had chosen her man, but there had been strings attached to him. Apron strings. Not a bad fellow, but without the strength, without the dexterity to manage her, and he was soon going to find himself caught and squeezed between two self-willed women. No happy position for a man so clearly accustomed to comfort. "Cheer up," he encouraged, as the farm came in sight. "Mr. Hunter isn't badly hurt. When he's better, you produce him, you present him, and the ghost will be laid. Which will leave poor old Courtney all alone in the Inner Bailey. What time does grandmother arrive tomorrow?" "By the same plane as the one I came on." "Going to meet her?" "Juel will. I'll wait at the house." When they stopped at the farmhouse, Juel came to the door to meet them. He did not look cheerful. "You saw Mr. Hunter?" he asked Stacy. "No, he's under sedation." "How about a drink?" Nigel asked. "Would you stay and have some lunch?" "Thank you, no. I wish to go somewhere," Juel said frankly. "Where there are no uncles, no aunts, no old gentlemen, and no oopies with long curls and silk tunics. I find myself very confused. I'm used to Stacy by herself without parents, home, relations. That way she had time to listen,
Time to talk. It would have been better for us to have been married in Paris. That is what I wanted, but I knew Stacy preferred to have the wedding here. Now I see the mistake, and I think she does too. Where can I take her, to be away from everything for one quiet day? Dipfield, Nigel said unhesitatingly. Stacy knows it. It's what it sounds like, a field in a dip, sheltered, remote, and picturesque. Take her to Dipfield. Juel followed this advice, but Dipfield, when they reached it, did not look inviting. Low clouds, wispy smoke, hung in a grey sky. A stream crawled sluggishly beside 6 cottages. The surrounding fields, which might have looked picturesque in sunshine, were damp and colourless. To Stacy, the greyness seemed a suitable accompaniment to her mood. This was good riding country, and she and Nigel had many a time cantered up the slopes and galloped along the uplands. Her father had fished beyond the miniature waterfall, where the stream was replenished by the narrow river called Dipwater. She had been happy here, but today there was nothing but gloom. Why did Nigel say this was a good place? Juel asked resentfully. Nothing looks attractive on an empty stomach. Stacy roused herself to remind him. Let's find a nice place to eat. They had to go a long way. There were cafes, roadhouses and restaurants along the roads, but none of them appealed to Juel. They had to drive 8 miles along the London road before he turned into the courtyard of an old coaching inn and relaxed on a deep leather chair before a crackling fire. On a sofa nearby, Stacy sat with her feet up, waiting for the drinks he had ordered. Now this, he said contentedly, I like. I'm glad. How old would you say this place is? 15th century. One of the few galleried inns that survive. Norman cellar, most interesting feature. Door on upper story of front, through which coach passengers could enter straight from the coaches. Postcards on sale at the Jacobean bar. He eyed her speculatively. You are disappointed, he diagnosed, because you couldn't see Mr. Hunter. You should be relieved. This way there can be no complications. He will get better and go away, and nobody need talk about going to the police. Is your uncle still in his house? Yes, he is. Why? I wondered whether he would be well enough to return to his own house before my grandmother comes tomorrow. I've no idea. What difference does it make if he's still there? If he's better, it makes no difference. But if he's still suffering from this unfortunate... you can see what it wouldn't make a very good impression. Who cares? I do. You should too. Everyone likes their relations to make a good impression. I think you should say to your aunt, while Jules' grandmother is here, please be more cheerful, less abrupt in your manner. Everybody does this. It's natural. I'm afraid your grandmother will just have to take us as we are. If she can't bear it, you can book her a room in this nice quiet inn. That is absurd. Tell me, did that man Uppy talk any more about speaking to the police? I thought he was most insulting. You asked for it. Why did you interfere? He put his drink down and stared at her. You amaze me, he said slowly. You really confuse me. Here is proof that your uncle is not, after all, crazy. What he took to be his dead father is in reality an old gentleman who happened to be passing the house and stopped to glance at a picture. Your uncle lost his head and threw the picture out of the window and injured Mr. Hunter. The incident is now closed. No great harm is done. Mr. Hunter is being cared for. Later, he will go away. To talk of the police, Can't you see what would have happened? Mr. Hunter could in time identify the lane, the house, even perhaps your uncle. Then the question the police would put, why had he thrown the picture? Because he mistook Mr. Hunter for his father, who was drowned, to the knowledge of all, 12 years ago? Do you want that to happen? No, I don't. But if it did happen, what I'd like would be the assurance that I'd get some help and support and sympathy from you. I'll be your wife in a few days. Men are expected to protect their wives, uphold their wives' views, at least in public, show themselves on the side of their wives when there's a row going on. You think I won't do that? You've given no signs of it in this row with your grandmother. What you call seeing reason simply means that you've abandoned me and gone over to her side. Not at all. As a husband, I have to use my judgment. I have to decide what is right and persuade you to be guided by me. We have gone over this many times, but you have never attempted to change your attitude towards her. Nigel was right when he said to me last night that you are sometimes inclined to... Do you mean you've actually discussed me? You've... Discussed? No. But naturally. We spoke of you. He has known you from your childhood. You and your family. He takes a great interest in all of you. It was interesting to me to hear of past years. He says that when you're married, you will find that you have an advisor, a guide, but not a champion. It wouldn't have been much use making a knight out of you and encasing you in armour and sending you out to do battle for distressed virgins. You'd get off your horse and parley. You'd give the virgin a lecture and tell her that if she'd only change her views and stop worrying about her virginity, everything would be all right. He gave a nervous glance round the low-ceilinged room. It had been empty when they entered, but round the heavy oak tables were now gathered groups who did not conceal their interest in the argument they could hear so clearly. It was, he thought miserably, the airport all over again. With infinite relief, he saw the waiter approaching with a vast menu. At least there would be no argument over what they would eat. They came back to the lounge to drink coffee, not to their chairs by the fire, for those were occupied, but to a dim corner at the other end of the room. The sun had come out and was sending dust-laden beams across the floor. There was silence, broken only by the occasional dash of crockery in the dining room. The waiter refilled their coffee cups, put down the coffee pot, and withdrew. A blue bottle threw itself recklessly against the casement window, buzzed angrily, found an outlet to freedom, and took it. A log fell out of the fire and was replaced by the waiter. Juel, stretching out his feet, leaning back on his soft leather chair, felt his eyes pricking. He closed them for a moment. The moment lengthened. His head fell to one side. He slept. Stacy did not disturb him. His love of good food and his disposition to fall asleep after it was something she had become accustomed to. She had observed the same tendency in his brother, but Patrice ate more and slept longer. She looked at Juel for a few moments longer and then, in charity, averted her gaze. No man looked his best with his eyes shut and his mouth open. She gazed over the backs of 2 chairs and 2 bald heads at the steadily burning fire, her thoughts coming back to herself. It was to this inn, more than 3 years ago, that she and Nigel had come. It was on the way home from this inn that he had, without the slightest preamble, made his proposal of marriage. It had seemed to her at the time a noose held out for her to slip her head into. She had lately returned from an intoxicating visit to Paris. She had a new job, new friends, a new life.
independence, her own strong, clear-cut ideas and freedom to experiment with them. A city throbbing with life, offering culture, variety, a stimulating feast for the senses as well as for the intellect. All that against Dorsham? It was her recoil from the comparison that had made her reject the proposal with what she now knew to be a curtness bordering on insult. How much did he remember, she wondered? He seemed as quiet, as calm, as unreadable as ever. But had he, in fact, changed? Had he forgotten the past? Juel awoke, blinked, sat up, looked at his watch, apologised, and suggested driving to Quest Castle. They went out to find drops of rain falling through the sunshine. As they walked to the car, a cloud blotted out the sun, and the drops became a downpour. They drove to the castle, and Stacy found it a relief to trail slowly round its rooms in the wake of the other visitors, saying nothing, putting aside problems, forgetting the future and reliving the past. She was sorry when they were once more in the car and bound for home. Juel slowed down as they came in sight of Dorsham. They were on the upper road. They could look out at the whole town, the spread of park, the slope of the hills, and the houses half hidden by trees. Not a place that would win prizes for rustic beauty, Stacy thought, but its newness, its plain layout, had a kind of beauty, a stolid forthrightness, which even the older mansions on the mount seemed to share. They drove through the village. There in the park, Stacy could see the bench on which her grandfather had sat, in the flesh, certainly, and perhaps in spirit. There was the gatehouse, at whose windows he had often stopped in the past to exchange a word with the lodge-keeper. And here was the wrought-iron entrance to her own home, and the long, curving drive. At the end of the drive, in front of the house, a large Daimler that had "for hire" in every gleaming line, and standing beside it a uniformed chauffeur in the act of receiving his fee from a short, dumpy, black-clad figure. On the steps of the house were a suitcase, a Gladstone bag, 2 small hampers, 2 plastic airline carriers, and a basket from which protruded 2 large knitting needles and half-finished length of scarf. Before Stacy had taken in the picture, Juel was out of his car and had thrown his arms round the stout body, hugging it closely. The joy and welcome on his face, the undisguised pleasure and relief in his voice, told her how far he had failed to make any contact among her own relations. "Grand-mère! Grand-mère! English! English! We must speak English!" The voice, harsh, cracked, brought Edwin to the door, with Amy at his heels. "We are in England, my little Juel." "But you weren't expected until tomorrow." He held her at arm's length and gazed at her affectionately. "You have come a day early." Yes, but when I came to Paris, Patrice was giving his attention only to the girl who was with him in the accident. I was left alone. So I did not stay. I came." She freed herself from Juel's hold and marched towards the steps. "This is the papa," she said, shaking hands with Edwin. "And this is the mamma." Amy, to whom a person who, without notice, descended upon strangers, could scarcely be termed civilized, barely touched the outstretched hand. "The aunt," she said fiercely. "And here?" Madame Charbonnier, unnoticing or unmoved, turned to Stacy. "Here is the bride." There was little warmth in the words, but Stacy noted the haggard face, the breathlessness that betrayed the fact that under the domineering manner was nothing but a cross, tired old woman. She spoke with a gentleness that surprised Juel. "Welcome to Dorsham," she said. Chapter 10. As the library had been barred by Edwin, Madame Charbonnier was led to the drawing-room. She was left with Edwin and Juel, while Stacy and her aunt retired to the kitchen to prepare the coffee she had asked for.
"Rather you than me," Amy remarked.
"She looks tired."
"She looks disagreeable. Without notice, without an apology of any kind, seating herself on the sofa and saying she'd take coffee. Take coffee! Not would like coffee or be grateful for some coffee. She'd take coffee. I shall make it, but you'll have to take it in. If I go back and see her casting any more disparaging looks around the drawing-room, I shall lose my temper. She's had a long journey. You needn't make excuses for her. From the moment she walked into the house, she's been looking down her nose at the house and what's in it. I'll go up and get her room ready."
When Stacy took in the coffee, she realized that tension had mounted. Her mother was sitting with her hands, for once, idle on her lap, regarding the stout form on the sofa with childlike wonder. Juel was seated beside his grandmother. Edwin had retired to a window seat.
"Ah, café!"
Madame Charbonnier squared up to the small table Stacy put in front of her.
"It will not be like the café in France, but this I have made myself expect. I have been to England before, 3 times in my life, and each time I have learned that one cannot expect them to understand certain things like café and the cooking of fish. Juel, you have not inquired for my journey. It was not pleasant. When the aeroplane arrived, I wished to come here in a taxi, but it was impossible to get one in which I could be comfortable. At last they brought me one from a garage where they have good cars for hire. But there was a difficulty about the price. I said that I would on no account agree to be cheated." "When you are an old woman like me," she explained to Isabel, "everybody thinks that you can be put under the feet. You have to make it clear that this is a mistake."
She took a sip of coffee, made a grimace of distaste, and put down the cup.
"This will be better, I think, if some cognac is added. If you have none, I will take my flask, which I always have with me for travelling."
Edwin, in silence, fetched brandy, and she allowed him to pour a generous measure into the coffee.
"When I have finished, I shall go to my room," she announced. "I think it will be better if I take dinner in bed. I do not want much, a little soup, some fish perhaps, if it is of a light kind, sole, or something like this. If there is veal or chicken, I can take. But not other meats in the evening. They make eat." She thumped her chest. "Here. Juel, you are saying nothing. Tell me what you have done since you came. The house is not well heated. I hope you have been careful to warm your bedroom before you undress."
"Juel isn't staying in the house," Stacy told her.
"Not?"
Madame Charbonnier looked at her blankly.
"Then where?"
"He's with an old friend of ours at a farm."
"A farm?"
She turned to Jules for confirmation.
"You are at a farm?"
"A very comfortable one," Jules assured her.
"And where is this farm?"
"About 4 miles away," Stacy said. An angry flush appeared on Madame Charbonnier's cheeks.
"This I do not understand. Why is he to be sent away so far? Why are there not rooms here to put him?"
It was Edwin who answered. "The arrangement was made when we expected Jules's brother to come," he explained. "The 2 young men were to be at the farm with the young man who owns it. You and Stacy's friend Suzanne were to stay with us."
"It is very inconvenient,"
Madame Charbonnier declared.
"I wished, naturally, to be with Jules because there is not much time before the wedding. Only 2 days more, and it will be Saturday, and he will marry and go away for the honeymoon. Monday, Stacy said. Monday? The wedding had to be put off, postponed, Juel said. I do not understand. This is a joke, perhaps. The wedding couldn't be held on Saturday, madame, explained Edwin. There was a very important football match being played in the town, and— Football match? Football match? Madame Chabonnier's voice rose to a high pitch and then cracked. You are seriously telling me that my grandson's date to be married has been changed because— The church, Edwin, alarmed by her colour, hastened to explain, is in a very narrow road, and the London road— What do I care where the church is situated? I am asking simply why is my grandson's wedding to be taken off for— Juel, in rapid French, attempted to explain, but he had uttered no more than a few words when she turned on him with an angry bounce. We will speak English, didn't I tell you? She snapped. And I didn't ask you to speak in French or in English. I am waiting for this person to tell me why we are to change our arrangement for the convenience of a football match. This is a thing I have never conceived. I would not have believed it, even though I know that the English are not reasonable in a matter of sport. A wedding? To be put aside because there is a football match? No, this I will not agree to. The day is fixed. It is printed on the on the invitation. The wedding will be on Saturday. I'm afraid, Edwin said coldly, the arrangements for having it on Monday have already been made. Then they must be made again. Do you think that I shall stay here waiting until all the football matches are finished, and you decide that the wedding shall go on? I have made my plans, and I cannot change them. On Saturday evening, after the wedding, I have arranged to go on the sleeping train from London to Scotland. I have the tickets, the beds, the berths. I shall be met by my friends with a car. They are eager to see me. Everything is waiting. Shall I send a telegram to them and say, there is a football match? No. This, most certainly, no. There will be thousands of people pouring into the town for the match on Saturday, Edwin told her. Stacy and Juel would have got caught up in the crowds. Whether they ever got to the church is doubtful. The noise made by the team's supporters would have drowned anything being said at the wedding service. Rather than holding a wedding under those conditions, we decided to change the date. We wanted to have it on the Friday, but that was impossible as the vicar couldn't be here to perform the ceremony, so it had to be on Monday. I'm sorry for any inconvenience this may have caused you, but I assure you that the decision was a wise one. And you did not think to inform me? I would have told you at once, Juel said, if the date had been put forward. But as it was Monday, I didn't think that it would make any difference to you. I'm sorry. That is easy, being sorry. You should have informed me at once. I would not expect your fiancée to do this, because I know by this time that she does not act with the politeness that is expected from persons of careful upbringing. From her, I would not expect anything, but you have been taught how to comport yourself. It is not a great expectation for the future that already you forget what is due to me. I don't really think, Madame Chabonnier. Edwin spoke with an effort to conceal his growing repugnance. I don't really think this is doing any good. We're all sorry to have put you to inconvenience.
I will arrange any changes that have to be made to your travel arrangements. But this should be a happy time for us all, so I beg you." But Madame Charbonnier was past placating. "I do not expect an happy time," she stated. "Has your daughter told you that Juel should have come here with her? But she sent him down to argue with me about—" "Yes, she told me." "You are her father, so I will not say what I think of her lack of dutiful feeling to me, but I have not been satisfied with how she has behaved." Juel took her hand and spoke soothingly. "You are tired," he said. "You must go upstairs to your room and have a little dinner, and then rest. I will come early tomorrow morning, and we will talk. We shall spend a nice day together." She stared belligerently round the room and then rose. They followed her into the hall, and even through her despair and her disgust, Stacy was able to acknowledge the authority and command which emanated from the dumpy little figure. Nobody was allowed to move until they had their orders. "Juel, you will take the suitcase and the little bag. Mr. Marsh will take the hamper and— No, do not touch that work basket. I do not allow anybody to touch this but myself. Stacy will take the little bags. Now, we have everything. We will go up." Amy was putting the finishing touches to the room. Stacy and her father and Juel put down their burdens. Madame Charbonnier stood in the middle of the room and looked about her. "That is the bathroom?" she asked Stacy, pointing. "No, a cupboard. The bathroom's at the end of the corridor." "So far? This is not convenient. There is no other room nearer?" "I'm afraid not." "Everybody uses this bathroom?" "No, my mother and father have their own. Mine is on the floor above." "At my age, it is expected to have a bathroom alone. Now, I shall unpack my luggage." Stacy and her father went downstairs. In the drawing-room they found Isabel looking pale. "Goodness," was all she said. "Well," Stacy turned to her father, "did I exaggerate?" "For once, no." He wore a worried frown. "But, Stacy, you know the old saying, 'He who pays the piper calls the tune.' Yes, I know, but Juel has been dancing to that tune since he was 8 years old. How much longer does he have to listen to it? I don't like sounding too materialistic, but I have to remind you that she's a woman who'd think nothing of disinheriting him if he refused to dance any more. I know, she's a harridan, isn't she? She is not an attractive character, but there are some situations in which one has to back down. You can't discount what she's done for Juel and his brother. You've got to—" He broke off. "Hello, Amy. Settled her in?" "She doesn't like the room. The bed's uncomfortable. The house is insufficiently warmed. The bathroom is too far away, as she told you, and the windows of the bedroom face the wrong way." The door opened, and Juel entered cautiously. "Why the tiptoeing?" Stacy asked him. He came up to her and put his arms round her. "I'm sorry for what she said, Stacy. She's very tired. She's exhausted. Forget about this and drive with me to London and I'll take you to dinner." Stacy freed herself and gave a sigh. "That's a nice idea," she said, "but I'm exhausted too. I think the most sensible thing that you can do is go to the farm and have a nice, quiet dinner with Nigel. But before you go, you can carry your grandmother's tray upstairs." "Oh, no, I couldn't do that," he told her in alarm. "Why not? Are you exhausted too?" "It's simply that she said she was going to undress and get into bed. She doesn't like men to go into her room. Once I went by mistake, and she was very angry. It was embarrassing." "What was embarrassing? Does she sleep in the nude?"
Oh, no, no, no. But you understand, she's old. There are certain things. Well, brace yourself. Aunt Amy's not going to carry her tray up, and neither am I. Father'd do it, wouldn't you, Father? But we've got to remember about the certain things. So, come to the kitchen and help us to get her dinner ready. Can I take something up to Bertram? Edwin inquired as they were going out of the room. Stacy paused. Don't tell me he's sitting in his room waiting for soup, some fish if it's sole, and some veal or chicken or both. He's asleep, Amy said. I looked in as I came downstairs. Asleep? With all those sounds of settling in? Stacy asked on the way to the kitchen. Yes, I don't think he'll want to eat. He had a very good lunch and some toast with his tea. What are you going to give Juel's grandmother? Not any of our dinner, Amy said with firmness. I shall open a tin of soup. What else do you suggest? I'll make her a French omelette. That'll make her feel at home. Juel, what does she like to drink? Well, with dinner she always takes a little champagne. Champagne? Every night? Amy asked in astonishment. Just a little, a small bottle. If you have no small bottles in the house, I can go quickly. We only keep magnums, Stacy told him. She's really out of luck, poor old lady. I'll put a little white wine, nicely chilled, for our dinner, as a special treat from me, into a jug, and she can keep up her strength on that until you arrive with a case of small bottles in the morning. Now, stand aside. When I beat eggs, they're apt to splash. Later, he went upstairs with the tray, awkwardly and unwillingly. That's probably the first domestic chore he's ever done in his life, Stacy remarked to her aunt. I'll send him away when he comes down, and then we can have our dinner. Did you tell him to ask her to put the tray outside the door when she's finished? Yes. The door opened to admit Edwin, and Stacy noted with anger the lines that Madame Charbonnier had already etched on his face. Where's Mother? She asked. In the library. Hiding? I suppose you could call it that. On no condition whatsoever, Stacy, must that woman be allowed to set foot inside the library. I'll see to it, Stacy promised. Well? She asked Juel as he entered. Did you avert your eyes from the certain things? His attempt at a smile was not successful. She is, He hesitated. She's not pleased. I know, Stacy said. I don't wonder. Tinned soup and an omelette can't really make up for all she's missing. Now, will you go away, Juel? We're all starving. You weren't expected to dinner, so there isn't enough food to offer you. But if you really want to stay, there's always another tin of soup. Perhaps it will be better if I go to the farm. He said good-night to Amy and Edwin, and Stacy walked out with him to his car. In the cold darkness, he gathered her closely into his arms. Stacy, Stacy! He laid his cheek on hers. Nothing is right. Deep pity for him suddenly stirred in her. She slipped her arms round his neck and spoke with as much reassurance as she could summon. Don't worry, Juel, darling. All we have to do is stick together, just the two of us, a pair. Nothing is as we imagined it, is it? Since I came here, and now my grandmother. She opened her mouth to tell him that everything would be all right when they were married, but no words came. His grandmother would still be with them. She would be waiting for them after their honeymoon to usher them to their part of the house, to direct, to interfere. How could anybody endure? If only, she heard Juel say, if only you would try to understand her. She needs only to be obeyed. She is. Perhaps you could call her sometimes unreasonable. But she is old. She cannot change. I love you. You love me. Nothing can change this. The only thing that can hurt us is not her, but your attitude towards her. She sighed and disengaged herself gently. I know. All I have to do is come to heel. And the odd part of all this is that I'm prepared to do just that. But she'll never like me. It's more than dislike. It's jealousy. You're her favourite grandson, aren't you? Yes, certainly. She has always made this clear. Well, I've snatched her favourite grandson, and no matter what I do or how much I try to conform, she'll always hold that against me. She'd probably picked out 3 or 4 suitable brides and was going to line them up for your approval. I wrecked that plan, and she won't forget in a hurry. If you think that, how can we be happy? She kissed him. Don't let it keep you awake. Go and talk to Nigel. He's the only person who can tell you whether I'll ever be able to fall into line or not. Go and have a nice heart-to-heart. He drove away. It was chilly and she shivered, but she did not go indoors at once. Jealousy. It was a strong passion. She was feeling it at this moment. Go and talk to Nigel. She would have given almost anything in the world to be driving, as Jules was driving, to the quiet, beautiful house, to a meal at the familiar round table, seated opposite the dark, calm, controlled countenance she knew so well, and could have known so much better. She loved Juel, of that she had no doubt, but with Nigel there would have been more than love. There could have been understanding that had grown and been rooted in years of companionship. There could have been something she had, up to now unconsciously, looked for in Juel and failed to find. Security. She had never before imagined she would long for advice or sympathy or support. But she craved all 3 now, and there was nobody who could give them to her. Not Juel, not her father, only Nigel. She went indoors to find her mother and father and aunt going towards the dining room. Nobody showed any inclination to stay up for long after the meal. Isabel went to bed early, and Amy went not long afterwards. Stacy and her father were the last to go upstairs. She helped him to bolt the doors and put out the lights. And then they went quietly up the stairs. There was no sound until they reached the bend of the staircase, and then, with startling suddenness, came a loud exclamation in Bertram's voice, followed by Madame Charbonnier's furious tones. "Please to move out of my way, monsieur!" Edwin and Stacy took the last stairs in 3 bounds and stood on the landing taking in the scene. The door of Bertram's room was open. He was standing before it. Dressed in Edwin's far too small pyjamas, the jacket failing to meet over his chest, the trousers coming scarcely below his knees, he was glaring down at Madame Charbonnier, who was wearing a toe-length padded nylon dressing-gown and a pale pink nightcap with ribbons that made a cruel contrast with her sallow, sour face. "What's the matter?" Edwin asked. "She burst into my room," Bertram said in an outraged voice. "Just burst in." "That is a lie," Madame Charbonnier declared. "All it was, I could not sleep. Nobody could sleep on that bed in that room I am put into. It was impossible to repose myself. So I went to see some empty rooms to find a bed on which perhaps I could be comfortable. I knocked on this door. Nobody replied. I entered, and I found somebody there. Who is this person?
My uncle, Stacy said.
My name is Bertram Frenchard, and I'm here because I was ill and could not return to my own house. Ill? If there is infection, I should have been informed. There is no infection, madame. I had a shock. That is all. And now, if you will allow me, I will go back to bed, and if you will allow me, I will lock my door.
He went into his room, closed the door with a bang, and turned the key.
"Why is he wearing clothes that do not fit him?" Madame Charbonnier demanded.
Edwin was about to answer, when sounds coming from her bedroom checked him.
"What on earth?" he began wonderingly. That sounded exactly like a... "Ah! She is wakened up! Angeline! Come, my little darling, come!"
From her room emerged the smallest dog Edwin had ever seen. Its ears were large, its eyes moist, its legs unsteady. It sniffed Edwin's trouser legs suspiciously, gave Stacy a brief inspection, and was scooped up into Madame Charbonnier's arms.
"You are hungry, my little one? Yes, yes, I have food for you. I shall give you something to eat, something to drink."
She stooped and put the animal on the carpet.
"Run, go, run a little way to make your legs stretch."
Edwin found his voice.
"A dog?" he said in a stunned tone. A dog?"
His eyes went to Madame Charbonnier.
"Would you kindly tell me where it came from?" he demanded. "Came from? That is a very silly—"
"How did that animal get here?" he asked in a quieter but more menacing voice.
"How? That is another silly question. But I shall tell you. As it is my dog, it came naturally from my home, monsieur. And how it got here? It did not swim, naturally. Then how?" he demanded. "In the way that she always travels. She has a small little pill first, and then she curls up herself in my nice warm knitting."
"Are you aware that the customs—"
"Ah, customs! They do not trouble themselves to examine the scarf that an old woman is knitting, monsieur. You need not look so afraid."
"Afraid? Do you realize, madame, that this country has strict—"
"Oh, yes. There are those silly regulations. Are you suggesting that my little dog has rabies?"
"I'm simply informing you that people bringing animals into this country are bound to observe the quarantine laws."
"You are being absurd. Shall I shut my little dog up for 3 or 6 months? I am not here, even for 1 month. I take my dog wherever I go, always in my working basket, sleeping, harming nobody. You see how small, how docile she is."
She lifted the dog and handed it to Stacy.
"Please to take her out for a little walk to do her little business. She is very clean, she understands at once. Then, if you put her inside again, she will come and scratch at my door. She's very intelligent. And now, I cannot be kept out in this cold corridor any longer. Good night, monsieur."
She went into her room and closed the door, and Edwin stood staring at it with naked hatred. Amy came cautiously round the corner, and he turned to stare at her. "You heard?"
"Yes."
"My God, I've got a good mind to phone the customs and... How dare she ignore the regulations? Knitting bag, a small little pill, Go to bed, Amy broke in. You can do no good by gnashing your teeth. You'll only send up your blood pressure. Stacy went down the stairs, the dog struggling in her arms. She patted it automatically, and it licked her hand. Unbolting the front door, she stepped out into the cold, starless night. Chapter 11. Madame Charbonnier proved to be an early riser. She appeared at the door of the kitchen a bare quarter of an hour after Amy had taken in the milk and put on the kettle. Amy's look of icy astonishment would have halted most people, but Madame Charbonnier did not hesitate. "Good morning. I forgot last night to say about my coffee that I like at 7:30. It is always brought to me in my home, but you are without servants, and so perhaps I would get it more quickly if I came downstairs. I shall sit here while you get it ready." "Nobody," Amy informed her, "is ever allowed into this kitchen while I'm working in it. If you'll kindly go upstairs, I'll see that you get your coffee." "That is nonsense. I get up early, always," Madame Charbonnier said. "Today, earlier, because my servants are not here to put out my little dog. So I did this. Now I am only sitting. I am not disturbing you or getting into your way." Amy merely turned and switched off the heat under the kettle. She spoke at the door. "When I hear you leaving this kitchen," she said, "I shall come in again." She went up to Stacy's room and reported the incident. "I am not one of her grandsons, and I am not her prospective granddaughter-in-law," she ended. "I am, for all practical purposes, mistress in this house. You may go down and tell her so. I don't want her to sit there indefinitely. She'll make her own coffee. She wouldn't dare rummage around my things. Wouldn't she? Sit down while I finish doing my hair. We'll give her 15 minutes. Reluctantly, Amy sat down. To have my time wasted by that detestable... Never mind about her. Is it too early to talk about something? If you mean, am I fully awake? The answer is yes. What do you want to talk about? First, how much influence do you have with Uncle Bertram? None whatsoever. He's certain, isn't he, that my grandfather... Must we go into that again? He believes he saw what he saw. Can you expect him, or me, to disbelieve the evidence of our own eyes? We'll skip that. But he doesn't think you should have seen your father at all, because you shouldn't have been in the park that morning, right? That's his present conviction, but couldn't you go along with him? I mean, couldn't you agree with him? Couldn't you tell him that... Wouldn't it be quicker and easier to tell me what you want? I want the park. Nigel says that Uncle Bertram's no fool, and... I needn't agree with that. I'll agree, if you like, that he's no fool where his own interests are concerned. Well, they're concerned in this. Isn't it a fact that he lost all his friends when his father opened the park? We both did. Go on. And he lost all his friends all over again when his father died and he came back to Dorsham and closed the park. It served him right. Couldn't you persuade him that his father had a reason for... Suppose you just go straight to the reason. The park. Could you try and convince him that his father wants the park given back to Dorsham? Amy raised her eyebrows. My dear Stacy, There are playing fields in this place, enough for a town 4 times the size of Dorsham. If you offered the park to George Borridge, he'd tell you that he didn't need it. He may not. What Dorsham needs, and hasn't got, is an art centre. A park is a park. An art centre is a building. Or buildings. Are you imagining that your uncle will hand over money? Money, no. All we need is the park. The rest will be up to Mr. Borridge. He raised money before. He can raise it again. There aren't only athletes in Dorsham. There are young people with artistic promise. There's nothing whatsoever for them here. I've met artists who are crying out for an art centre in Dorsham without any hope of getting one. The land that's left round here is well out of their financial reach. There's only the park. If I spoke to Uncle Bertram, he wouldn't listen to me because he knows he knows you saw your father just as he did. He'll listen to you if you tell him that there must have been a definite reason why his father... Oh, Aunt Amy, it all sounds so weird, so impossible, so fantastic. Except that one fact. The park is his, and if he donated it to Dorsham, he could live to see himself the most honoured, the most respected, most revered person in the place. I can't do anything, and he wouldn't listen to Mother, or to Father. But he'd listen to you. He would. I know he would. Will you say something to him? Will you make him do it? There was silence. Make him? Amy said slowly at last. I doubt it. But you could try. There was this time a longer pause. Yes, Amy agreed. I could try. Bless you. Stacy came over and sat beside her and enfolded her in her arms. If you'll give the first push, Mr. Borridge will make sure there's no backsliding. He'll... She stopped. Heavy footsteps were ascending the stairs. A smell of coffee came to their nostrils. Stacy, opening the door and looking out, saw Madame Charbonnier bearing a small, laden tray towards her bedroom. Behind her pattered the little dog. Stacy said good morning, received a nod in reply, and went to open the visitor's door, closing it again behind her. If there weren't other people to consider, Amy said, going down the stairs, I'd refuse to get another meal for her in this house. I'll make you a nice cup of tea, Stacy said, following her into the kitchen. She'll be out of your hair until Juel arrives, and then we'll send them out together and tell Juel to keep her out all day. But Madame Charbonnier refused to be removed for the day. Her first object was a drive round Dorsham with Juel and Stacy. Once on the road, she made no secret of her interest in Stacy's future prospects. The park, extending as it did along an entire hillside, raised her brightest hopes. It is your uncle's only? Yes. Why does he not sell it? It is valuable land. I suppose he wants to keep it. But he has no wife, no mistress, no children, only his sister? 2 sisters. But it is certain that when he dies... She paused. A very small, very shabby, very brightly painted car was keeping deliberately in the middle of the road ahead of them, making it impossible for them to pass. "Make a signal, Juel," his grandmother commanded. "They are not fit to drive, they—" But Juel had stopped, and Stacy was getting out. The car in front had also stopped, and from it emerged 2 figures as gaudy as the paint of the vehicle. "It took you a long time to recognize us," Hoopy said. "Don't you know our car?" "No," Stacy said. "Did Cassie paint that too?" "Of course," Cassie said. "Hello, Juel."
"We are in a hurry," snapped Madame Charbonnier. "We cannot wait to speak." Cassandra, after a surprised look at the tight lips and angry black eyes, smiled enchantingly. "Yes, isn't it?" she cooed. "A charming country. Rather cold this morning, but seasonable for May, don't you agree?" "Mademoiselle, I wish to—" "Ah, but not Mademoiselle for long. I've told Hoopy that if he doesn't marry me by the end of June, I'm going to move into Nigel's farm." "My grandmother hasn't yet met Nigel," Juel said. "He's coming to meet her today." "Ooh, lucky grandmother! Hoopy, have you told Stacy about Mr. Hunter?" "I'm telling her." Hoopy, drawing nearer, raised a casual hand in the direction of Juel and his grandmother. "It's like this, Stacy. Dr. Smartpants won't let us in. He says the old boy's better, but he won't let him out until after the match. But why shouldn't Mr. Hunter go if he wants to? He went in for a rest, he's had a rest, he wants to go to a football match. So why should this fee-chasing physician keep him away?" "You can't rob him from the clinic, can you?" Juel asked reasonably. "You will have to wait." He stopped. Hoopy was regarding him with an open-mouthed wonder. "That's just what I'm always telling Cassie," he said. Never judge by externals. Who would have thought that a law-abiding character like you would have hit on a solution so simple, so sensible, and so prison-worthy? Juel, just for that, I'll let you in on it. All we'll want is your car." "Non," Juel spoke in alarm. "No, certainly not. I couldn't get mixed up in... No, I'm sorry." "I don't understand what," began Madame Charbonnier. Hoopy raised a hand to check her. "One moment, Grandmamma," he said. "This is serious business. Look, Stacy, Cassie and I'll have to work out a plan, and then we'll take it to Nigel, and then we'll give you and Juel your orders. It'll have to be a combined op." "Count me in," Stacy said. "No, Stacy!" Juel spoke firmly. "Count Juel in too," she called as Hoopy's engine spluttered into life. "You weren't serious?" Juel began as she got into his car. "I want Mr. Hunter out of that clinic. If the doctor says he's better, what's to keep him in?" "Is this the same doctor who is for your uncle?" said Madame Charbonnier. "No, my uncle didn't need a doctor," Stacy told her. As soon as they reached the house, she escaped to the kitchen with Juel. Madame Charbonnier looked for Stacy's mother, failed to find her, and cornered Edwin. "I wish to have a little talk with you," she said. He led her to the drawing room. She seated herself and came straight to the point. "It is about the matter of your daughter's dot, monsieur." "Her dot! Dowry, you say? Nothing has been mentioned of this. I expected that you would write to me, but you did not. When I spoke to your daughter, she pretended not to know my meaning. I do not know how you arrange these things at the present day in England, but in France—" The word, spoken with a deep rolling R, made Edwin think of an animal growling. "In France, we wish to know what the parents of a young girl will give her on her marriage." "I'm afraid I hadn't given the matter any thought," he said. "Surely Juel knows by now exactly how Stacy's placed financially." "I do not know what Juel knows, monsieur. He has nothing of his own. I have been generous. He has lived like a rich man's son. His future, if he remains with me, is assured. I intended that on his marriage I would give him money for himself, so much each year added to his allowance. But if I did this, you should do as much for your daughter." "When she was 21, Edwin said, meeting the hard black little eyes, "Stacy was given certain shares by her mother. I have very little money. My wife inherited her share of her father's estate, and this will go to Stacy in due course." "You are not going to give money to her when she marries Juel?" "She'll get a generous wedding present. She'll continue to draw the interest from the shares her mother made over to her. They'll bring in a good income." "If you will not make an extra payment, then I will not. But I expected more. When I die, Juel and his brother will be rich men, very rich men. This is a good marriage for any young girl. But if a girl is of a good family, one expects a dot. To say that she will continue to have shares, that is not enough." "I think it is more than enough," Edwin said, an edge sounding in his voice. "Juel is marrying a girl who has a reasonable income of her own. If he was looking for— All I wish to say is that it is very difficult to know what to believe. Your daughter was in Paris. She worked, it is true, but what she earned could not pay for her expensive dresses, her travel, her expensive apartment, even though this was shared with this other girl. I saw how she lived, and I believed she was of parents who would provide well for her marriage. This is only reasonable, but I see that there is less than I expected." "I'm sorry about that," Edwin said dryly. "And now I will come to another thing. You must explain to your daughter that when she comes into my family, she cannot say to me, 'I wish this, I wish that.' She must learn that I am the head of the business, and she must remember always that Juel works for me. Never, until your daughter entered his life, did he make any question of my acts. You must tell her that she has a certain duty to me. When she came to my house in Fairmont, she behaved, if you will believe this, as though she had been used to far better things. She does not know her good fortune. She thinks only of living in Paris and turning the mind of Juel away from the business, our business." The harsh voice ceased. Edwin, who throughout the interview had remained near one of the windows, turned slowly and stared out across the park. He knew that he ought to put forward Stacy's point of view, but he felt that it would be useless. Stacy, in the house of this detestable little black bundle. Stacy, left alone, with Juel at work all day, and this autocrat at the domestic helm. Stacy, hitherto so free, so independent. There was nothing outside to raise his spirits. Rain had begun to pour down, drowning the hope of sending Juel and his grandmother out for a picnic lunch or a long drive. Then he saw a car drive up, Nigel's. It was followed by another, George Borridge's. Oh, thank God for visitors, he thought with relief. The two men entered and were presented to Madame Charbonnier. George managed a courtly bow. "Saw your grandson at the airport in Paris, madame," he told her. "He's marrying a lovely girl. I taught Stacy how to hold a cricket bat and a tennis racket. Well, Nigel, how's farming? I hear you're off to the States. Be away long?" 2 or 3 months, Nigel answered.
Edwin suggested drinks. Nigel poured them out, and Stacy and Juel, coming into the room, carried them round. "To the bride and bridegroom," George said, raising his glass. "Hey, wait a minute. Here's Bertram. Come in, come in. Haven't seen you down in the village lately." "I haven't been well. Nonsense," George broke in hurriedly in the hope of staving off awkward topics. "You're as fit as a grenadier. Get yourself a drink. We're toasting the bride and groom. Oh, nobody's introduced you to this lady." "We've met," Bertram said briefly. "Thank you, Edwin. I'll have a martini. Where's Isabel?" "In the library. Stacy, go and fetch your mother," Edwin said, "and your aunt, too." Thus there were 9 people assembled in the room when there was a knock on one of the windows, and the postman, in a dripping raincoat and hat, handed in to Nigel an unidentifiable, moist object. "Took the rest of the mail to the box as usual," he said cheerfully, "but I didn't know what to do with this." Nigel held it up, a streaked, battered square of canvas. "Found it in the lane outside Mr. Franchard's house when I went past," the postman explained. "Knocked on his door to ask if he knew anything about it, because it looked as though someone might have got hold of one of his paintings. I couldn't get any answer. I can see why. He was here. Bit of a mess it is, but I didn't like to leave it lying in the rain." "Thank you," Bertram said. "That was very kind of you." The postman went away, and Nigel closed the window. Bertram took the ruined canvas to the fireplace and looked at it with regret. Madame Charbonnier, peering at it, gave her opinion. "It is the Statue of Liberty, but not very well done," she said. "Where has it come from, this picture?" "From the lane outside my house," Bertram told her coldly. "And it happens to be a painting of the goddess Juno. You can't judge a painting when it's in this state, madame." "How did it get outside your house?" she inquired. Bertram hesitated. His glance went slowly round the circle of faces, and then it came to rest on Madame Charbonnier. "I threw it out," he said. "I find that extraordinary. It is not a good painting, one sees that, but why should you throw it outside the house?" "I threw it," Bertram said slowly and deliberately, "because I saw someone standing staring in at the window. It was a face I recognized. At first I was too paralyzed with horror to move. Then I took the picture off the easel and threw it." At the... Madame Charbonnier's colour was deepening with her effort to understand. "You threw it at a face you recognized? But if it was a thief, and you knew his face, you could have gone to the telephone for the police. You could have told them who it was." "It was not a thief, madame." "Then it was my father." A small despairing sound came from Juel, and then there was silence. Madame Charbonnier spoke at last, with difficulty. "This is some kind of strange joke you are making," she said. "I think perhaps that you are not yourself. I assure you that I am speaking in all seriousness. If you think I'm not myself, let me inform you that my sister Amy also saw him. He was in the park a few days ago." Madame Charbonnier, speechless, could only look from him to Amy and back again. Edwin, alarmed by her colour, hastened to speak. "Stacy has an explanation for this," he said. "There's a visitor in Dorsham who she feels certain will prove to be the double of her grandfather." Madame Charbonnier drew a deep breath of relief. "Then that," she said, "will stop all this stupid talk of fathers.
No, it won't, Bertram said. Certainly it won't, corroborated Amy. If my brother and I can't recognise our own father when we see him, then I'll agree that we're not in our right minds. Madame Charbonnier faced her. You are saying that your father came back when he is really dead all the time? There was a purpose in it. Bertram looked at Mr. Borridge. Shall I tell you what that purpose was, George? My father wanted the people of Dorsham to have the park. I closed it, mistakenly. I am going to donate it, finally, to the town. George stared at him. You are going to do what? Give the park to Dorsham. I shall leave the matter in your hands to tie up, but my decision stands. I shan't go back on it. But I mean to say, Bertram, we've got all the playing fields we want. Playing fields are not what I have in mind. Bertram, his chest swelling, addressed the room. The great lack in Dorsham today is a centre for the arts. I shall donate the park. The people of Dorsham will, I trust, contribute to the costs of the various buildings that will be necessary. An art centre? Breathed Mr. Borridge. I'll join with Isabel in subsidising the first half-dozen promising pupils, Edwin promised. Just think, George, we needn't be a quartet any more. We can expand. We can blossom into a full orchestra. We can invite some famous conductors down here. We can have a Dorsham festival in about 100 years from now. How about that? An art centre, breathed Mr. Borridge. And I, Amy said, would like to provide a fund for... She stopped. Juel was bending over his grandmother, who was breathing in noisy gasps. Brandy? Edwin refilled her glass. No, 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 no. Madame Charbonnier waved the glass furiously aside and rose. I am not ill, but I will not stay here. I wish to go away, now, at once, away from this house. I will not stay to listen to stories about dead people who have come back. For Juel I cannot speak, but for myself, I will say that madness is madness, and the aunt and the uncle of his fiancée are... Go on, Amy invited as she hesitated. Say it. It won't be any more insulting than the other things you've said and done since you came here. Yes, I will say it. You and your brother, you are off your heads. Crazy. I am going upstairs to pack my things. I shall take my little dog and go. I shall not go to the wedding. And one thing more I will say. If Juel wishes to marry into this family, I cannot of course prevent him. But he will not bring his wife to live with me. He will not return to work for me. He shall choose. She walked towards the door. Nigel opened it. Juel stared after her for a few moments and then looked helplessly at Stacy. Stacy, she isn't serious. I'd say she was very serious, Stacy said gently. You'd better go up and help her to pack, Juel. Edwin put a sympathetic hand on his shoulder. Go with her, Juel, he said. Drive her somewhere and see her settled, and then come back and we can discuss the future. Juel's eyes, filled with misery, rested on him. Do you think she meant what she said, Mr. Marsh? Yes, Juel, I think she did. But she may change her mind when she calms down a little. Go up to her. When she's ready, let me know and I'll come and say goodbye to her. I don't think she'll want to see me, but that makes no difference. Go on, help her. He went without a glance at Stacy. Nigel closed the door, and for some moments
There was silence. Then, "An art centre," breathed Mr. Borridge. Chapter 12. The letter came by special messenger.